LoveLore Library. Chapter 381, The Final Trump Card. Chapter 381, The Final Trump Card. Royal Group's Financial Development Department, Main Control Room. Han Ying rushed into the main control room and put her hands on Qin Feng's shoulders. Qin Feng, I've finished your bidding. This is the bank account number for the bogus corporation you requested. Qin Feng stopped his work and took account number Han Ying provided to him. Immediately, he transferred all 500 million into the phony corporation. After transferring the money, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a devilish grin. Little Liu, I have a new mission for you. Starting now, retrieve all of the Royal Group's shares at all costs. Don't worry, I have enough money for you. While Lu Feng was still in the midst of confusion, Qin Feng turned to Zhang Feng and said, Little Zhang, you have a new mission too. I want you to dump all of the 3 consortia's shares. Zhang Feng, Lu Feng, and Han Ying were perplexed by Qin Feng. They were all befuddled and could no longer see up to Qin Feng's irregular thinking. 2 days ago, Qin Feng ordered one of them to dump all of the Royal Group's shares while the other had to absorb the 3 consortia's shares at all costs. As such, his mismanagement and incompetency had brought an early demise to the Royal Group. Just when the Royal Group was on the very edge of bankruptcy, Qin Feng changed his tactics again. He was now starting to retrieve all of the Royal Group's junk stocks and abandon the 3 consortia's blue chips which hit the upper limit every day. It was all thanks to Qin Feng's identity as the future successor of the Royal Group. He was not killed by Royal Group's 1,000 of raging employees yet. Don't sit there in a trance. Hurry up and get moving. Qin Feng grinned as he looked at the soulless duo. Once Lu Feng and Zhang Feng regained their senses, they opened their mouths to say something. However, they swallowed their objections and plunged themselves into doing Qin Feng's bidding. At the same time, bawling filled the whole financial development department after they observed what was going on in the main control room. All the financial analysts were filled with rage and they almost destroyed their computers. They'd lost their final strand of hope for the Royal Group and all of them planned to resign and leave the company that same day. Meanwhile, in the main control room, Qin Feng, Lu Feng, and Zhang Feng calmly tapped away on a keyboard, focused on their own tasks. Time went by like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The Royal Group's shares were all junk stocks and nobody wanted them, so it was easy for Lu Feng to retrieve them. Best of all, she retrieved them at a rock-bottom price. The 3 consortia's shares were blue chips and many people wanted to buy them. As such, Zhang Feng dumped the 3 consortia's shares owned by the Royal Group without a high. Within a short time, he sold more than half of it. 2 hours passed. They had successfully retrieved more than 50% of the Royal Group's shares and were quickly obtaining more. In addition, Zhang Feng had dumped more than 30% of the 3 consortia's shares. Their series of actions triggered some subtle, undetectable changes. Just like the butterfly effect, a minute localized change had large effects elsewhere and, once it exploded, it would be an earth-shattering catastrophic moment. Those from Royal Group's Financial Development Department were not ordinary. Very soon, some of them had discovered an irregularity in the Royal Group's shares. Something is not right. Oh my gosh, are you guys seeing this? Something is really wrong. I see it. Our Royal Group's shares are rising. Ever since our shares hit the lower limit and became junk stocks, it's a miracle that they keep rising now even though it's slow. It's not only us. I've been keeping an eye on the 3 consortia's shares and noticed that someone is blatantly dumping their shares. What stunned me the most is they are selling it at an all-time low, which resulted in the 3 consortia's shares falling. The drop is minute, yet this is not a very good sign for them. Hope among the hopeless staff of the Financial Development Department was reignited. After listening to the explanations of some, the other financial analysts began to look into this heated financial war. A dozen of them sat around a computer, brainstorming and discussing this war. More and more problems and questions began to reveal themselves. 3 hours passed. The staff from the Financial Development Department were bawling and yelling out of joy as if they had won a war. Within an hour, our Royal Group's shares have skyrocketed 5%. This is a phenomenon which has never happened before. Hey, did you guys notice that there are a few mysterious big organizations vigorously absorbing the Royal Group's shares? Thanks to them, the individual clients have become restless and are injecting a mint of money to acquire the Royal Group's shares. This is the main reason for the revival of our Royal Group's shares. This is a miracle in the financial world. Due to the active involvement of other consortium dumping the shares of the 3 consortia which has confounded most small investors, all the small investors began to sell off the 3 consortia's shares, causing their share price to take a nosedive and hit the same price as 3 days ago. This war should have ended with the utter defeat of the Royal Group. Hence, everyone was awestruck by this explosive change in direction. It seemed to them that the financial war had just begun this moment. The staff of the Financial Development Department were not stupid. All of them simultaneously thought of a young man. It was that legendary young man who led the whole company to victory in this financial war which they thought had doomed the company. That young man was Qin Feng, the #1 hedonist young master of Acropolis City, the rightful heir of the Royal Group. Everybody laughed and decried him in the beginning. As the course progressed and when the Royal Group started to go downhill, they started to harbor hatred towards him and despised him. However, as the situation became clearer, Qin Feng's formula seemed to take shape before everybody. His tactic was completely veiled, making it almost impossible for the opponent to put up an effective defense. At first, he gave some benefits to his opponent to let down their guard. Then, he struck back at the most critical moment and caught them off guard. Young Master Qin, brilliant. What a brilliant move. Zhang Feng's excitement had stolen his ability to speak. He was too overwhelmed by the result of Qin Feng's tactic which caused the share price of Royal Group to soar higher and higher. Young Master Qin, I apologize for all those misunderstandings. Please don't blame me. I've been living in the financial world for more than a decade and this is by far the perfect tactic I've ever seen. It's completely unpredictable, not even I was able to recognize the traps that young Master Qin laid. Lu Feng praised Qin Feng non-stop. Even though Ying had only a very basic foundation in stock trading, in seeing how the Royal Group underwent a near-death experience and then a resurrection, she knew that this must be Qin Feng's doing. Standing behind Qin Feng, Ying stared at Qin Feng as if he was a monster. She stayed in the Qin Manor, worked in the Royal Group, and she spent almost her last 24 hours with Qin Feng. As she dug deeper into Qin Feng, she realized that this young man was nothing like the rumor and he harbored countless secrets in his body. Unlike everyone else, Ying did not show any sign of excitement seeing the Royal Group's shares rise. Suddenly, she retreated from the main control room and made a call in a secluded corner. 5 hours passed. Qin Feng had made his statement loud and clear earlier on. Today was the day he retaliated and the day the real financial war began. The Royal Group's shares were soaring and it seemed that it would rise up even higher. Everybody regained their fighting spirit and worked together to help Qin Feng in conquering this financial war. Seeing situation under control again, Qin Feng cheerfully retreated from the main control room to make his call. Ling Xian, help me to express my gratitude to Uncle Zhao. I've seen the Zhao Group has purchased a lot of Royal Group's shares and at the same time, sold a lot of the 3 consortia's shares. Never you mind, Qin Feng. Bing Bing, do you miss me? I'll visit you after I finish my task. Or, you can come to the Qin Manor at night. My bed is large enough for 2 adults. Go to hell. Qiu Yu, help me to express my gratitude to Grandpa and little sister Xia Tian. I miss you guys a lot. Sure, don't worry. Sure man, one day I'll go to the provincial capital to attend your music concert. Don't just give me a voice and nothing more. If you really come, I'll prepare a VIP seat for you. This time, Yun Zhao's phone wasn't shut off, it was a dead dial tone. Qin Feng raised his brows as he made a decision in his heart. He decided he must confirm his relationship with these women and settle down with them at the villas in Cloud City Hua Manor. The royal group was overflowing with happiness while the trio at the Amethyst Dragon Palace had a gloomy and cold expression on their faces. Bang! Li Xiaojia had a very short fuse. He smashed the wine glass in his hand to the floor and shattered the glass into countless shards, causing the red wine to flow onto the snow-white carpet, staining it red. It had the vibe of a bloody scene. Fuck! How is that possible? Hadn't we won already? How did that little brat do that? His actions are beyond common sense. Sima Tu and Prince Wen had the same question on their mind as well. They couldn't fathom why things took a different course and became like this. The three of them were considered rookies in the financial world and they only had a very basic knowledge about the stock market. Thus, it was natural for them not able to see through Qin Feng's obscure tactic. All they knew was that within the past 3 hours, the royal group who was on the verge of declaring bankruptcy suddenly came back to life and its share price skyrocketed several folds. Meanwhile, the share price of the consortia kept falling and they lost millions of yuan in the span of just 3 hours. Perhaps, the royal group was assisted by somebody who is very strong in trading stock. Anyway, I don't believe this is Qin Feng's doing. Sima Tu gave his opinion after he pondered for a while. It doesn't matter who's doing it now. Seems like we failed again, said Prince Wen powerlessly. He was a self-proclaimed prodigy, quick-witted and resourceful. However, he realized that he had yet to defeat Qin Feng even once. Prince Wen was almost torn apart at the end of every battle in which he suffered defeat. Suddenly, a wicked, red, and sinister grin washed over Prince Wen's face, startling Sima Tu and Li Xiaojia. Please allow me a moment to make a call, my friends. We're not finished yet. Li Xiaojia and Sima Tu were confounded by Prince Wen's actions. After both of them pondered a while, Sima Tu's eyes shone brilliantly as a thought crossed his mind. Ha! Prince Wen never failed his name as the most talented young man of Jincheng City. Shrewd and quick-witted, he always planned a few steps ahead of his opponent and it seemed that he still had an ace up his sleeve. This might be the winning shot that could help us reverse the situation. Li Xiaojia regained his senses as well. His angry face was now plastered with a sinister smile. He sneered, "Ah. I'm quite looking forward to Prince Wen's ace. This time, I guess Qin Feng would be so devastated that he will want to commit suicide after he finds out who the ace is." Prince Wen returned holding his wooden fan while the duo were still discussing the next move. Without any sidestepping, both of them hastily asked, "Prince Wen, how was it?" Prince Wen smiled smugly and said, "The situation is very stable, just wait for the show. I'm sure you guys won't be disappointed." Chapter 382, Qin Ye. Chapter 382, Qin Ye. The Royal Club. Even though the Royal Club was closed for the night, it was bustling. Tonight was the celebration party for the Royal Group. All the staff from the Royal Group gathered to commemorate their victory in the financial war. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, you're so handsome tonight. My heart melts just by looking at you. Standing at the main entrance, Qin Feng and Su Ruoro personally welcomed all the incoming guests. Most of them graciously greeted Qin Feng while some of the female staff brazenly flirted with Qin Feng without paying any heed to Su Ruoro, who stood beside Qin Feng. Su Ruoro did not mind their actions. She was content simply standing beside Qin Feng to welcome everybody. Please, help yourselves. There is plenty of good food to eat and entertaining games to play. Enjoy yourselves to your heart content. Chairman Qin will pay for everything tonight. Everybody was overjoyed and seethed with excitement the instant Qin Feng finished talking. The interior of the Royal Club was packed with an innumerable crowd, giving a festive feel that was as lively and as happening as the New Year celebration. Qin Feng was delighted seeing all of the royal group staff finally open up and thoroughly enjoy themselves after getting ravished by tension and misery over the past few war-ridden days. A question suddenly crossed his mind as he turned to Su Ruoro and asked, "Ruoro, where is Ying? Has she arrived yet?" "Big sister Ying have me to inform you that she's too tired to join the celebration tonight, so she went back to Qin Manor to rest. She wants you to have fun with the staff and asked me to tell you not to worry about her," replied Su Ruoro. For the past 3 days, Su Ruoro and Han Ying had kept Qin Feng company as he worked to overcome the financial crisis. As such, Qin Feng knew that these 2 young ladies were dog-tired considering they always fell asleep on a table. "Qin. Young Master Qin." A familiar voice suddenly sounded out. Out of curiosity, Qin Feng and Su Ruoro simultaneously looked over and noticed Li Yuqin dressed in a black silk qipao walking toward them. "Welcome, Yuqin." Qin Feng's gaze fell on Li Yuqin and he was stunned by her tight-fitted qipao that revealed her curvaceous and well-toned shape. He almost failed to resist and nearly stepped forward to grab her. "Good evening, young Master Qin. I'll go ahead inside." Li Yuqin coldly replied to Qin Feng. After learning Qin Feng's true identity, Li Yuqin was filled with rage and disappointment as she felt she ridiculed and used by Qin Feng like a little toy. She even felt she was merely an entertaining tool to satisfy his wicked sense of humor. "Big sister Yuqin, why don't you join us in welcoming the guests?" Su Ruoro pulled Li Yuqin over. Shaking her head, Li Yuqin held a bitter smile and declined Su Ruoro's invitation. "I think I'd better stay out of it. I'm just a normal girl of low origin. I don't want to make a fool of myself and I don't want others to laugh at me." While she was speaking, she shot a few icy glares at Qin Feng. How could Qin Feng not understand Li Yuqin's innuendo? A smug smile crossed his face and he wrapped his arm around Li Yuqin's waist, disregarding her protest. Concurrently, he pulled Su Ruoro into his arms. With 2 drop-dead gorgeous beauties in his embrace, Qin Feng strolled into the clubhouse. "Dear fellow colleagues, please allow me to take this opportunity to extend my warmest welcome to you all. Tonight, the Royal Club will be open only for you. But first, let me brief you all on what we have here. The Royal Club is a 4-story clubhouse and each and every floor is equipped with a wide array of entertainment amenities. I'm sure that everyone here will have a wonderful time. Please enjoy yourselves to the fullest on this night, which is specially prepared by Chairman Qin and myself to express our gratitude for your efforts in overcoming this financial crisis. Without all of you, we'd never have been able to make it through. Without further ado, I now declare the beginning of our celebration party. Everybody, enjoy yourselves." Qin Feng emceed the celebration party with Li Yuqin and Su Ruoro in his arms. When the staff of Royal Group saw how the 2 deadliest beauties in the company glued themselves to Qin Feng's body and recalled his immense family wealth and powerful background, all of them envied Qin Feng for his charmed life. The party had begun. Everybody split into a few groups to enjoy the activities. Qin Feng brought the 2 young ladies to the KTV room on the 3rd floor. When they arrived, they noticed that the KTV room was already occupied by the sales department staff. "Wow, it's young Master Qin and Manager Li. Even our goddess of sales, little sister Ruoro has come. Everybody, let's give them a loud round of applause to welcome them." All three of them were popular in the sales department. Their arrival at the KTV room caused a hubbub. Initially, these people were afraid of Qin Feng when they first learned his true identity. They were afraid that they would be fired should they unintentionally offended Qin Feng. However, all of them had a different view of him after this financial war. Although he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, his wonderful innate skill and powerful strength dwarfed his charmed life and successfully subdued the hearts of the entire royal group, making them sincerely respect him from the bottom of their heart. The entrance of the trio heated the atmosphere in the KTV room. Su Ruoro refused to sing in front of so many people, so she kept Qin Feng by her side to block further invitations. Meanwhile, as the manager of the sales department, Li Yuchen couldn't turn down their offer. Without any options, she had no choice but to sing a song for them. Her song of choice was old, but a classic one. Between her elegant retro black qipao and melodious voice, it seemed to them that she was narrating the history and vicissitude of an era. As if they had traveled back in time, she brought them back to their youth and evoked wonderful, sentimental memories. Overwhelmed by the melodious song, Su Ruoro's eyes flooded with countless emotions no one could understand. Suddenly, she spun herself around, settled onto Qin Feng's lap, and kissed Qin Feng. While kissing him, her exquisite hands began to grope Qin Feng's body without a second thought. Qin Feng was slightly stunned by her aberrant action. He swept his gaze across the room and realized many people were staring at them in astonishment. As such, he pushed Su Ruoro away slightly and asked, "Everybody is looking at you. Are you not embarrassed?" Once again, Su Ruoro pressed hard on Qin Feng's shoulders and said resolutely, "I'm not scared. I want to show to everybody that I, Su Ruoro, am Qin Feng's woman. Qin Feng, I want you to mount me right here, right now." Even though he knew Su Ruoro had become stronger, this kind of change was totally unexpected. With his mind spaced out, Qin Feng stared blankly at this pure and cute little beauty that was sitting on his lap as if this was the first time he saw Su Ruoro. Under the dimmed lights, he noticed that Su Ruoro was alluring and charming, causing Qin Feng's heart to race. Without hesitation, he hugged Su Ruoro and purred in her ear. "Not here, my dear. But I've got a nice place for us to enjoy one another to our heart's content." Listening to Qin Feng's husky and deep voice, Su Ruoro's face turned red as she buried her face in Qin Feng's arms, allowing him to carry her in his arms. When Qin Feng arrived at the restroom in the KTV room, his cell phone rang. "Ruoro, please go inside first. I need to take this call." Qin Feng's face fell when he saw the caller ID. Su Ruoro nodded her head obediently. After she kissed Qin Feng, she bashfully went into the restroom. Qin Feng retreated from the KTV room to a landing to pick up the call. "Uncle Fu, what happened?" Qin Feng's expression was grave. Uncle Fu would not call him unless something serious had happened. "Young Master Qin, I know who is the lord behind those three traitors." "Who is it? What did they say?" Qin Feng hastily asked him as he was awakened by Uncle Fu's statement. Qin Feng had apprehended Feng Xiang and his buddies and sent them to Uncle Fu to extract from them the name of their lord. However, these three stayed tight-lipped and refused to rat out their lord. Uncle Fu had used many tricks and finally broke them, successfully making them open their mouths. They work for Prince Wen in Jincheng City. Prince Wen has also made an alliance with Acropolis City's Sima family and the Li family of Yunhai City. Uncle Fu paused for a moment before he heaved a heavy sigh and continued, "According to my research, there is only one Prince Wen in Jincheng City. He is your cousin, Qin Ye." Qin Feng's brain went blank. He had long suspected that Qin Ye was the real culprit behind this series of tragedies. It was just that he refused to accept the truth because of a phrase Qin Huang told him when Qin Ye visited them. All in all, we're family. Because of his father, Qin Feng let it go and did not pursue Qin Ye anymore. Now the reality of it struck him hard like a train. Qin Feng could only accept the truth. We grow from the same root. Why should we hurt each other in such a rush, sighed Qin Feng. Although he was disappointed by the outcome, his eyes were filled with determination. No matter who his opponent was, he had to pay for what he did. This was Qin Feng's doctrine of problem solving. Does Dad know this? Master Qin already knows about this. Good. I'll be heading back after I finish here. Qin Feng hung up. His heart flooded with all sorts of emotions. Suddenly, he realized a severe problem. The system had not yet notified him of clearance of the mission about the financial war. He should have accomplished it already. He had successfully helped the royal group in overcoming the financial meltdown and identified the culprits behind this incident as the Sima family, the Li family, and Qin Ye. Unless there is someone who I have yet to discover. Qin Feng's expression became grimmer and grimmer as a beautiful young lady suddenly flitted across his train of thought. He never suspected her, but every time he vigilantly called back. Considering everything she had done recently, he indeed had found that her actions were fishy. He hastily pulled out his cell phone and called Qin Huang. Just before he could get through on the call, Qin Feng's expression suddenly blanched in fear. An icy, cold stench of death was closing in fast on him. 3 men clad in nocturnal clothing jostled their way through the crowd and charged at him. Swoosh! Without giving Qin Feng a chance to see his breath, one of the men brandished his broadsword glittering in cold radiance towards Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng hastily circulated his inner qi around his body and dodged the man's assault. Simultaneously, he waved his fist toward the other man who was charging at his left side. Bang! The orange-colored winter iron glove with Thunder Tiger first released a mighty and boundless power. The man in black was just too nimble. Qin Feng missed his target and his attack rammed into the wall of the landing, leaving a large crater on the concrete wall. The trio then positioned themselves at the landing's exit, blocking Qin Feng's only escape route. At the same time, their gazes all fell on Qin Feng's glove and their eyes instantly flooded with the desire to possess it. The rumor is true. This fellow indeed has an orange-grade spiritual equipment. What great luck that I'm good in the art of boxing. This orange-grade glove is mine. The man who dodged Qin Feng's attack once again threw himself at Qin Feng. He was Zhang Jin, the successor of Southern Divine Dragon Fist sect. He was a relatively reputable martial artist in the martial world and well known for his Divine Dragon Fist that reached the acme of perfection. Bang! Unfazed by his attack, Qin Feng released all of his power and took Zhang Jin's Divine Dragon Fist head-on. Divine Dragon Fist and Thunder Tiger Fist. Both were indestructible and flawless in fighting technique, highly destructive, and possessed a strong and fearsome aura that could make ordinary people tremble in fear. The collision of their attack resulted in a loud explosion causing the dust to fall from the top of the wall to the ground. Pfft! After both of them had finished casting their attack, they returned to their original positions. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed his storming blood qi and stood firmly on the ground. On the other hand, the successor of the Southern Divine Dragon Fist Zhang Jin spit out a mouthful of blood. With a reed look, he stared at Qin Feng in disbelief and said while suppressing his storming inner qi, "How can this be? You're still so young and yet you have reached stage 6 external strength. And what kind of fighting technique did you use just now? It's not inferior to my Southern Divine Dragon Fist. It seems that you hold more than just 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments, little brat." Chapter 383, Compelled. Chapter 383, Compelled. Zhang Jin's words knocked the 2 men in black back to their senses. All of them knew that the fighting technique used by Qin Feng was of a yellow grade skill. Normally, this kind of supreme-level skill would only appear in the large sects, and those grandmasters abstained from passing on this kind of skill to an outsider. Anyone who cultivated and mastered this type of fighting technique would transcend to a whole new level, and he would become a dominating entity in the martial world, unchallenged by his peers. With only 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments, Qin Feng was able to make the people in martial world fly into a frenzy. Now they realized that he not only had 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments in his hands, but the fighting technique he practiced was of the yellow grade. They were instantly consumed by their jealousy and morphed into green-eyed monsters, staring fixedly at Qin Feng like a pack of hungry wolves. "We can't belittle this fellow. He is a stage 6 external strength expert, and we probably won't be able to defeat him if we fight him one-on-one. Since we're all here, let's kill him together, split his treasures, and get what we want." Zhang Jin, who clashed with Qin Feng first, proposed this suggestion. In fact, he was the only one among the 3 who had taken up arms against Qin Feng, and even he was shaken by Qin Feng's malice strength. "Deal. I'm fine with that." The 3 of them soon reached a consensus. When they looked at Qin Feng again, the aura on their body got denser and stronger than before. Raising his brows, Qin Feng's brain was racing as many questions roamed in his head. He did not know these 3 people before him. However, Qin Feng deduced from their conversation that the 3 of them might be the ones from the martial world, and he knew that it might have something to do with the martial world disturbance mission released by the system. Could it be they came for my spiritual equipment and my skill books? But how did they know I have orange-grade spiritual equipment and skill books? Young man, Northern Fighting Technique and Southern Fighting Technique are sworn enemies, and the practitioners of both styles are destined to have a duel once they encounter each other. Since you practice the external fighting technique, I shall let you taste the power of the shadow kick of the Northern sect." A middle-aged man among the 3 let out a loud cry and threw himself at Qin Feng. He, Huang Bizi, was the successor of the Northern shadow kick technique. He was lame in one leg. Usually, he stood on one leg while holding his other leg in midair. It was hard to believe that a person like him was a master martial artist that honed his leg fighting technique to the point of perfection. With the shadow kick, the airstream surrounding them vibrated vigorously. A fearsome wind sound echoed and cut through the air as layer upon layer of astral leg shadows fancily danced madly before Qin Feng. Crackles. Seeing the leg shadows about to land on his head, Qin Feng quickly waved his hand and an orange-colored whip containing thunder and lightning appeared as he drew his orange-grade spirit snake whip. He swung the whip and showered it down onto the myriad of illusionary leg shadows. Bang! 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 Qin Feng released his stage 3 inner chi, morphing his spirit snake whip into layers and layers of whipping shadows. The whipping shadows were far more intense than Huang Bizi's leg shadows and sent Huang Bizi flying when the shadows collided. Orange-grade spiritual whip. The rumor is true. This is the second orange-grade spiritual equipment. Zhang Jin and the man with the broadsword ignored the injured Huang Bizi and set their gaze on Qin Feng's spirit snake whip instead. They gulped a few times. "What are you 2 doing? Go get him." "Let me get this straight. I practice a leg technique and this spirit whip maze my attacking style very well, so this spirit whip will be mine." Southern sect Zhang Jin set his mind on obtaining Qin Feng's winter iron glove, while the Northern sect Huang Bizi had settled on his spirit snake whip. Seeing his companions had made their choice, the man with broadsword became a little bit edgier. He released a loud cry of rage and lunged with his glittering cold, radiant broadsword at Qin Feng. This menacing broadsword was obviously a white-grade spiritual weapon. Broadsword wielder of the martial world, Li Kuai Shou is here. Boy, your life will end here today. Li Kuai-shou waved the broadsword in his hand so fast that the cumbersome sword blurred before Qin Feng's eyes, drawing a flurry of blades in the air. The flurry formed a torrent of blade shadows in great momentum and triggered the airstream surrounding them, causing the air to vibrate. The relentless blade shadows then hailed down on Qin Feng. Chaotic sword dance. Li Kuai-shou used his strongest move and planned to end Qin Feng's life in this strike. Frowning deeply, Qin Feng did not dare to dismiss Li Kuai-shou and the barrage of blade shadows. He hastily put away his spirit snake whip and summoned an orange-colored long sword. The long sword spun at an extreme speed. Orange-colored sword Qi waltzed gracefully in the air. Basic sword style. The collision of broadsword and longsword was catastrophic. Dozens of sword Qi clashed with the flurry of the blade shadows, releasing an ear-deafening and jarring sound. The walls were hit by the sword Qi and blade shadows and were left with streaks of deep and narrow marks. Even the wooden staircase couldn't escape its fate and broke into pieces before it slammed onto the ground. Pft! Pft! The landing was too small for Qin Feng's and Li Kuai-shou's attacks. Both of them had little space to dodge and were sent flying by one other's attack. Both of them spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Panting, Qin Feng balanced himself on the ground with his sword. Li Kuai-shou used his broadsword to support his muscular body as well. His eyes were filled with joy as they locked onto Qin Feng's true steel sword. This is the third orange-grade spiritual equipment. I love long sword. I'm getting tired of playing broadsword every day, it's time for a change. Qin Feng sat above the staircase while the trio stood under the staircase. Both sides looked at each other with their eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Li Kuai-shou and his companions were shocked. The three originally thought this was a hoax. They never imagined that Qin Feng indeed owned 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments. Therefore, when they saw Qin Feng pull out 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments one after another, they believed the rumors. The 3 of them just couldn't understand it. Even though Qin Feng was a prodigy that cultivated both internal and external strength, he was only a cultivator with stage 6 external strength and stage 4 inner qi. There were plenty of martial artists with his level of strength in the martial world, and his achievement was considered noteless amongst the martial artists. Besides, there were dozens of master martial artists who were far stronger than Qin Feng who couldn't even get a white-grade spiritual equipment, let alone one of the orange-grade spiritual equipments that Qin Feng possessed. Qin Feng. Why are you sitting there? Is that a sword in your hand? Suddenly, Li Yuqin walked toward Qin Feng. She came especially for Qin Feng. This was her decision after she thought long and hard. She must make their absurd relationship clear. Fuck off. Don't come near to me. Qin Feng suddenly growled at Li Yuqin. The 3 martial artists were hiding behind the landing. Qin Feng was certain that the 3 of them would kill Li Yuqin without a second thought once she walked into their kill zone. Qin Feng sat above the staircase. His back was still bleeding. Stunned, Li Yuqin was taken aback by Qin Feng's vulgarity. She stood 5 meters away from the landing and stared blankly at Qin Feng with her dewy eyes. Li Yuqin thought the wind had meddled with her hearing. She did not believe what she had heard. Her body trembled when she spoke. What are you saying? I ask you to fuck off, bye. Suddenly, Qin Feng let out a fit of brazen laughter. Ha! I know what you came for. You want to discuss the relationship between you and me, am I right? Are you insane? Do you have any idea who am I? I'm the first young master of Acropolis City, Qin Huang's only born son, the rightful heir of the royal group. Who are you, young lady? You're just a country bumpkin from a village. An overaged woman left on the shelf, bereft any attractiveness, and you think that you are worthy enough to be the great Qin Feng, partner? Please forget about it. Hurry up and fuck off. Completely shattered, Li Yuqin couldn't hold them back anymore and large beads of crystal-clear tears glided down her cheek. She did not know why Qin Feng had changed so much. Didn't he praise my hometown as beautiful and say the air there is fresh when we went back to Qinshui town? Didn't he display a polite demeanor and not put on the air of a hedonistic young master when he saw my poverty-ridden house and meet my aged parents? Why has everything changed so suddenly? Is this your doing? Is this your way of showing your wicked sense of humor to a pathetic person? Just because you're young Master Qin you think you can play with other people's hearts? What's good about you aside from your charmed life? How can you casually look down on other people? Li Yuqin felt her sky crumble, killing her speech. She took a few steps backward. Tears blurred her eyesight, but she still could see a vague figure of Qin Feng. She gnashed on her teeth and looked at Qin Feng for the very last time. This time, however, her eyes were filled with coldness and hatred. Starting from this moment, she hated Qin Feng. Her hatred toward Qin Feng was so great that she wanted to rush forward and kill him now. She said nothing and spun around, running towards the crowd and vanished among the sea of people. Qin Feng's heart finally dropped. He had no other option, otherwise Li Yuqin would have walked towards him and, at that time, would become a dead body. TSK, I was thinking of taking that young lady as my hostage. I did not know you were such a heartless bastard. I should kill you today as an enforcer executing justice on behalf of heaven. Zhang Jing and his two companions walked forward after Li Yuqin had left. They were recuperating their inner qi and were almost back to full health. I don't know you and you guys go on a killing spree just to sna away my spiritual equipments and skill books. You are not noble people to begin with. What is the point of putting up a high and mighty facade before me now? With a hideous expression, Qin Feng suddenly roared, "Go to hell." Crackles. Spirit's snake whip suddenly descended from the sky. The orange-colored whip sent out layer upon layer of overlapping shadows carrying a dense inner qi and was slammed at the trio. The three of them were startled by Qin Feng's attack and they hastily retreated. Just when they had taken a few steps, they realized the whip shadows that filled the whole sky had vanished along with Qin Feng. That fellow is gone. Fuck, we fell into that brat's trap. Zhang Jin returned to his senses first. Go get him. He must have gone through the window, Wang Bizi yelled coldly. The three of them arrived at the window, saw that Qin Feng had just landed, and he ran toward the bustling crowd. He soon vanished amongst the sea of people. Fuck. We can't attack him in public. The trio's faces sank upon seeing the street filled with cars and people. The martial artist from the martial world had made a pact with the nation. They were forbidden from settling their disputes in public, and once they interrupted the life of an ordinary person, they would be pursued and punished by the Dragon Gate. Let's follow him. He's injured and I don't believe that we won't find another chance to kill him. Once again, the three of them reached a consensus. They then jumped from the third floor and scattered amongst the sea of people, tracking Qin Feng. Little pig, purchase 2 elementary golden sore medicines for me, said Qin Feng while he jostled through the crowd. He covered a laceration on his chest with his hand to prevent the blood from flowing out. Little pig, how many hedonist points do I have left? Master, you have 3,950 hedonist points left after you purchased the elementary golden sore medicine. Qin Feng knew that the mission Martial World Disturbance must be very dangerous after meeting with Zhang Jing, Wang Bizi, and Li Kuai-shou. He was certain that more and more martial artists must be lurking around Acropolis City, awaiting their chance to hunt him down and sna away his spiritual equipment and skill books. Qin Feng felt that he must improve his overall strength in the shortest possible time. However, with only 3,950 hedonist points, he realized that he couldn't purchase anything that was useful to him. Tisk, little pig, help me to tend the wound on my back. Qin Feng took an elementary golden sore medicine and applied it to the wound on his pecs. After 5 minutes, Qin Feng's wounds healed fast. He hastily pulled out his cell phone and called Qin Huang as there was something he must verify. Fenger, have you finished your task? Dad, we're in trouble. Listen to me, you must go now to check the bank account balance of that phony corporation. And find Han Ying at once and restrain her. Chapter 384, The Real Han Ying. Chapter 384, The Real Han Ying. Qin Huang was perplexed by Qin Feng's baffling phone call. Nevertheless, he still went to check on the phony corporation's bank account balance. He was stunned when he saw the balance. The royal group had successfully overcome the financial crisis. Not only did they not suffer any loss, they even obtained 500 million yuan of shares from the 3 consortia. After that, Qin Feng had transferred all of shares along with the 60% shares from the royal group into that phony corporation's account. Now, the shares had completely evaporated and all that was left behind was an empty shell. Shit! Qin Huang smelled a rat. He quickly pulled out his cell phone and called Uncle Fu. 5 minutes later, Uncle Fu arrived at Qin Huang's room and reported grimly, "Master, Miss Han is gone. She took all of her belongings. I'm guessing she has run away." Whamp! Out of his anger, Qin Huang smacked the solid wood chair hard, shattering it in the process. Qin Huang had treated Han Ying like his own daughter. He nurtured her with great attention and care, hoping she would be a great help to Qin Feng in the future, or the very least, she would be a capable woman should she ever leave the Qin family. Qin Huang never imagined that he would one day be betrayed by her. Unbelievable. She's our Qin family's femme fatale. Qin Huang's complexion was morose and haggard. He could not accept the fact that he was betrayed by one of his closest family friends. He fell back to his chair as if he had lost his vigor. After he calmed his muddled mind, he picked up his cell phone and called his son. "Dad, did Han Ying escape with the shares?" Qin Feng had already anticipated the outcome, seeing how long his dad took to return his call. "Fenger, are you in trouble? Come back to Qin Manor now and we'll figure out together how to settle this problem." Qin Huang's eyes twitched as an awful premonition suddenly arose in Qin Huang's heart. "I'm pursued by somebody, so I can't go back now. Let Uncle Fu protect you and don't worry about me. I'll be fine." Qin Feng threw his phone away once he hung up. He had no idea how the martial artists from the martial world could locate him, so he had to discard anything that could expose his whereabouts. He escaped from the royal club because he wanted to lure the martial artists away. Qin Feng didn't want to give them any chance to hurt innocent people. Su Ruoro, Lu Wenjing, and all the staff from the royal group were in the royal club while his dad, Uncle Fu, and his house servants were at the Qin Manor. Qin Feng cared for them greatly. He would rather shoulder this crisis all by himself than allow the people he cared about to be injured. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for clearing the mission. Assist the royal group in overcoming the financial crisis and fish out the prime movers behind this tragedy. The system will reward host Qin Feng 3,000 hedonist points. Notification of the system had confirmed to Qin Feng that Han Ying was indeed the prime mover behind this financial crisis. "How dare you betray me, Han Ying? I must have been blind to have trusted you," yelled Qin Feng in his heart. If Han Ying appeared before Qin Feng right now, he swore that he would tear apart her shirt and torment her to death. Qin Feng could still sense the presence of the 3 martial artists. He raised his brows while looking at the system. He noticed he now had 6,950 hedonist points left. Now he only wanted to reach 10,000 hedonist points and purchase the swords of Duga technique. This was probably the best way to take his strength to a whole new level. Nevertheless, Qin Feng still had an ace up his sleeve, Ximen Chui Shui, who resided in the Elysium of Heroes. However, Qin Feng could not summon Ximen Chui Shui unless the situation called for it. He did not know how strong Ximen Chui Shui would be when he summoned him on Earth and how much strength would remain under the corrosion of the Earth's magnetic field. He bolted along the way and 10 minutes passed. Qin Feng had withdrawn himself from the bustling downtown and arrived in a suburban area. In front of him was the coiling Snake Mountain where he had raced at before. Qin Feng realized that this place was not fit for battle as it was too desolated and uninhabited. I must find somewhere much more suitable for me to fight. Qin Feng's mind raced as he spoke. Very soon, he pointed his finger at the mountain resort opposite Coiling Snake Mountain. The mountain resort was one of the royal group's estates which excelled in the tourism sector. Previously, Qin Feng had brought Bai Qing to attend her school gathering at there, and it was also the place where he first met the Yin-Yang elders. His black turtle still resided in the Song River. Above the Song River was the Devil Beast Mountain where he made an acquaintance with the fairy Hua Xianyu and had faced off with the ferocious three-eyed elephant boar. Before he left Devil Beast Mountain, he had successfully fused 2 battle pets, Glacial Snow Mastiff and Flaming Golden Falcon. He missed them a lot. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. That's right. I'll lure the martial artists into the Devil Beast Mountain above the mountain resort. The Devil Beast Mountain is loaded with many ferocious beasts and traps. I'm certain that they won't be able to come out alive after they enter the mountain. After he had picked his battlefield, Qin Feng made haste and ran toward the mountain resort. The Amethyst Dragon Palace. Qin Ye, Sima Tu, and Li Xiaojia sat around a table. All of them were filled with happiness, guzzling down glasses after glasses of wine, savoring the joy of victory. Ha! What a beautiful move, Prince Wen. That moron Qin Feng thought he had earned a mint from us, but in the end, that money, along with his royal group's shares, has returned to us. Ha! He really has paid a double cost, said Li Xiaojia as he grinned from ear to ear. It's like a roller coaster ride working with you, Prince Wen. It was a wonderful maw. Sima Tu and Qin Ye downed another glass of wine. Qin Ye smiled faintly as he said indifferently, even though the royal group won the financial war, but I guess they would rather let the royal group go bankrupt. Since we now own 60% of their shares, we're the legal owner of the royal group, and that Qin Huang has to work for us. Once a person who stood above the masses, he has plummeted down to be the servant of others. That feeling is so unbearable that not even I, let alone that Qin Huang, can handle it. Qin Ye's words tickled Sima Tu and Li Xiaojia so much so they broke out into a fit of brazen laughter. Then, he added, I received the news that first BA of martial artists from the martial world have snuck into Acropolis City. The Southern Divine Dragon Fist successor Zhang Jin, the Northern Shadow Kick's disciple Huang Bizi, and the broadsword wielder Li Kuai-shou engaged Qin Feng 20 minutes ago. Although they failed to kill him, both sides have sustained heavy injuries after their standoff. Right now, Qin Feng is fleeing in disarray from them, not even daring to go back to his own home. This time, I'm sure he will die in a secluded corner. 3 of them toasted their success while fantasizing about the end of Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, a woman bolted into the Amethyst Dragon Palace, attracting the trio's attention. Here comes our heroine. Ying, come have a seat with us. Han Ying was dressed in a fiery red qipao that revealed her Coke bottle-shaped body. Her qipao had a high slit that reached her lower thigh, and when she walked, her beautiful long legs would slip out as they made a bid for freedom. The sight was so erotic and alluring that the trio's eyes were glued to her legs. Her face held no emotion, and when she took a seat, a surge of fragrance filled the parlor. Don't call me Ying. Our relationship is no more than a business relationship. Han Ying parried him coldly. They all were familiar with Han Ying's background and they knew how powerful she was, so they hastily withdrew their gazes seeing she was seething with anger. We've seized a total victory and we should joyfully celebrate our success. Why does Miss Han have to be a killjoy? Said Qin Ye as he handed a glass of wine to Han Ying. Han Ying did not take the glass of wine. Instead, she looked at Qin Ye and said, "Our partnership is over and I've fulfilled my part. For now, I should get 20% of the royal group's shares and 5% of the shares from each of your corporations." However. Yes, it is. Qin Ye cut her short. Then, he said while smiling faintly, "Don't you worry about the shares, Miss Han. We'll fulfill our promise tomorrow." "That's not what I meant." Han Ying replied emotionlessly. "I don't want 15% of your corporations. I want the entire 60% of the royal group's shares." 3 of them were stunned by Han Ying. Qin Ye fell silent for a moment and then asked, "What do you mean by this, Miss Han?" "I mean that literally. I hated Qin Feng, so I want to take over his family's property and see him begging for living for the rest of his life." Han Ying had yet again confounded Qin Ye, Li Xiaojie, and Sima Tuesday. Once they regained their senses, they all laughed. Ha! Legend has said a woman is the most vicious being on the earth, so this is true. A pretty girl is the deadliest and perfect weapon to kill a man. I swear I won't touch any beautiful ladies anymore. Sima Tu shook his head. Marvelous. Li Xiaojie applauded. Han Ying had formed a pact with Qin Ye long ago. Their alliance could date back to the first time Han Ying came to Acropolis City, when she first met Qin Feng at the banquet of the rich and powerful. Han Ying approached him with purpose. The elders in the Han family in Jincheng City were officials and had only just stepped into the business world starting with Han Ying. She was a capable young lady, had ethereal beautiful features, and had a mind comparable to a genius. Due to her sharp wit and sagacity, she led the Han Corporation to flourish in the business world. Nevertheless, her Han Corporation was still kind of lackluster compared to the royal group and other prime leaders of the industry. Their strong, firm foundation and wide network were something Han Ying could not surpass in a short time. Han Ying was a cold and prideful woman. She would not allow other people to step above her. As such, she decided to further enhance the Han Corporation to another level. After doing some research, she set her eye on Qin Feng at Acropolis City. Qin Feng was a notorious hedonistic young master, best known for his lasciviousness and his stupidity. Han Ying had a specific set of skills to deal with this kind of hedonistic young master, so after she made a pact with Qin Ye, she started to approach Qin Feng. Initially, Han Ying did not harbor any feelings toward Qin Feng. In fact, from the bottom of her heart, she loathed and was disgusted by this kind of incompetent hedonistic master. As such, she did not feel any remorse when cooperating with Qin Ye to bring down the royal group. However, the more she got to know Qin Feng, Han Ying realized the rumors about him were falsified. Qin Feng had too many secrets. His indomitable power, his great wisdom. Han Ying had taken a liking toward Qin Feng within 2 months. Although it wasn't strong, she truly loved him. Han Ying never experienced this kind of feeling toward other men and she was bewildered by it. As such, she hesitated again and again. Nevertheless, she chose to betray Qin Feng at the very last moment. She had finally accomplished her long-awaited goal unsuccessfully in taking down the royal group. She could finally make the Han Corporation catapult higher to the top. But, Han Ying did not feel happy or excited. In fact, she was sad. A surge of shame and unease began to well up within her heart, suffocating her in the process. She forcibly suppressed her guilt as she knew that there was no turning back. There was no medicine to cure this feeling of regret and no time travel machine to reverse her actions. What was done, and she could only keep moving forward. All she could do now was retrieve all of the royal group's shares. She knew that the royal group might really become history should the royal group ever fall into the hands of Qin Ye, Sima Tu, and Li Xiaojia. She didn't want that to happen. Miss Han, according to our agreement, you will get 20% of royal group's shares and 5% from each of the corporations behind us. Now that you suddenly want to claim all 60% of royal group's shares as your own, don't you think that your request is kind of unreasonable, Miss Han? Qin Ye looked at Han Ying before he finished laughing. Maintaining a cold expression, Han Ying continued, I don't want your shares. I'll use 300 million to purchase the remainder of the royal group's shares. Is that a deal? Three of them fell silent for a moment before simultaneously replying, excellent. Miss Han is indeed a magnanimous person. Then, it is a deal. Chapter 385, Devil Beast Mountain. Chapter 385, Devil Beast Mountain. The night was silent. The breeze was cold. Most of the people had fallen into a deep slumber after a rough day. However, this was only the beginning of Qin Feng's great escape plan. He ran all the way down from the coiling Snake Mountain to the mountain resort. After that, he drove a speedboat towards Devil Beast Mountain. The nights at Devil Beast Mountain were extremely eerie. The intermittent roaring and growling of the beasts wafted from the mountain into Qin Feng's ears even though he was still far away. Little pig, where is Black Turtle? Asked Qin Feng. He felt it was impossible for him to locate Black Turtle in this vast river. Wait a sec. Here it is. According to the system, Black Turtle is 500 kilometers away from Master, answered Little Pig. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth tweaked vigorously. 500 kilometers? It would be too late even if Black Turtle made haste and came to me now. Li Kuai-shou and his two companions were closing in on him fast and it was only a matter of time before they would CA up to him. Seems like entering Devil Beast Mountain is the only option I have left. Qin Feng clenched his teeth as he made his decision. He accelerated the speedboat, raising a few waves, and went to Devil Beast Mountain at full speed. Zhang Jing and his two companions were sitting in a speedboat about 200 meters behind Qin Feng. Where the fuck is he going? Who cares? I don't think he can run any longer. Frankly, I think it's better if he ran toward the Song River. When he runs out of fuel, I want to see if he is going to jump into the river or submit to us obediently without putting up a fight, said Li Kuai-shou as he licked his broadsword with a wicked grin. After 20 minutes of rushing, Qin Feng anchored the speedboat beside Devil Beast Mountain and ducked into it without a second thought. What the hell? What is this place? These are roars of beasts. Zhang Jin and his two companions arrived soon after. Like Qin Feng, they anchored the speedboat beside Devil Beast Mountain, but they did not rush into it. Could this mountain be the legendary Devil Beast Mountain? I don't believe it is here. Huang Bizi's eyes shone brightly as if he had discovered a new continent. Devil Beast Mountain. The valley that surged with spiritual essence, flourished with valuable medicinal herbs, and is roamed by the beasts, exclaimed Li Kuai-shou with a mix of emotions. If this mountain really was the Devil Beast Mountain, that meant they were stepping into an otherworldly zone which was beset with extreme dangers and temptations. At their current strength, they might never come out again if they entered. I'm pretty sure this is the Devil Beast Mountain. Are we going in? If not, then that fellow is getting away, Huang Bizi anxiously shouted to his companions. We're going in. Even that little brat had the guts to go in. What do we have to be afraid of? As long as we keep to the perimeter, I guess there won't be much of a problem for the three of us. Li Kuai-shou was unsure of what would be waiting for them inside the Devil Beast Mountain. He yelled loudly to brace himself. After hesitating for a quick moment, the three of them went into Devil Beast Mountain. The temptation of the 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments and yellow-grade skill book was too huge. After the trio went into Devil Beast Mountain, another speedboat carefully pulled in toward the shore. A few men in black secretly surveyed the surroundings before calling their lord. Prince Wen, Qin Feng has gone into Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Feng had come to the Devil Beast Mountain during the daytime before. Even though the sun was hanging high in the sky within Devil Beast Mountain remained dark and melancholy, as if it was shrouded in a dome of darkness. Hence, one could imagine how creepy and eerie it was at nighttime. The whole forest was filled with a chilling, ghastly breeze and long shadows of tall trees under the light of the moon. This was the perfect scene for a horror movie. The weather in Devil Beast Mountain was at its worst, bitterly cold with a wintry wind. Qin Feng only had on a short-sleeved shirt, causing him to shiver in the cold. Cracks. He accidentally snapped a tree branch and a slight crisp sounded out. Immediately, Qin Feng lowered his body and vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. He is there. Li Kuai-shou and his 2 companions had already caught up to Qin Feng and they were about 20 meters away from him. Qin Feng quickly spurred his legs and sprinted toward the inner part of the forest. He kept running even though his body was torn by the sharp tree branches as he brushed past them. Shadow kick. Suddenly, a strong gale roared behind Qin Feng. A silhouette leaped into the air and spun around before landing his kick. Crackles. Qin Feng pulled out his spirit snake whip without a second thought. He looked around and realized that the place he stood was a good spot for battle, so he stopped running and faced off with the trio. Phantom Whip Technique. The night sky was brimming with beams of orange radiance. The spirit snake whip released a deluge of whipping shadows moving in a cascade-like motion and rained down on Huang Bizi. Rumbles. The gust formed by the shadow kick was overpowered by the devastating whip shadows. The long whip pierced through the dense kick shadows and wrapped around Huang Bizi's waist, throwing him into the sky. Brat, my blade. Our battle still remains undecided. Let's resume our fight. After Huang Bizi was sent flying, Li Kuai-shou and Zhang Jin went forward simultaneously, commencing a pincer attack on Qin Feng. The broadsword in Li Kuai-shou's hand released a dismal, chilly aura and shot out flurry of blades into the air. Zhang Jin had not yet released his full strength during their first fight. Qin Feng was shocked that Zhang Jin could produce layers of fist energy waves just by waving his giant fists in the air. Rumbles. Qin Feng jumped 3 meters in the air, attempting to avoid the attack. To his dismay, his attempt was futile. The collision between the fist energy waves and the flurry of blades was too strong. It created thunderous currents and slammed Qin Feng into a nearby tree. Without giving him a chance to take a breath, Li Kuai-shou hastily sent forth an additional attack. The broadsword waltzed in the air and dozens of blades shot out in all directions. Clank! 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 Qin Feng quickly went around the tree to dodge the attack. The blades landed on the hardened tree bark and released a loud jarring sound. He ran all the way up to the top of the tree. Then, Qin Feng released his spirit snake whip again, creating a spherical formation of innumerable whip shadows. They swirled around Li Kuai-shou like a cloud before slamming into him from every possible angle and severely injuring him. Shadow kick. Another strong gust of wind surged at Qin Feng from the front. This attack was initiated by Huang Bizi, who had recovered from his injuries. He was fully restored, so his attack was far stronger and heavier than before. Qin Feng hastily brandished his spirit snake whip around to neutralize Huang Bizi's relentless attack. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng was busy parrying Huang Bizi's attack, a fearsome wind sound echoed from behind. Divine Dragon Fist. Dozens of fist energy waves whizzed at Qin Feng at sonic speed. He did not have enough time to dodge it. If these three people fought with Qin Feng one-on-one, they would definitely not be difficult opponents. However, things were not in Qin Feng's favor when the three of them joined forces. They cornered him and Qin Feng was in a terrible fix facing three of them simultaneously. Bang! 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 The fist energy waves landed on Qin Feng's back over and over again, causing him to vomit. Mouthfuls of blood every time a fist fell. Zhang Jin was a stage 7 external strength master and his fist power could reach up to 400 kilograms. If it wasn't for Qin Feng's flying dragon armor, his organs might have been crushed by Zhang Jin already. Thump! Qin Feng fell to the ground after receiving 5 punches in the air. Li Kuai-shou and his 2 companions hastily descended and went to Qin Feng's side. Li Kuai-shou then placed his cold, glittering broadsword at Qin Feng's neck. Give us your orange-grade spiritual equipments and your skill book. If you follow our instruction obediently, we might let you go. Qin Feng covered his chest with his hand and spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. His restless inner qi was soothed a bit. He glanced around at his surroundings, desperately looking for an escape route. Suddenly, his eyes glowed as he found a red spirit elixir plant behind him. The shape of red spirit elixir plant was similar to a morning glory, as large as an adult palm, and red in color. It was a valuable medicinal herb plentiful in spiritual essence. Last time, when Qin Feng encountered the 3-eyed elephant boar on Devil Beast Mountain, he was able to turn the tables and successfully subdue the 3-eyed elephant boar only because he consumed this red spirit elixir plant. You only want my spiritual equipments and my skill book. If I give them to you, will you let me go? Qin Feng was stalling for time. Of course we will. We have no enmity against you, it's natural for us not to kill you. The trio nodded their head. Qin Feng was tickled pink by them. These martial artists were the most pretentious people he had ever met. They all deliberately faked an awe-inspiring righteousness when in fact they were the most despicable people in the world. Qin Feng did not believe they would let him go after he handed his spiritual equipments and skill book to them, since snaying other spiritual equipment was not a glorious affair to begin with and would tarnish their reputation if the news ever got out. Only the dead couldn't testify. Very well, I trust you. The moment Qin Feng finished speaking, he threw an object from his hand. The orange-colored true steel sword flew into the air and shot far out, drawing a perfect arc. The treasured orange-grade sword. I want it. Li Kuai-shou's eyes shone brightly as he ran after the true steel sword. Swoosh! Swoosh! Seeing Li Kuai-shou had gone after the true steel sword, Qin Feng quickly threw the winter iron glove and spirit snake whip in 2 different directions. Following Li Kuai-shou's action, Huang Bizi and Zhang Jin both ran toward the spiritual equipment that they coveted. After the trio had left, Qin Feng hastily pulled himself together and went to the red spirit elixir plant. He had consumed this flower before, so he knew how to uproot it. The red spirit elixir flower bloomed every 10 years and it usually grew within the dense forest. It absorbed spiritual energy from the sun and the moon and gathered it into essence, storing the essence in its petals and stems. However, this spiritual plant was extremely fragile. Once it left the soil, it would wilt away immediately. The spiritual essence stored in its petals and stems would change and instantly leave the body, evaporating into the air. With extra care, Qin Feng softened the soil surrounding the red spirit elixir flower and cupped it and the soil in his hands. The bright red spirit elixir flower released an alluring fragrance. This spiritual plant contained one of the best ingredients to concoct pills of immortality or reviving herbs. However, Qin Feng hadn't broken through stage 4, so he couldn't concoct the pills of immortality yet. Plus, he had sustained heavy internal injuries and he was in a dire state. Without hesitation, he gulped down the whole red spirit elixir flower. Rumbles. He swallowed the red spirit elixir flower and a wild and barbarous spiritual qi immediately bursted within his body. This spiritual qi was the spiritual essence that the red spirit elixir flower amassed from the sun, the moon, the heaven, and the earth. After the spiritual qi was freed from the red spirit elixir flower, it ran wildly throughout Qin Feng's body like a stampede of horses galloping in the wild grasslands. Qin Feng quickly sat down and crossed his legs, circulating and directing the spiritual qi of the sun, the moon, the heaven, and the earth into his core and slowly merged them with his own inner qi. This was a sophisticated and slow process. It required the person to relax both spiritually and physically to condense qi and absorb the vast and dense spiritual qi of the sun, the moon, the heaven, and the earth. Qin Feng's body was filled with an insurmountable spiritual qi, replenishing his inner qi and speedily regenerating his battered body. Qin Feng even felt as though he could break into stage 4 inner qi once he completely absorbed all the spiritual qi in the red spirit elixir flower. Stage 4 inner qi was the last barrier for an inner strength cultivator, and Qin Feng's power would experience a manifold increase once he successfully broke through it. Ha ha ha. This treasured sword is really such a good sword. It's far stronger than my base sword. Suddenly, Li Kuai-shou's laugh wafted into his ear. He had returned after retrieving the true steel sword. Chapter 386, Flaming Dragon Horse and Spear of Rathalos. Chapter 386, Flaming Dragon Horse and Spear of Rathalos. This glove suits me the best. I'm a stage 7 external strength expert, practice yellow grade divine dragon fist, and now I own an orange grade glove. I'll be the strongest boxer in the martial world. Zhang Jin had returned as well with the winter iron glove in his hand. Shadow kick. Huang Bizi's body vanished and reappeared in midair. He swished the spirit snake whip in his hand, raising radiant orange-colored whip shadows that gleamed over the sky and divided a small nearby tree in half. Ha! Nobody can escape my attack anymore. The trio was so exhilarated by the orange-grade spiritual equipment that they ignored Qin Feng, who was quickly restoring himself on the ground. After having enough fun with his newly obtained toy, Li Kuai-shou then looked coldly at Qin Feng and asked, "We have gotten our spiritual equipment. What should we do with this brat now?" Zhang Jin and Huang Bizi stopped and held back their excitement. The three then surrounded Qin Feng. "He still has a yellow-grade boxing technique. Give it to me now," exclaimed Zhang Jin as he glared at Qin Feng. "I can't do it now. You have to release me, and after I have reached a safe place, I'll give it to you." As Qin Feng spoke, he continued to merge the spiritual qi of the sun, the moon, the heaven, and the earth with his own inner qi. The three of them busted out laughing. Ha! So naive, so naive. You're so gullible. Do you really think that we will release you, little boy? Stop dreaming and give it to me now, otherwise you'll suffer a death that is beyond your imagination. Li Kuai-shou placed the true steel sword on Qin Feng's neck. Qin Feng had anticipated these three would burn their bridge with him. He then said nervously, What are you guys going to do? Didn't you guys promise to release me once I gave you the spiritual equipment? How can you guys still stay in the martial world if you can't keep your promises? Humph. I have to eliminate you to protect my reputation. As you know, only the dead can't testify. Stop bullshitting around and give us the skill book, yelled Li Kuai-shou as he added pressure to his sword hand. The sharp blade cut into Qin Feng's skin and a rivulet of blood started to stream down. I refuse. I'll be a dead man if I give it to you. Qin Feng continued stalling for time. Ha! Very well, it won't matter to me anyway. I don't practice the art of boxing whatsoever. You fulfilled your duty, young man. It's time for you to die. Since Li Kuai-shou practiced sword skill and Huang Bizi practiced leg technique, they were not really interested in Qin Feng's Thunder Tiger Fish technique. On the other hand, Zhang Jin's yellow-gray Divine Dragon Fist was almost on par with Qin Feng's Thunder Tiger Fist. He did not think long and nodded to Zhang Jin. Seeing the long sword in Li Kuai-shou's hand was ready to descend onto his neck, Qin Feng yelled, "Even if I must die, at least let me die knowing the entire story. I hid my spiritual equipment and skill book very well. Where did you guys get the intel from? Haha. Since I obtained a treasured orange-grade sword from you, then I shall let you die contentedly by telling you the truth." The news was spread by that brat from the Li family in Yunhai City. Now the whole martial world is hunting you down, waiting hungrily to sna away your spiritual equipment. Even if you did not die in our hands, you certainly would die in the hands of some other martial artist. Now that you know the truth, you can close your eyes and die happy. Shroom. Suddenly, Li Kuai-shou's complexion turned vile, his body exuded a suffocating aura. He brandished the true steel sword swiftly and slammed a few blade flurries down on Qin Feng. Rumbles. The intermediate Thunder Tiger Fist released an indomitable aura. Qin Feng created dozens of fists within a blink of an eye, detonating the air and forming a strong fist energy that shot out in multiple directions. Bang! 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 The fist energy clashed with the blade flurries, releasing a loud ear-piercing, jarring sound. Seizing his golden opportunity, Qin Feng bounced and arrived on top of a large tree nearly 10 meters behind him. Li Kuai-shou and his two companions were stunned, their faces blanched in fear. Immediately, they recoiled one after another while cursing Qin Feng. The trio was high-strung as they thought Qin Feng was bound for death. They thought he was an ant they could easily crush at any moment. They never expected him to make a comeback at this crucial moment and they instantly lost sight of him. Fuck. That brat deceived us. He did not get injured. My Divine Dragon Fist was extremely powerful and each punch carries the power of thousands. He must have been injured. He forcibly endured 5 punches from me and is still standing. Could it be he has been concealing his true strength all along? Where did he go? We must kill him today. Qin Feng concealed himself within the lush greens of the tree top. He could clearly see the situation below him. Suddenly, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for clearing the third side mission of Martial World Disturbance and successfully figuring out that the prime mover behind the Martial World Crisis is Li Xiaojia. The system will reward host Qin Feng 1,000 Hedonist points, a flaming horse, and a spear of Rathalos. Ding! New chain mission from the Hedonist Sovereign System, Beasts Clan Disturbance. Main mission, find the king of the beasts and rule over the reign of the beasts. The system will reward host Qin Feng 50,000 Hedonist points if the mission is cleared. If the mission is failed, 100,000 Hedonist points will be deducted and the human race and beasts clans will fall into chaos. Time limit, none. First side mission of Beasts Clan Disturbance. Host has to order the Beasts Clan that resides in Devil Beast Mountain to fend off the enemies. 500 Hedonist points will be rewarded if the mission is cleared. If the mission is failed, host Qin Feng will be trapped in Devil Beast Mountain for 3 months. The notification that echoed in Qin Feng's brain made his jaw drop as he stared with incredulity. He suspected that the Hedonist Sovereign System had gone haywire. How else could the system release a mission with 50,000 Hedonist points as a reward? What is the king of the beasts? Why do I have to rule over the reign of the beasts? Is the system making fun of me? Qin Feng shook his head emphatically to cast away his shapeless ideas. He was still pursued by 3 master martial artists, so he decided to look into the Beasts Clan Disturbance afterward. After all, The mission did not have any time limitation and he could take as much time as he needed to examine it. There. I saw that little brat. He is hiding behind that tree, Li Kuai-shou suddenly yelled. He tapped lightly on the tip of his feet and lunged toward Qin Feng with the true steel sword. Clank. 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 Qin Feng hastily jumped to another tree after the tree he was previously standing on was chopped down by Li Kuai-shou. Humph. This brat is lacking weapons now. I want to see how long can he run away from us. Ha! Now is the perfect time for me to test the power of this orange-grade spiritual whip. Soon enough, Zhang Jin and Huang Bizi joined in on the skirmish. Each of them waved the spiritual equipment in their hands, dyeing the sky a brilliant orange radiance, and all of the attacks were rammed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately unloaded the flying dragon armor, causing his speed to increase tremendously. He jostled amongst the trees, leaving only a trail of afterimages. After a few dozen leaps, Qin Feng had once again vanished before the trio's eyes. Fuck! I knew it. I knew this fellow has been concealing his strength all along. If not, how come he became so fast all of a sudden? Only a stage 6 inner chi expert could reach this kind of sonic speed. Li Kuai-shou and his two companions' eyes were filled with astonishment as they never imagined that Qin Feng could vanish before them again and again. This enraged them greatly and they considered it an insult to their strength. Da. 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 A rhythmic tapping sounded from the forest behind them. The trio hastily spun around and braced themselves. A strong gale blew through them from the ghastly forest and a dazzling red object was closing in on them fast. The blinding light rendered the trio, who had been in the dark, sightless. Their hearts began to race as an ominous feeling arose within them. What the fuck is this? Roared Li Kuai-shou. Could it be the beasts in Devil Beast Mountain? I heard the beasts here are extremely vicious and they would kill any trespasser without hesitation. As Huang Bizi was talking, his legs started to tremble in fear. Fuck. Why don't we leave now since we got our spiritual equipment? Facing a fiery red, unidentified creature that moved at the speed of lightning, the trio couldn't help but feel afraid. The creature was moving faster and faster, getting nearer and nearer to them. Finally, the three of them were able to get a clear picture of this creature. It was a tall, large, fiery red gallant horse. On the back of the horse sat a handsome young man and he held a long crimson spear in his hand. A spear and a horse, he was so cool. Holy crap. Is that Qin Feng on the back of that horse? Li Kuai-shou blurted out in astonishment. He was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Yes, it is. I can assure you he is Qin Feng. Like Li Kuai-shou, Huang Bizi's and Zhang Jin's mouths fell open in disbelief. They all were dumbly standing on the ground and had even forgotten to run or attack. They couldn't understand how Qin Feng could find a fiery red gallant horse and spear in such a short time. His possession of the 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments and a yellow-grade skill book was enough to stun people and make them go crazy. Could it be he still has another trick up his sleeve? Ha! This young master loves this horse. Next time I can play with and love with my women on here. Qin Feng couldn't stop grinning. This huge fiery red gallant horse and the crimson spear in his hand was the reward from the system for clearing the 3rd side mission of the main mission, Martial World Disturbance. According to the description, this flaming dragon horse was an optimized spirit pet upgraded from the Fergana horse which originated from the country Turkmenistan. The Fergana horse had a noble lineage, extremely high endurance, and could travel up to 1,000 miles in one night. The optimized version was even more powerful than its predecessor. It could breathe fire and be a battle mount at the same time. Its battle ability was unmade by Qin Feng's other battle pets. The spear of Rathalos was yet another fearsome weapon. It was an orange-grade spiritual weapon. It could be used as a cold weapon like a spear or lance, or be used as a thermal weapon like a long-barreled gun after purchasing the fire bullet from the system. "Little pig, how much is the fire bullet in the system?" asked Feng as he was tempted to use it. "It costs 10 hedonist points for one bullet." "Ha! Purchase 15 fire bullets for me, I want to see how strong it is." 150 hedonist points vanished following Feng's order. 15 red spots appeared on the spear of Rathalos, and these were the 15 fire bullets that Feng had purchased. He held his spear of Rathalos in his hand and rode on a flaming dragon horse. With his health fully restored, Feng happily darted towards Li Kuai-shou. "Hello, grandsons. Your young master Qin is back. It has always been this young master who stole things from others. How dare you three steal my things? Taste the power of my fire bullet." Li Kuai-shou and his two companions marveled at the sight before them. The tall fiery red gallant horse was coming at them with lightning speed. When it was around 10 meters away from them, Feng, who was riding on top of the horse, raised the spear of Rathalos in his hand. Then, dozens of fireballs hurled toward the trio, lighting up the dark night in the process. "Holy shit! What the fuck are these? Who the hell is this guy? It seems that we have meddled with the wrong person's affairs this time. TSK, we shouldn't care anymore. One shall rise, one shall fall. Let's leave everything to God and give our best." Chapter 387, Martial Artists Assembled. Chapter 387, Martial Artists Assembled. Mountain Resort. It was autumn, the off-peak season for the resort. The business was not particularly busy now, as the wind on the seashores was too cold for people to bear, causing a drop in the number of tourists willing to come for surfing or sunbathing. The night was chilly. However, the mountain resort was extraordinarily lively. From time to time, a few shadows would leap in the mountain resort from different directions. Some of them came in groups while others came alone. They did not rush toward the hotel for a stay nor stop by to admire the scenic view. Each and every one of them purchased boats after they arrived at the beach and went toward Devil Beast Mountain at full speed. These people appeared as normal people, hiding in every corner of society and working as normal workers. Their daily routine was no different from an ordinary person. Work was from 9 to 5 and each had a family. However, each and every one of them had a common identity unknown to anybody else. They were the martial artists of the martial world. Every time they noticed a new mission or new information in the martial world, these people started to make their move and gathered in a sparsely populated area for a life-or-death battle. This time, everybody had come for Feng. To be more specific, they all came to SNA away Feng's orange-grade spiritual equipment. "Prince Wen, they are all here." A few hulks in black suits stood on the beach. They did not rush over to Devil Beast Mountain as they had just returned from there. In the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Qin Ye placed his cell phone on a desk and swayed on the loudspeaker. With a triumphant grin on their faces, Li Xiaojia and Sima too stood on either end of the table, listening to Qin Ye's instructions. "Stay alert and keep an eye on the situation happening there. Report to me at once if Feng is found dead." These martial artists could locate Feng in such a short time only because Qin Ye informed them of Feng's whereabouts. Bang! 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 Explosions echoed through the forest surrounding Devil Beast Mountain. Feng was now standing on the back of the gallant horse and he waved the spear of Rathalos frantically in the air, shooting blazing fireballs one after another at the trio. The trio couldn't do anything except flee in disarray. Rumbles. The fireballs exploded like crimson flowers blooming in the sky. The naturally gloomy and silent forest had apparently come back to life. Half of the sky was dyed red from the explosion of fireballs, while fierce roars and growls of beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest. The beasts were getting restless and it felt like the whole mountain was shaking. Madness. This guy is crazy. We can't let him continue his tantrum like this. He will awaken the beasts in Devil Beast Mountain and will be torn to pieces by them if they ever find us. We should not care about those beasts. We should concentrate on the beast before us. This Qin Feng is fucking crazy. Li Kuai-shou and his companions were fleeing for their lives while cursing Qin Feng. Each of them had an orange-grade spiritual equipment. However, under Qin Feng's relentless shower of fireballs, they did not even have a slight chance of retaliating. Qin Feng tapped the tip of his toes in the air. He was extremely fast, zooming freely like a phantom in the pie-black sky. Then, Qin Feng waved the spear of Rathalos, which was around 2 meters long, and hurled it toward Huang Bizi, who was sprinting in front of him. Pfft! The spear passed straight through Huang Bizi's heart, entering his back and exiting through his front. Blood splattered all over the ground. Huang Bizi's face froze in fear even after he was dead. He never expected that the spear of Rathalos could be used as a spear in addition to breathing fire. This is the cost for stealing this young master's spirit snake whip. Qin Feng pulled out the spear of Rathalos after he finished speaking. A jet stream of blood shot into the sky and Huang Bizi fell to the ground like a rag doll. Following Huang Bizi's demise, Qin Feng hastily snatched away the spirit snake whip from Huang Bizi's hand. Crackles. Thunder rolled and lightning flashed as the spirit snake whip waltzed gracefully in the air. At the same time, Qin Feng discharged all of the 5 remaining fire bullets with the spear of Rathalos. Bang! 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 Qin Feng had brought great commotion to Devil Beast Mountain, breaking the tranquility of the forest. 5 fireballs and dozens of whip shadows blotted out the sky, covered the land, and traveled at lightning speed toward Li Kuai-shou and Zhang Jin. Pfft! Zhang Jin was hit by the fireball as soon as he leapt in midair. The blazing fireball exploded on his body, completely incinerating him. Demon! You're a demon. Qin Feng effortlessly smoked both Huang Bizi and Zhang Jin, which was totally unexpected for Li Kuai-shou. He never thought Qin Feng would be so powerful. Terrorized by Qin Feng's great strength, Li Kuai-shou's face blanched in fear and he desperately ran for his life with all his might towards the exit of Devil Beast Mountain. If he had a chance to start over, he swore he wouldn't steal Qin Feng's spiritual equipment so daringly again. Somebody is getting close. Everybody, stay alert. Look, he has an orange-grade spiritual equipment. He might be Qin Feng, let's kill him first. A group of men in black suddenly appeared out of thin air, all of them were after Qin Feng's spiritual equipment. Hence, when they saw Li Kuai-shou, they immediately surrounded him without pretense. Then, all of them showered countless sword qi, silver needles, darts, and iron fans at Li Kuai-shou. Li Kuai-shou did not even have time to react and he soon lay lifelessly in a pool of blood. It's an orange-grade treasured sword. I practice sword skill, so this is mine. Tisk, why should we give it to you? I can use a sword as well even though I use a battle axe. Humph. Our Amei sect is best known for her prowess in sword wielding. This sword should belong to this nun. Dozens of martial artists rushed toward the true steel sword since a treasured orange-grade sword was a treasure that was hard to come by. Want to take away this young master's treasured sword? Go to hell. Rumbles. A few blazing fireballs suddenly appeared in the air and descended from the sky. The fireballs moved with great speed. With a single glance, one could see that each fireball carried an otherworldly destructive force and it could vaporize them if they ever touched one. As such, all of them ran in different directions out of fear. There was one elderly artist who was startled by the fireballs and yelled out in despair. True Essence Cultivator. There is a True Essence Cultivator here. The martial artists cultivated inner Qi, and one was considered to be halfway into the realm of comprehension when he reached stage 9 inner Qi. The martial artists could begin to cultivate true essence after he had broken through stage 9 inner Qi, and these martial artists were known as true essence cultivators. The true essence was purer and more flexible than the inner Qi. The true essence cultivator was able to draw energy from the environment and shape elements into other forms to conjure fireballs or create icicles. So, when these martial artists saw the sheer amount of fireballs that obscured the sky, they all assumed it was the fireball spell casted by a true essence cultivator. All of them were so frightened that they almost fled Devil Beast Mountain. After all, there were only a few true essence cultivators in China. None of them had ever met a true essence cultivator before. Don't be afraid, everybody. We still don't know where these fireballs came from or who cast them. Perhaps the caster is not even a true essence cultivator. Besides, not only can a true essence cultivator conjure fireballs, a devil cultivator could release fireballs during inner Qi stage as well. It's just that the effect and damage is not as great as the true essence cultivator's fireball spells, so let us get the situation straightened out first before making our move. 10 or so martial artists concealed themselves around the forest and vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Holy fuck! What is that? Suddenly, a person screamed. Everyone turned around and were shocked. A tall, majestic gallant horse suddenly appeared in their field of vision. That gallant horse was coated in a fiery red fur and gave off the vibe of a dazzling flame when it ran wildly in the wind. There is someone on the horse. It's Qin Feng. He is the one we've been looking for. The situation reached a standstill as everyone discussed Qin Feng and the flaming dragon horse. All of them coveted Qin Feng's orange-grade spiritual equipment. However, they were all stunned by the fireballs that covered the sky and the flaming dragon horse before them and did not dare to engage him. Fuck! What are you guys waiting for? There is nothing to worry about. Since we've come, we should not go back empty-handed. The spear in this guy's hand is mine since I practice the art of cavalry, and it is hard to find an orange-grade spear in China. A dark figure suddenly leapt out of the forest. He was a gray-headed elder and he had a silver spear in his hand. His was merely a white-grade spiritual equipment, so it was natural for him to be so wired when he saw an orange-grade spear. A change in grade could mean a large difference in the overall strength of the wielder. I have taken a liking to this horse. I heard that some of the master martial artists will capture spirit beasts to tame them as their battle mounts or battle pets. I want to rear a spirit horse too. Not long after, a few people stepped forward under the temptation of obtaining spiritual equipment and spirit pets. Soon, more and more people started stepping forward. 10 or so dark figures floated in mid-air and all of them wielded different weapons. They all unleashed their strongest moves and attempted to bring down Qin Feng in one strike. Qin Feng was wary. He noticed that these martial artists had different levels of strength. Some of them were only stage 3 external strength experts or stage 2 inner Qi experts, while others were stage 6 inner Qi experts or stage 7 external strength experts. What amazed him the most was that there were even a few stage 8 inner Qi experts amongst the group. It was natural for Qin Feng to be able to withstand the joint strikes of so many master martial artists at once. A widespread number of hidden weapons suddenly appeared in the air and all of them furiously showered down on Qin Feng like a weapon storm. Qin Feng held the spear of Rathalos in one hand while he brandished the spirit snake whip with his other hand. Crackles. The spirit snake whip swayed in the air and fell on the backside of the flaming dragon horse. The flaming dragon horse raised its 2 front legs and neighed. Hiss. After a deep growl, the flaming dragon horse turned and took off running. With its 4 muscular legs, the flaming dragon horse broke into a furious gallop, vanished before the group of martial artists, leaving only a crimson trail. "See, this fellow is just pulling our leg. He is scared by us. Quick, go after him." As their confidence returned, the group of martial artists morphed into dozens of dark figures and leapt around the forest to pursue Qin Feng. Since their strengths were all different, their speeds varied as well. Some of them were already closing in on Qin Feng, but most of them were far behind and trying with all their might to keep up. The flaming dragon horse was incredibly fast. The wind whistled loudly in Qin Feng's ears as it blew them. Qin Feng felt that this flaming dragon horse was even faster than Qin Feng when he rode his 28-inch bicycle at full speed. The fluttering wind ruffled Qin Feng's hair and even his eyes teared up because of the wind. Da! 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 The flaming dragon horse had very high endurance. It did not show any sign of fatigue nor slow down even though it had been running for more than 10 minutes and continued to run forward at top speed. As they went deeper into the forest, the area became gloomier and gloomier while the trees were getting taller and more crooked. The huge leafy trees even covered the dreary moon and allowed only a few scattered beams of light to penetrate through the trees and shine on the ground. Roars. Aside from the sound of the wind, the growls of the beasts were getting clearer. Qin Feng could felt the atmosphere become much denser and suffocating. Pairs of greenish eyes lurked in the deepest part of the forest, waiting for the perfect moment to attack Qin Feng. Shroom! Suddenly, a strong gale wafted past him. Before Qin Feng could react, a dark figure suddenly threw itself on him. The size of that figure was twice the size of the flaming dragon horse and there were 3 light green dots on its face. 2 of the spots were its eyes and so was the third. Fuck! It's the 3-eyed elephant boar. Qin Feng immediately recognized this creature as soon as he saw the 3 eyes on its face. This creature was the ferocious wild boar he met the last time he was at Devil Beast Mountain. When it went into a frenzy, it was as if it had eaten dried chewing gum, it just couldn't stop. Chapter 388, Reign of Fire. Chapter 388, Reign of Fire. Shroom! Qin Feng tapped on the back of the flaming dragon horse and evaded the 3-eyed elephant boar's ambush in the nick of time. The 3-eyed elephant boar's attack had enraged flaming dragon horse. It stopped abruptly and kicked it 2 legs in the air. After a deep growl, it rushed towards the 3-eyed elephant boar. "Come back, flaming dragon horse." Qin Feng marveled at the flaming dragon horse. He knew the actual battle strength of this 3-eyed elephant boar very well. It was like a small tank. Its skin was impenetrable and as tough as a bastion. What chance did the flaming dragon horse stand at defeating it? Roars. Qin Feng was too slow. The flaming dragon horse had already thrown itself at the 3-eyed elephant boar. Its long fiery red fur fluttered in the wind while it leapt into the air with a simple bounce. Then, it blasted 3 huge fireballs at the 3-eyed elephant boar below. Bang! 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 3 fireballs exploded on the 3-eyed elephant boar's head, greatly angering it. Its 3 greenish and obnoxious eyes instantly went bloodshot. Howl! More beasts came from different directions. Qin Feng still couldn't see their features, but only heard their roars and felt the stampede that shook the ground. Qin Feng hastily jumped to a large tree. As soon as he reached the treetop, he saw 3 smaller-sized jackals come out from the bushes. All 3 jackals' eyes were gleaming with green light. As they surveyed the ground, they slightly opened their bloody mouths and revealed their sharp fangs. Even though they were smaller in size, the rows of sharp fangs and ferocious looks sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine. Chi! Chi! Not long after, another 2 3-eyed elephant boars emerged and confronted the 3 jackals. Roars. A strong gale wafted past from deep within the forest. After a long howl, a snow-white jaguar ran at lightning speed towards them, trailed closely by a puffy lion. With these two large beasts joining in on the skirmish, the formation of the team changed once again. The situation reached a standstill. Now, nearly 10 beasts in different species glared at each other warily while growling deeply, as if a life-or-death battle would spark at any moment. Ow wow! Another roar caused the earth to tremble and the mountain to sway. It echoed from the deepest part of the forest. Qin Feng hastily stood up to see what creature was charging at them this time. He searched for a few minutes before he saw a huge gorilla beating its chest and bellowing excitedly as it ran out from the depths of the forest. The ground below Qin Feng was packed with many different species. Meanwhile, more and more savage beasts on a rampage from the depths of the forest came to their side. That gallant horse is here. Let's capture this horse first. Without the horse, Qin Feng will no longer be a threat to us. Voices of the martial artists drifted from the forest not far from Qin Feng. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Qin Feng's mind as his mouth curled into a devilish grin. Then, he raised the spear of Rathalos and shot 5 large fireballs in the direction of the martial artists. Rumbles. The fireballs exploded in the air. The scattering sparks instantly aroused the beasts, scaring them so much that they began to engage each other in an intense battle. Flaming Dragon Horse. Qin Feng's sonorous sound traveled far into the forest. The next second, the flaming dragon horse suddenly appeared out of thin air and landed on the mid-section of the tree. Yeah! Qin Feng jumped and landed on the flaming dragon horse's back. Then, he hit the backside of the flaming dragon horse using the spirit snake whip and spurred it forward at top speed. Roars. The beasts that were fighting at close quarters stopped. They were attracted by Qin Feng and the flaming dragon horse. The fiery red fur on the flaming dragon horse acted like a beacon in the dark, leading the beasts wherever it went. Ha! You despicable villains, since you want to steal this young master's spiritual equipments and skill book, then you all shall be buried in this mountain. The direction Qin Feng headed was the same direction the martial artists came from. The flaming dragon horse was running like a bat out of hell, and soon enough, it led a large group of beasts toward the martial artists. Qin Feng. He is coming. Somebody exclaimed. Hold on a sec, something is not right. What are those dark figures trailing behind him? Are those beasts? Fuck. This brat is crazy. Hurry up and run for your lives. This brat has lured all of the beasts in this mountain out from their lair towards us. 1 second, they were happy the moment they saw Qin Feng. The next second, they were frightened out of their wits after they saw the horde of beasts behind him. Some of the lower-tier martial artists were scared stiff when they saw the ferocious rampaging beasts charging at them. As such, they were trampled to ground and their heads were chopped off by the beasts with a single paw stroke. We can't keep running. Let's assemble our strength and kill the beasts. Somebody stopped as the beasts surrounded them and they ran out of ground to continue running. Around 40 to 50 of the martial artists gathered together, standing back to back. They formed a small circle and looked warily at the beasts that roared at them. Wamai spear. Rain of sword. Chaotic winter iron blade dance. They did not have much time to think. Immediately, the martial artists launched a full-scale attack on the beasts that surrounding them. Some of them even brought out their guns. Guns rang out in the forest, causing some of the beasts to scatter in fear. Normally, these martial artists would fight with cold weapons, they seldom used thermal ones. Since they brought guns with them, this could be a sign that they were willing to steal Qin Feng's spiritual equipment by any means necessary. Clank. 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 Bang. 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 All sorts of hidden weapons, blade flurries, and sword shadows fell on the bodies of the beasts. Some of the beasts were immediately chopped in half while some of them just let out a few roars and continued their relentless attack as if they were not injured at all. Roam! Suddenly, a weird sound resounded from the deepest part of the forest. The trees swayed in the wind. A dazzling golden radiance flashed out from the darkness like a rising sun, showering its sacred radiance on the people. What is that? It is flying. Could it be Phoenix? Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded by the incredible scene before him. Suddenly, he felt a familiar sensation from that huge golden beast. That beast seemed to be something very close to him. Roam! The weird sound echoed once again. It was the sound produced by the huge golden beast when it flapped its wings. The golden beast beat its wings slowly. Every time it flapped its wings, it raised a huge tempest. Plus, it was flying fast like a high-speed jet. Ow! 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 The golden beast was getting closer and the blinding golden radiance intensified. The golden radiance came from the reflection of its glittering golden feathers. Meanwhile, another beast covered in green fur came into view. It looked like a hybrid between a snow leopard and a mastiff. While running, it opened its bloody mouth filled with rows of sharp fangs and howled into the sky. Its presence was too intense and it released a menacing aura that could make a person's blood run cold. Everybody held their breath as their minds went blank. They had forgotten to attack or flee for their lives. They merely planted their feet on the ground and stared in awe at the two beasts that were moving fast and headed toward them. Unlike the martial artists, Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. Finally, he knew who those two beasts were. They were the flaming golden falcon and the glacial snow mastiff that he had fused together 2 months ago at Devil Beast Mountain. 2 months ago, these two fellows were only as large as a basketball and had surrounded him, pleading for foods. Now, within a blink of an eye, one of them was as large as a small helicopter while the other had grown to the size of an adult snow leopard. It wasn't hard to tell that both of them were obviously the kings amongst the beasts. Rumbles. The flaming golden falcon arrived first. As soon as it arrived, it immediately shot about 10 fireballs from its mouth. The fireballs rained down like heavenly maidens scattering blossoms, causing the martial artists on the ground to cover their head and run around haphazardly. Howl! Following the flaming golden falcon, the glacial snow mastiff arrived and immediately threw itself at Qin Feng. Qin Feng then sent the flaming dragon horse and spear of Rathalos into the system and jumped on the back of the glacial snow mastiff. Howl! Howl! The glacial snow mastiff was so happy to see its master. It went crazy and ran in a circle around the forest, showing off its great strength and growth to Qin Feng. Clank! The glacial snow mastiff suddenly stopped in mid-air and shot out dozens of icicles from its mouth. The icicles stabbed the bodies of multiple beasts and martial artists and quickly spread over their bodies, completely encasing them in ice within a few seconds. The flaming golden falcon arrived at Qin Feng's side. With a simple leap, the glacial snow mastiff brought Qin Feng onto the back of the flaming golden falcon. Swoosh! The flaming golden falcon flapped its wings with all its might, raising a windstorm as it flew up a few hundred meters. Qin Feng felt like he was on top of the world when he looked down at Devil Beast Mountain from the back of the flaming golden falcon. Little pig, I think the flaming golden falcon and glacial snow mastiff have the power to conquer the whole mountain. Master, you've underestimated the beasts in Devil Beast Mountain, replied Little Pig disdainfully. These beasts Master is seeing now are just the beasts that inhabit the outskirts of Devil Beast Mountain. They are the lowest level and weakest beasts in the mountain. In the deepest part of Devil Beast Mountain resides many more transcendental beasts that are not known to any martial artists in the martial world. These transcendental beasts have existed for more than 100 years, some of them have even lived for thousands of years. They absorb spiritual essence from the sun, the moon, the earth, and the heaven. They have developed their own consciousness so they could cultivate and evolve on their own. To be honest, with the golden falcon and snow mastiff's current strength, they can only move freely around the center region of Devil Beast Mountain. They will be dead as soon as they venture deeper into the forest. Little Pig's answer stunned Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought the flaming golden falcon and glacial snow mastiff would be invincible if they teamed up. He never expected that his two battle pets' actual strength were only considered lower middle tier across the entire Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Feng stood on Snow Mastiff's back and re-evaluated Devil Beast Mountain from an altitude of several hundred meters. He realized that the sky of the deeper part of the mountain was shrouded by a dark heavy mist and he could not see through it. The mission, Beast's Clan Disturbance, will be a tough one. Qin Feng started to worry. He asked about the strength of Flaming Golden Falcon and Glacial Snow Mastiff because he wanted to gauge the difficulty of the mission. According to the mission, he had to search for the King of the Beasts and rule over the Beast Clan. Qin Feng felt that the system was playing a cruel joke on him. Golden Falcon, eliminate those martial artists. Qin Feng communicated with the falcon through telepathy as he shrugged off his indistinct ideas. He felt that he should focus on clearing the mission Martial World Disturbance, whereas the Beast's Clan Disturbance had no time limitation, so Qin Feng looked at it again after he had improved his overall strength. After letting out a loud cry, the golden falcon tucked its feet and dove straight down. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who was on its back, felt like he was on a roller coaster ride. Rumbles. 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 The golden flaming falcon was enraged that the people had bullied its master. It wanted to pay them back and make them regret ever being born into this world. Countless fireballs mercilessly fell from the sky like a meteor shower. When the fireballs landed, they left large craters on the land, scorching everything in their path. The martial artists couldn't do anything except run around helplessly to avoid being hit by the fireballs. Meanwhile, the ferocious beasts retreated into the forest. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for clearing the first side mission of Beast's Clan Disturbance by successfully fending off the enemies with the beasts. The system will reward host Qin Feng 500 Hedonist points. The system notification beeped. Qin Feng took a look at the Hedonist points and he realized he now had 8,300 Hedonist points. He still had not finished absorbing the spiritual Qi from the red elixir flower. Qin Feng believed that he must be able to break into stage 4 inner Qi after he finished absorbing the spiritual Qi. The flaming golden falcon circled around in the sky and intermittently shot a few fireballs or flapped its wings to create a destructive storm wave. Riding on the back of Glacial Snow Mastiff, Qin Feng admired the breathtaking scenery from the top of a large tree. The martial artists were no longer a threat for Qin Feng. He calmed his mind and started to comb through the series of incidents. The financial crisis had exposed Han Ying's true intention and the martial artists were summoned by Li Xiaojia. This time, Qin Ye and his two companions gone all out and executed a huge plan in an attempt to bring down Qin Feng. They all thought Qin Feng must be dead this time, but in reality, Qin Feng's courage mounted after every battle. Qin Feng gazed at Acropolis City from the 10-meter-high treetop. With a grim expression, he said, "It is time for me to go back and put an end to this long-cherished plot." Chapter 389, Qin Feng vs. Uncle Ghost. Chapter 389, Qin Feng vs. Uncle Ghost. If you have any issue with such content, please skip this chapter and continue reading with Chapter 390. Under no circumstances does this mean that the translator, editor, or Gravity Tales condones or encourages any kind of rape. It was a dark and stormy night beneath the Raven Moon, the perfect timing for a mass massacre. It was 2 a.m., nevertheless, there was a villa in Acropolis City with its light on. A charming and gorgeous lady clad in a silk gown held a glass of red wine and stood before the French window on the 3rd floor, admiring the scenic night view of Acropolis City. The beautiful lady's expression was lonely, as if she had merged with the quiet and solitary night. She slowly placed her alluring cherry lips on the wine glass and took a sip of red wine from it. However, she could not taste anything. Bang! Suddenly, her room door was shoved open, followed by a tall, muscular man entering her room. The man was angry, his expression was fierce and malicious. Qin Feng. The beautiful lady was shocked. You never thought I would still be alive, right? Ying, you disheartened me. Qin Feng arrived at the lady's side in one large stride. The young lady was the first beauty of Jincheng City, Ying. Swoosh! Qin Feng took away the red wine glass in Ying's hand and splashed the wine on her face. I struggled in a life-or-death battle and you're enjoying your life here. Ying, death would be a much too kind punishment for you. No, I want you to suffer, to live a life that is worse than death. Tonight I want you to remember that you should not betray me. Qin Feng threw away the wine glass and clawed Ying's silk nightgown. With little effort, he tore apart her nightgown. Shriek! Her nightgown could not hold her voluptuous body anymore and revealed it before Qin Feng. Ying hastily covered her breasts with her hand and shouted loudly. Qin Feng, I can explain. Explain? What is there to explain? That you wished I was dead right now. Qin Feng ignored Ying's plea. He pulled her to a large bed and began to grope her body. Qin Feng, please stop. I was just carried away by desire. Please give me a chance to explain myself. Ying struggled for all her worth in Qin Feng's arms. However, Qin Feng did not allow her to escape his CLU. His two large hands clung tightly to her and his eyes went bloodshot, just like an enraged beast. He enjoyed Ying's body wholeheartedly. This woman was too arrogant and only through this kind of punishment could he humiliate her. He wanted Ying to regret betraying him and become his toy. Qin Feng's tireless and vigorous movements muted Ying. Besides, this was the first time she had engaged in this kind of affair. She moaned incessantly as she lifelessly lay on the bed. Half an hour later, Qin Feng dressed himself and looked at Ying. He felt he still had not had enough of her. This lady was too great. If it wasn't for Qin Feng still needing to get his revenge from Qin Ye and his two companions, Qin Feng swore he would have ravaged and played with her body the entire night. Qin Feng. Ying's voice wafted into his ears as he reached the doorway. Her voice was devoid of any emotion. Her hair was disheveled and her naturally snowy skin turned red and purple from Qin Feng's beating. She no longer had the air of a prideful queen and she lay lifelessly on the bed. It is true that I betrayed you, but I regretted it soon after. I've retrieved all of the royal group's shares. If you want it, I can give it all back to you. Qin Ye is at the Amethyst Dragon Palace now. They have deployed many master martial artists to protect them. Please be careful. A mix of emotions flooded Qin Feng's heart. At last, he did not say anything and left Ying's villa. The night was getting gloomy and the piercing cold wind was getting stronger. Qin Feng cantered down the street on the flaming dragon horse and very soon, he arrived at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Rumbles. A loud explosion echoed throughout the whole Amethyst Dragon Palace, causing the palace to shake endlessly. What's going on? Qin Ye and his two companions were shocked by the explosion. Li Xiaojia then rose to his feet and looked outside. The three of them were drinking wine and celebrating their success while waiting for the news of Qin Feng's death. It was just that they had waited a long time, yet still had not received any news. What the hell is that thing? Li Xiaojia was so frightened that he fell down when he saw the thing outside. Qin Ye and Sima too were instantly on alert. However, they were stupefied by the sight before them. Qin Feng rode on a fiery red gallant horse and he held a long crimson spear in his hand, galloping his way toward them. The gallant horse spurted fireballs while running. The fireballs immediately exploded once they touched the pillars. The great impact had caused the pillars to tremble, raised a storm of dust, and littered the palace with debris. Qin Feng is still alive, yelled Sima Tu and Qin Ye. Qin Feng leapt from the back of the flaming dragon horse and zoomed toward Li Xiaojia with his spear of Rathalos. Pfft! The spear of Rathalos was incredibly sharp. It passed straight through Li Xiaojia's heart, entering his back and exiting through his front. Li Xiaojia's face froze in fear. He did not even have a chance to yell for help before he was killed by Qin Feng. Qin Ye, you traitor of the family. Go to hell. Qin Feng maintained his momentum, raising his spear and bolted towards Qin Ye. Help! Somebody, please come. Qin Ye was ashen-faced. He recoiled in horror and yelled for help. He was the first genius of Jincheng City and bore the name of Prince Wen. He always devised strategies that would assure him of victory and finally kill off his opponent in his wondrous and surefire plan. It was wholly unexpected that he could not trap Qin Feng in his heinous plan. And now he came back for them. Shroom! 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 10 or so dark figures appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Qin Feng in a circle. These people were looking sharp and they all possessed extraordinary aura. Qin Feng scanned them and he found out that weakest among them were Stage 4 Inner Qi experts and there was 2 Stage 6 Inner Qi masters. Qin Feng always had a hard time facing a Stage 6 Inner Qi master alone. Now that he was surrounded by so many powerful master martial artists, his expression became graver. He still had yet to finish absorbing and merging the spiritual qi with his inner qi, so he could not break through Stage 4 now. Without having a Stage 4 inner qi, Qin Feng felt that he did not have the slightest chance of winning against so many martial artists. The situation had come to a standstill as nobody dared to make the first move. Rome. While Qin Feng was formulating his plan, a gray-headed elder in black clothes charged at him with a sword in his hand. Although it was a wooden sword, one couldn't belittle it. The wooden sword moved freely in the gray-headed elder's hand and instantly shrouded them in a dome of dense sword qi. Basic sword technique. Qin Feng hastily withdrew his true steel sword and brandished it in the air. Orange-colored sword qi pervaded the air and clashed with the elder's powerful sword qi released by his wooden sword. The collision between their sword qis detonated in the air, causing a series of explosions and impeding Qin Feng's escape. Die now! The elder let out a loud battle cry as he moved his hand like an illusion and the wooden sword in his hand morphed into sword flash. Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill from his back. Immediately, he spun his body around. He realized that the wooden sword in the elder hand was traveling at him like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The long sword rammed into Qin Feng's chest and sent him flying. After this attack, Qin Feng realized that this elder was clearly a Stage 6 inner qi master. His sword skill was enigmatic and the course of his attack was impossible to predict. It was far stronger than Qin Feng's basic sword technique. Pfft! Qin Feng covered his chest with his hand and vomited a mouthful of blood. Sima Tu and Qin Ye hastily went forward. Meanwhile, the elder landed in front of Qin Feng with a leap. How is that even possible? The elder's face was washed with astonishment as he looked at Qin Feng. Qin Ye did not practice martial arts, so he did not know what was going on. On the other hand, Sima Tu was a Stage 4 inner qi expert. He too had a puzzled expression as he looked at Qin Feng. You blocked that strike with your mortal body. How is that possible? With a beaming grin on his face, Qin Feng goggled at Sima Tu and Qin Ye. Why not? What can you do to me? So what if I blocked that strike with my mortal body? The attack cast by the elder amassed insurmountable inner chi from a stage 6 inner chi expert. By right, the wooden sword should have pierced Qin Feng's heart and killed him in one strike. Little did they know that Qin Feng had donned the flying dragon armor. How could an ordinary wooden sword penetrate it? Uncle Ghost, hurry up and kill Qin Feng, Qin Ye yelled loudly to Uncle Ghost. He never expected that Qin Feng would make a comeback and come after him, nor that Qin Feng had already figured out his true identity. Qin Ye was apprehensive just by standing in the same room as Qin Feng. He must see his demise with his own eyes. Brat, can you take another one of my strikes? Uncle Ghost suddenly leapt into the air. He hovered in mid-air while the wooden sword wheeled around him. It was spinning fast. The wooden sword spun faster and faster, leaving only trails of afterimages around Uncle Ghost. Within a few seconds, the solid wooden sword had split into dozens of sword flashes. Dozen sword strike. Following Uncle Ghost's order, the dozen of sword flashes turned their blade points and rammed into Qin Feng. Qin Feng had purchased a bottle of elementary-grade golden sore medicine and applied it to his wound. On top of that, he still had the dense spiritual qi inside his body, so he had already restored his health. Crackles. The spirit snake whip descended from the sky and formed layers of innumerable whip shadow, acting as a barrier for Qin Feng. The sword flashes fell on the whip shadow and immediately vanished. Concurrently, the whip shadow conjured by Qin Feng became dimmer as well. Phantom whip technique. The spirit snake whip danced madly in the air again, reinforcing the already dimmed whip shadow, and slammed toward Uncle Ghost. Uncle Ghost was shocked. He marveled at how Qin Feng forcibly endured his attack and still remained alive. What amazed him the most was that Qin Feng seemed totally unaffected and did not receive any damage from his attack. I've underestimated you, brat. Uncle Ghost was greatly enraged by Qin Feng. His long gray hair fluttered wildly in the air. Every hair stood straight up on his head just like a gray-haired devil. His aura became denser and more barbarous. Those sword flashes that orbited around him merged together and became the original wooden sword again. Go to hell now. The wooden sword turned into a streak of light, traveling at lightning the speed, and arrived in front of Qin Feng within a blink of an eye. Qin Feng did not have enough time to parry this attack. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed as he recognized this elder was the master that took Ma Dehu away on that dreadful night. Bang! This time, the sword still struck Qin Feng's chest. It did not pass through it. However, the collision was so great that it pushed Qin Feng back, destroying a few pillars and a glass door along the way, and slammed him into a wall. Pfft! Qin Feng vomited another few mouthfuls of blood. If he wasn't protected by the flying dragon armor, Qin Feng was certain that this attack would have killed him. Even if he had managed to parry the attack, he still would have sustained severe damage. Sima Tu and Uncle Ghost were yet again dumbfounded by Qin Feng's great power. This man was like an indestructible cockroach, he just couldn't remain dead. He's just a stage 3 inner chi expert. How could he endure this attack? This was an attack released by a powerful stage 6 inner chi master. Even a stage 7 inner chi master would be panic-stricken and desperately dodge the attack. So it was you. Qin Feng sat with his legs crossed on the floor. He purchased another elementary golden sore medicine and applied it to his wound, and simultaneously circulated the spiritual qi in his body to replenish his inner qi. He put on a smug grin and looked at Uncle Ghost. 3 months ago, you rescued Ma Dehu from my CLU in that abandoned factory. During that time, I was not strong enough to prevent you from rescuing him and did not have a chance of winning against you. After 3 months, our paths have crossed once again, and now, it seems that you are not that powerful after all. Chapter 390, You're the Only One Behind Me. Chapter 390, You're the Only One Behind Me. Qin Feng survived Uncle Ghost's 2 strikes. He sat with his legs crossed. He wore a wicked grin on his face, sending chills down Uncle Ghost's back. They all believed that Qin Feng was a mysterious and terrifying demon who crawled out of hell. How did you do that? With a simple leap, Uncle Ghost stood before Qin Feng. A psychotic look crossed Qin Feng's face and distorted his mouth. He looked at Uncle Ghost and sneered. It's simple. Because you're too weak. When he was hit just now and sent flying into the air, the Hedonist sovereign system had beeped in his mind. Qin Feng had just dominated Han Ying's body in her villa and accomplished the mission regarding Han Ying within a mere 30 minutes. He never expected to finish it so quickly. After completing the mission, dominating Han Ying, Qin Feng had 10,100 Hedonist points and he had used 10,000 Hedonist points to purchase the sovereign sword technique, Sword of Dugu. And now, vast and ancient memories surged in Qin Feng's mind as the perplexing and profound secret of the Sword of Dugu had firmly been imprinted on his mind. Uncle Ghost, stop talking nonsense with this fellow. Hurry up and kill him, Qin Ye suddenly yelled. He wouldn't feel content as long as Qin Feng stayed alive. Little brat, your arrogance will be your downfall, Uncle Ghost yelled loudly. He was filled with hate and loathed Qin Feng's arrogance. As such, he levitated the long wooden sword in his hand again and this time he sent it directly towards Qin Feng's head. I don't believe that your head will be as tough as your chest. Bang! The long sword zoomed like a lightning bolt and arrived right between Qin Feng's eyebrows in a blink of an eye. A heavy thud resounded. Qin Feng remained seated with his legs crossed, not even in the slightest trying to evade the attack. The wooden sword stopped an inch away from the space between his eyebrows, buzzing and hovering in midair. It could not pierce Qin Feng's head. How can that be? It's impossible. Large droplets of sweat beaded off Uncle Ghost's forehead. His expression was grotesque as his eyes widened. Fear overtook Ximen too. He involuntarily stepped back a few paces. He had a bad hunch in his heart and it was getting stronger by the second. He was now planning to escape. Young master, Prince Ximen, please go now. Leave him to me, I'll certainly take his head off and report to you. Uncle Ghost was Qin Ye's ace and Qin Ye was stunned when he asked them to leave. Originally, he wanted to see the death of Qin Feng with his own eyes, but now, given the bad situation, he had to flee for his life first. Want to leave? No way, Qin Feng suddenly exclaimed. The techniques from the Sword of Dugu had thoroughly permeated his mind and now his body was overflowing with a dominating aura. He yelled, sending that dominating aura at Uncle Ghost and causing him to flinch. With an orange-gray true steel sword in his hand, Qin Feng felt like he could split the heavens and shatter the earth. He casually waved his hand. Then, the true steel sword left his grip and flew into the air. The orange-colored sword formed numerous sword flurries and even slashed open the void space, leaving tons of afterimages wherever it went. The air above the parlor was now filled with innumerable sword afterimages and rained down on the people below. It was as if each and every one of those afterimages had been granted life and all of them homed in on their targets, slashing and piercing across each target's body with perfect accuracy. Uncle Ghost was frozen by the scene before him as he stared at the barrage of sword chi with his glassy sunken eyes. He could no longer keep his composure and yelled, "Young master, be careful." He cultivated the sword technique as well, a kind of secret martial art in the carefree sect, the sword styles of Xiaoyao. This sword technique was a high yellow-grade sword technique. It was all thanks to this sword technique that Uncle Ghost could stand his ground against a stage 7 inner chi master. His sword style of Xiao Yao was obscure and considered the quintessential sword skill. It was extremely powerful. However, after seeing Qin Feng's weird and monstrously strong sword style, only then did Uncle Ghost realize this was the true way of the sword and his own sword style was out of its league. Shroom. 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 Countless illusory sword flurries waltzed in the air and raised a gale that sliced through the air. Dozens of men in black hastily surrounded Qin Ye in a circle to protect him from the sword flurries. To their dismay, the sword flurries were too powerful and too great in number. It covered the entire air above them and very soon, all of them were overwhelmed. One after another dropped to the floor lifeless. The whole parlor was dyed red by their blood. Go to hell. Qin Feng vanished and reappeared beside his true steel sword. He commanded the true steel sword back to his hand and with the true steel sword in his right hand, he conjured a heavy, dense orange sword chi and mercilessly waved it down. Pfft. A crisp resounded. Uncle Ghost glared at Qin Feng with a reed look as his head started to fall apart. Soon enough, he was split in half. Uncle Ghost. Qin Ye moaned as he fell to the floor, unable to receive the truth that Uncle Ghost was dead. Qin Ye moaned not because he cherished Uncle Ghost and he would mourn his death, but it was only because this geezer was his best and strongest fighting force. And now even his most elite force lost to Qin Feng and died at his hand. Qin Ye was beyond hope. It's your turn now. Qin Feng turned and stormed toward Qin Ye. The remaining 6 men in black hastily went forward to halt Qin Feng's attack. Once again, Qin Feng waved the true steel sword in his hand and sent dozens of violent sword chi across the parlor, filling the parlor with a metal jarring sound. Chi! Pfft! From time to time, the sound of the long sword chopping down bodies echoed throughout the whole parlor. The martial artists did not even have a change to scream and each of them lay lifelessly in a pool of blood. After learning the sword of Dugu, Qin Feng became invincible and he could sweep away anything before him. Not even a stage 6 inner chi master could stand a chance against him now. Within the time span of a few breaths, Qin Feng arrived at Qin Ye's side. Meanwhile, those 10 or so martial artists who were supposed to protect Qin Ye were now all dead in pools of blood. Nobody would come to his aid now. Qin Ye never anticipated this would be his end. He now looked earnestly at Qin Feng and pleaded, Qin Feng, please spare my life. I'm your cousin and my dad is your third uncle, we shared the same bloodline and we are siblings by blood. We're a family. You wouldn't kill your own family, would you? I beg you to spare my life and let me go. Qin Ye began to entice Qin Feng with their family relationship in his life and death crisis. Qin Feng went blank for a second before he regained his thoughts. Then, he firmly gripped the long sword in his hand and looked at Qin Ye with a reed look. Now you know we are family. Ha! You're too late. Qin Feng raised the true steel sword and drew a perfect arc of orange radiance in the air. Meanwhile, Sima too flinched and remained still in his position, his mouth gaping wide. Qin Feng. While he was about to slice Qin Ye in half, a familiar voice drifted into his ears, causing his expression to turn vile. The true steel sword finally stopped above Qin Ye's head. The domineering aura released by true steel sword disheveled Qin Ye's long hair, causing it to fly madly in the air. Woo woo. Qin Feng, hurry up and leave. Leave now, sobbed the lady. She was so grieved that she wished she was dead. Qin Feng waved his hand and withdrew the true steel sword. He deliberately forfeited his chance to kill Qin Ye after the lady appeared. He slowly turned and saw a tearful Su Ruoro. She was marched forward by 2 men in black. Her tears had killed her speech, she could only desperately shake her head at Qin Feng. Release her. Qin Feng yelled coldly to Qin Ye who was behind him. You can do whatever to me as long as you release her. Seizing his golden opportunity, Qin Ye hastily crawled toward Sima Tuesday. Both of them shared the same puzzled expression as they looked at each other. They did not know why Su Ruoro would be here. Qin Ye thought Qin Feng would certainly die this time, so he did not prepare a backup plan. They never captured Su Ruoro, so who did? I asked you to release her now. Seeing Qin Ye did not reply to him, Qin Feng ran out of patience and roared at him. He placed the true steel sword on Qin Ye's neck and stared at him with reddened eyes. Then, he said angrily, one word at a time to Qin Ye, if you dare to lay a single finger on Ruoro today, I swear I will demolish the Qin family in Jincheng City. Qin Ye was stunned by Qin Feng's hideous expression. He hastily turned over and signaled with his eyes to Sima Tu as if he was saying, release her now if this is your doing. On the other hand, Sima Tu was perplexed by Qin Ye's reaction. It wasn't his doing, he thought it was Qin Ye who caught Su Ruoro. Qin Feng. Su Ruoro suddenly called to him from the back. Qin Feng spun his body around and noticed Su Ruoro had freed herself and she was running towards him. Immediately, Qin Feng recoiled, pulled Su Ruoro to a safe corner, pushed her behind him, and guarded her. After securing her safety, Qin Feng once again lifted his true steel sword and glared coldly at both Sima Tu and Qin Ye. Qin Ye, I make allowance that you're one of the Qin family, so I want to end your life without having you to suffer much. But I never imagined that you dare to capture this young master woman. I've decided, today, I must make your death beyond your imagination. Qin Feng became even angrier after he had rescued Su Ruoro. He threw the true steel sword into the air and dozens of afterimages started to manifest in the air, scaring Qin Ye and Sima Tu so much that they turned their head and fled for their lives. Pfft! The sound of a dagger stabbed into body resounded. The true steel sword that hovered in the air suddenly stopped moving and caused the soon-to-be materialized afterimages to fade away. The true steel sword fell to the floor like a soulless toy, stunning the duo. Sima Tu and Qin Ye stopped and stared dumbly at Qin Feng's pained expression. The scene before them was completely incomprehensible, they did not know what Qin Feng was doing. Pfft! The dagger was pulled out by someone and left a large perforation at Qin Feng's waist. A jet of fresh blood gushed out from the perforation and the pain was too hard to bear. However, Qin Feng ignored everything that was happening around him and ignored the sensation of pain. He could not summon the nerve to cover the perforation at his waist nor turn around to look at the one who ambushed him. He did not even dare to look at the person. There was only one person behind his back. And that person was none other than Su Ruoro. Why? Ruoro, why? Still, Qin Feng did not turn his body around as he did not want to see the ugly side of her. This battle had always been in Qin Feng's favor. He had solved all of the plans formulated by Qin Ye and caught him unprepared. He braced himself and faced off every dangerous situation adamantly again and again. He never failed. However, he failed twice tonight. First, he was betrayed by Ying and now he was stabbed by Su Ruoro from behind. Clank! The dagger in her hand fell to the floor. She had dissolved into tears so she couldn't speak. Qin Feng. Don't call my name. Just tell me, why? I'm sorry, Qin Feng. Please forgive me. Please, I beg you, kill me. Please, kill me. Su Ruoro fell to the floor like a soulless doll. Her eyes were filled with incessant regret and pain as her frail body trembled non-stop in despair. The moment she stabbed the dagger into Qin Feng's waist, she felt her heart shatter into pieces. She did not want to do it, but she had no other option left. The atmosphere dropped below zero. Sima Tu and Qin Ye finally came to their senses. Suddenly, Qin Ye's expression changed dramatically and he yelled harshly, "It is you. Su Ruoro worked for you." Chapter 391, Ximen Chui Shui, Engage. Chapter 391, Ximen Chui Shui, Engage. Ha ha ha. What a lovely night, how could you all not invite me? A sinister laugh sounded. Two dark figures suddenly appeared in the bright parlor. These two people were shrouded in large black robes, and their faces were concealed by a big hat. Nobody could see clearly their features, ages, and figures. The two of them appeared out of thin air and none of the people in the parlor noticed their presence. The black robes on their body were pie black and swallowed all light that shone on it, dimming their surroundings and exuding a mysterious and ethereal vibe. "It's you, so this was your doing." When he saw the man in the black robe, Qin Ye was so stunned that his eyes almost popped out. "Who would have thought that you'd recognize me even after I cloaked myself and changed my voice? You really are the #1 genius of Jincheng City," chaffed the man cloaked in black robe. Then, he sneered, "But you'll be ruined by your own wisdom, kid. Don't you know that the more you know, the quicker you die?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sleeve of the person behind the man cloaked in the black robe fluttered. With the flash of a sword, Qin Ye fell to the ground before anyone could react. Then, blood pooled from his body, dampening his clothes. Qin Feng and Sima too gasped at the speed of the man. He was too fast, none of them could see clearly how or when he attacked. "Ha ha ha. Such a weakling. I thought you'd be a worthy opponent for us. It turns out that I've overestimated you," said the man cloaked in the black robe. He did not move an inch and his appearance was veiled by his overly large black hat, completely concealing his current expression from everybody. Suddenly, that man turned to Qin Feng. "You're Qin Feng, right? It's your turn now." Following the man cloaked in the black robe's order, the person who killed Qin Ye moved again and shot yet another streak of orange light from his sleeve. Qin Feng could see only a silhouette blur before him and a sword ray rammed into his chest. A massive airstream suddenly exploded, sending Qin Feng flying into the air with a huge bang. "You are not dead yet?" asked the man who attacked Qin Feng. This was the first time he opened his mouth and his voice was kind of hoarse. He should be an elder. The face that obscured beneath the black robe was filled with astonishment. He tapped lightly on his feet, and arrived before Qin Feng in the next second. "I would like to see how long you can endure my attacks, brat." Bang! He lifted his palm and struck hard on Qin Feng's head. Carrying a ferocious gale, the palm strike erupted in an incredibly dense and powerful aura, and the suppression from the aura made Qin Feng feel suffocated. It was so powerful that he was unable to gauge the exact strength of this elder as this was the first time he had come across such a dominating opponent. He was strong, so strong that Qin Feng had no room to retaliate. Kaboom! It was a simple yet normal palm strike, but it heavily injured Qin Feng. He became dizzy and his eyes dimmed. He leapt into the air and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, a cracking noise sounded out from his flying dragon armor and Little Pig called out to him nervously. "Master, the flying dragon armor has reached its limit and it will break down at any moment. We have to retreat now." Even the usually laid-back and prideful Little Pig became nervous. This could only mean one thing: the elder before them was too powerful and his strength was off the charts. The crack on the flying dragon armor was getting larger and finally, it broke in two, leaving Qin Feng completely vulnerable to any attacks. At this moment, a dark figure flashed before Qin Feng. It was that orange-color sword ray that charged at him once again. Bang! Qin Feng shed the flying dragon armor and became extremely light. He shot a few meters backward into the air. Then, he swung his true steel sword and drew layers of orange radiance in the air before slamming it downward. Sword of Dugu. The materialized condensed powerful sword Qi morphed into a large net of sword energy and crushed down at the elder who was cloaked in the black robe. "Humph, is this the best you can do?" The elder scoffed and retreated a few paces while a long orange radiant sword flew out from his sleeve. The radiance it exuded was not inferior to Qin Feng's true steel sword, it was even brighter than his. The long sword stopped in the air for a moment before flying toward Qin Feng. The stench of death pervaded the air and rushed at Qin Feng. The sword Qi pierced through Qin Feng's net of sword energy and flew directly above Qin Feng's neck. Pfft! Qin Feng hastily spun his body around in the nick of time. The long sword missed its target and did not pierce through Qin Feng's head. Instead, it pierced through and left a large gash in Qin Feng's shoulder. Blood surged out of the gash and an excruciating pain filled his mind. Qin Feng, Su Ruoro, who had been laying on the floor, screamed. She fell unconscious after seeing a gravely injured Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not spare a single glance at Su Ruoro. He wanted to keep and treasure the Su Ruoro that he knew deep in his heart, while for the woman that lay in the corner, Qin Feng just regarded her as a stranger. "Humph, can you take my attack once more?" asked the elder cloaked in the black robe with a voice filled with killing intent and mockery. He then waved his hand and sent his long sword glittering with snow and frost at Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng was not protected by the flying dragon armor. Plus, he was gravely injured and he was certain that he could not parry this attack in his current miserable situation. As the sword ray-eared his heart, Qin Feng yelled soulfully in his heart. "Ximen Chui Shui, engage in battle." Rumbles. A massive explosion erupted and a young man descended out of thin air. The man wore a long snow-white robe. His face was solemn and he had an impressive appearance. He held a thin ancient long sword in his hand. Nobody knew the name of the sword as all who saw the sword had perished. The man named the long sword Wushao sword. He was Ximen Chui Shui, who bore the title of the god of sword. "Who are you?" The elder cloaked in the black robe was stunned. It was totally out of his expectations for his last attack to be effortlessly blocked by the white-robed man before him. Before making his appearance, he had already scouted the surrounding area and he was certain that there were no people hidden around them. Then where did this cold and handsome young man come from? "Master, please punish Chui Shui for being unable to protect you." Ximen Chui Shui ignored the elder cloaked in the black robe. He spun his body around and bowed slightly at Qin Feng. "You've been exculpated, Chui Shui. Now, just help me get rid of those two men cloaked in black robes over there." Qin Feng was still in the midst of shock. He could sense the aura of Ximen Chui Shui. It was dense and pure, as if was carried down from the ancient times. "How dare you lowlifes injured my master? Accept your death now." Ximen Chui Shui was a man of action. He brandished the long sword in his hand and shot out a ray of bright white light. The ray of light looked ordinary, but in fact, it was extremely threatening and it could alter the magnetic field around it. "Careful, young master." The elder cloaked in black robes lost his arrogance and his composure as he was startled by the almighty power portrayed by Ximen Chui Shui. He pushed away the young man cloaked in black robes and simultaneously swung around his long sword, releasing dozens of orange sword chi in the air and forming a sword chi barrier dome around him. The barrier was filled with inner chi and was impenetrable and indestructible. Screech. A very slight sound of something piercing through a barrier sounded. It was hard for an ordinary person to notice it. This was, however, not the case for the elder cloaked in black robes. Cold sweat started to ooze and bead from his forehead as he never expected his barrier of sword chi would be easily penetrated by Ximen Chui Shui. That fine hole became larger by the second until finally, the whole barrier of sword chi corrupted. Pfft. That ordinary long sword owned by Ximen Chui dug into the stomach of that elder cloaked in black robes, going in from the front and exiting from the back and leaving a fist-sized hole in his stomach. Seeing this horrid scene, the face of that young man cloaked in black robes changed dramatically. His face was flooded with fear. It was hard for him to swallow the fact that his opponent was able to easily and gravely injure his strongest companion. "Young master, leave now," the elder cloaked in black robes roared. Then, he hastily pulled out a jade bottle and poured the powder on his wound. The hole instantly stopped bleeding and began to heal at a pace visible to the human eye. "You're looking for death, little brat." The elder cloaked in black robes was completely enraged. He jumped and flourished his long sword nimbly in his hand. The air above Qin Feng and Ximen Chui was filled with dozens of barbarous sword chi and instantly enshrouded them. "What an impudent lowlife! How can you show off your incompetence in front of me, the god of sword?" Ximen Chui remained calm and composed. He did not even spare a glance at the elder cloaked in black robes. As a god of sword himself, he was a prideful man, constantly exuding a kingly aura, showing off the supremacy of his finely honed sword skills in relation to the masses. Even if he was on Earth now and he only had a stage 8 inner chi at the moment, he still retained his sense of superiority. Shroom. Ximen Chui clasped his hands together with his long sword in between his palms. He circulated his inner chi around and suddenly, a loud hum sounded. Layers of strong and solid aura filled their surroundings, doming and protecting Qin Feng and Ximen Chui from the elder cloaked in the black robes' relentless sword strikes. The barrier was unassailable. The elder cloaked in black robes could not penetrate it no matter how hard he tried. "Master," Ximen Chui's magnetic field was heavily disrupted by the Earth's magnetic field. He was at stage 8 inner chi when you summoned him and he dropped to stage 7 inner chi within the span of 5 minutes. I estimate that Ximen Chui's strength will drop even further to stage 6 in the next 10 minutes. And at that time, Ximen Chui will not be an opponent for that monster even if he teams up with Master, said Little Pig. Qin Feng raised his brows after hearing what Little Pig had said. He never imagined that the disruption from the Earth's magnetic field would affect Ximen Chui so greatly. He was originally a stage 9 inner chi expert who completely mastered stage 9 inner chi and was halfway stepping into the realm of comprehension. It was hard to believe that he only had stage 7 inner chi after spending most of his power to counter the corrosion of the Earth's magnetic field. The cost of summoning him was simply too huge. The standoff between Ximen Chui and the elder cloaked in black robes had come to a standstill. It was obvious that they could not hold it any longer from their thinning sword chi. "Quick, Ximen Chui, bring me away now." Qin Feng was planning a retreat. Ximen Chui was his last ace in the hole. If he lost, Qin Feng felt that he'd die here today. Ximen Chui did not persist on fighting after receiving the order from Qin Feng. He waved his long sword, pushing the elder cloaked in black robes a few meters back and hastily grabbed Qin Feng and escaped. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for completing the second side mission of Martial World Disturbance. Host Qin Feng has bought the hero Ximen Chui from the Elysium of Heroes and made him battle once on the Earth. The system will reward host Qin Feng 5,000 Hedonist points. The system beeped as soon as they retreated from the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Qin Feng yelled in his heart to summon the flaming dragon horse out of the system. Ximen Chui then leapt onto the flaming dragon horse and brought Qin Feng away on it. "Little Pig, give me the elementary grade golden sore medicine." Qin Feng was gravely injured. He felt as though he was going to vomit his internal organs out just by sitting on the flaming dragon horse. "Master, you've suffered very bad internal injuries and the elementary grade golden sore medicine can no longer save you. Master has to buy the meridian pills to restore your damaged internal organs and meridians." How much does it cost? It costs 2,000 hedonist points for one bottle. Give me one. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng fell unconscious. Without warning, he was stabbed by Su Ruoro and received 3 consecutive palm strikes from the elder cloaked in black robes. It was considered a miracle that he could hold up until now. Chapter 392, A New Life. Chapter 392, A New Life. The Amethyst Dragon Palace was a mess, as if it had been ravaged by a huge war. Uncle Yen, why don't we chase after them? Asked the young man cloaked in a black robe. Young master, the strength of that white-robed man beside Qin Feng is immeasurable. Plus, I'm heavily injured and I might not be able to defeat him. I'm afraid nobody will be able to protect young master if I go after them. As Uncle Yen talked, his breath somehow became unstable. The face of the young man black-robed grossly distorted with a violent expression of anger. He had been planning this night for a long time and everything was under his control. He looked to the side as he recalled how Qin Ye cooperated with many major forces to beat down Qin Feng while he himself hid in the dark, planning to reap the benefits when both were weakened. He was like an oriole, lurking in the back of a mantis that was preying on a cicada. However, he did not expect that a white-robed man would bounce in halfway and disrupt his well-thought-out and cherished plan. The young man was grieved by the outcome. He was nervous. Uncle Yen, is there any possibility that Qin Feng could have recognized us? Please rest assured, young master. Qin Feng did not get in touch with us much and we've altered our voices. I'm certain that he has no idea who we are, Uncle Yen answered resolutely. But that little brat Qin Ye recognized us. The young man was still worried. It's no surprise that Qin Ye recognized us given that he has been observing us as well and he knows young master better than Qin Feng does. Now the Qin family in Acropolis City is on the verge of destruction and Qin Feng is gravely injured. Even though we let him slip away, he won't survive. Even if he manages to get through this, I'm certain that he will lose all of his martial arts. The young man was confident in Uncle Yan's ability. Since Uncle Yen said Qin Feng had a slim chance of surviving, the young man finally felt relieved. Then, he darted a glance at Sima Tuesday. Sima Tu had been knocked out by Uncle Yen and he was laying in a pool of blood. Young master, what should we do to this fellow? Kill him, the young man replied emotionlessly. The Sima family is a large and tenable family that could find their own place and stand on solid ground in the vast provincial capital. Plus, they did not have any bad blood with us. Do we really have to start a feud with them? Uncle Yen hesitated. After hearing Uncle Yan's speech, the young man cloaked in the black robe burst into brazen laughter. Then, he said, why should we start a feud with the Sima family? I'm not so dumb yet. Sima too is also a pawn to me and now he is the only witness to Qin Ye's murder and saw us gravely injure Qin Feng so we can't let him live. As to who killed Sima too, it's Qin Feng and not us. Uncle Yen had a good grasp of his young master's plan. With a cold sneer, he fluttered his sleeve, sending an orange sword chi right between Sima Tu's brows. Sima Tu's whole body quivered and then he was dead. Young master, now I'll spread the news that Qin Feng killed Qin Ye and Sima Tuesday. As both of them were leaving, the young man suddenly halted his movement, turned his head, and looked at Su Ruoro who was lying in the corner. Uncle Yan's sleeve fluttered once again as he prepared to kill Su Ruoro as well. Wait. The young man stopped Uncle Yen. She's a great asset and she might be a good help for us in the future. Perhaps we can let her live. Young master, we'll be in big trouble if this young girl betrays us and tells Qin Feng about your identity. We should kill her right now, Uncle Yen said worriedly. Never twice without thrice. Since she deceived and betrayed Qin Feng once, she will still betray him the next time. Anyway, we still hold her secret in our hands and I bet she won't dare sell us out." After he finished speaking, the young man waved his hand and both of them left the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Su Ruoro remained in the messy Amethyst Dragon Palace. She slowly opened her eyes. An excruciating pain pricked her heart as soon as she woke up. When she remembered that she had stabbed Qin Feng in the back, she was so grieved that she wished to ram herself to death on the wall. But she couldn't die now. Her grandmother was still in the hands of that guy. Glancing at the vast and spacious parlor, Su Ruoro hastily yelled loudly for help. However, all her shouting was to no avail, no one could hear her or respond to her. She realized both of the men cloaked in black robes had left her in this ruins and gone away. Su Ruoro went crazy and rushed out of the Amethyst Dragon Palace. There was nothing in the murky night, only her shadow pulling long under the flash of street lamps and the waning moon. Nothing. Everything was destroyed by me. She ambled aimlessly on the street and subconsciously arrived at Coiled Snake Mountain. She climbed up to Coiled Snake Mountain's top as the memories of the time Qin Feng brought her here for car racing surged and flooded her mind. Su Ruoro was a pawn. Her allegiance with her lord dated back to the time when she deliberately missed the bus and went to work on Qin Feng's 28-inch bicycle. She entered the royal group to purposely get near to Qin Feng. She had to win over Qin Feng's heart. So she pretended to be a poverty-ridden young girl who was looking for a part-time job. Finally, she succeeded in deceiving Qin Feng and entered the Qin Manor to become young Master Qin's housekeeper. She knew from the start that Xiao Bai was not the real young Master Qin. She went along with the show and played Qin Feng. She was an actress. Legend had said prostitutes never reveal their true heart and those thespians never have true integrity. This, however, was not the case for Su Ruoro. She had grown fond of Qin Feng in this reality show. She had no other relatives aside from her grandmother, but she received a lot of love from Qin Feng. Slowly, she treated the residents of Qin Manor as her new family bit by bit. She had Qin Huang as her serious and lovable uncle. She got to know Rao Sherman and became her bestie. And Li Yuchen, she too treated her as one of her best friends. Su Ruoro knew about Han and Ying's alliance with Qin Ye for a long time and she tried to warn Qin Feng, but he paid no mind to her warning. Everything is coming to an end. Standing on the top of the Coiled Snake Mountain, Su Ruoro could not feel the strong gale that shoved at her. She stood against the wind, recalling all her memories with Qin Feng as one after another passed through her mind. Teardrops glided down her cheeks as she looked into the deep and dark precipice, a thought slowly forming in her mind. Farewell, Qin Feng. Grandmother, I failed to rescue you. I'm an unfilial granddaughter. Please don't miss me anymore, and please forgive me. Her feet left the ground. With a single bound, Su Ruoro jumped into the deep abyss. She wasn't afraid nor nervous, instead, she felt she was dispelled from her dejection. All of her sorrow and grief was released from her body. Master, somebody is jumping off the cliff. On the other side of the Coiled Snake Mountain, two white-robed maidens stood in the wind. Anyone would be shocked when he saw the features of these two maidens. They were described as maidens descended from heaven, filled with holiness and ethereal beauty. This young lady has a peculiar constitution and is very suitable to cultivate martial arts. She's still in her prime and she's making light of her life. Well, it's fate for us to come across her. The maiden waved her hand. Then, a white ribbon shot out from her sleeve. The white ribbon flew with incredible speed towards Su Ruoro and wrapped itself around her waist. The maiden waved her hand again and Su Ruoro was lifted all the way up from the bottom of the cliff. Master, she has lost her conscience, exclaimed the young lady who was about 20 years old and standing beside the maiden. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and the flower fragrance from her body pervaded the air on top of the mountain. Both of the maidens came out from their mountain tonight and had planned to collect herbs from Devil Beast Mountain. They didn't know that a full-scale war was going on in Devil Beast Mountain, and it was beset with many martial artists and beasts. Upon discovering this, both of them then changed their course and arrived at the top of Coiled Snake Mountain. They gazed upon the situation unraveling at Devil Beast Mountain. After realizing that the war was intensifying, both of them decided to go back and come back another time. While they were heading back, they came across Su Ruoro, who was attempting suicide. Hua Xianyu, go ahead and wake up the benefactress. The maiden spoke warmly. Hua Xianyu waved her exquisite hand and a few blossoms flew out from her sleeve. The blossoms circled around Su Ruoro. Not long after, Su Ruoro opened her eyes. Where am I? Why I'm still on top of the mountain? Could this be the world beyond death? Su Ruoro studied the surroundings with a puzzled expression. Then, her gaze fell on Hua Xianyu and the other maiden. Who are you? Dear patroness, you're such a beauty and you're in the prime of your age. Why do you have to attempt suicide? The maiden did not answer Su Ruoro's question, but asked her own instead. Not only did Su Ruoro realize she was not dead, it seemed that she had been rescued by the two beautiful maidens before her. However, she could not fathom how they resurrected her from death, since she should have been crushed to death by the time she jumped off the cliff. Su Ruoro did not speak. Her face was awash with sorrow. Trapped by love. The maiden answered her own question on Su Ruoro's behalf. The maiden went forward and helped Su Ruoro rise to her feet. She examined Su Ruoro's body and exclaimed, a peculiar body that's very hard to come by in 100 years. I believe that in time, you'll be able to reach the realm of the immortal. Su Ruoro was perplexed by the maiden's words. Since you have the courage to jump from the cliff, why don't you make a good use of that courage and continue to stay on in the world of the mortal? What if you follow me back to the Serene Sect, forever curtained off from the rest of the world and wholeheartedly seeking the truth and essence of life through cultivation? Are you willing to follow me? Su Ruoro was filled with astonishment. She had a basic foundation regarding the martial arts world, and it seemed that the two maidens before her were martial artists. Master, Hua Xianyu called out to her master. She was extremely shocked, as she never imagined that her master would invite the lady before them into their sect and, what's more, keep her as her own apprentice. The master of Hua Xianyu was the leader of Serene Sect, Maiden Jing Axian. Ever since she became the leader of Serene Sect, she had only kept Hua Xianyu as her sole disciple. Xianyu, do you have any objections? Leader Jing Axian looked at Hua Xianyu. Hua Xianyu hastily shook her head. Xianyu has no objection to Master's decision. It's just Xianyu is afraid that we have no knowledge about the background of this young lady, and if we bring her back to the Serene Sect just like this. It's fine. This young lady is a kind-hearted lady. No need to worry about that, Xianyu. Hua Xianyu was worried about the safety of her sect. This was because the Serene Sect was truly a clandestine sect, and they were different from the other martial sect that was connected to the outer world. They were even more concealed and mysterious, so they picked their disciples with extreme caution. I'll leave everything for Master to decide. Since her master had said so, Hua Xianyu decided not to poke her nose any further into this affair. She then surveyed Devil Beast Mountain with her glassy eyes. A faint young man's figure slowly formed in her mind, and she couldn't remove it from her mind. Patroness, it's your call. Leader Jing Axian turned to Su Ruoro and looked at her auspiciously. Maiden, can you help me with something? If Maiden could do it, then Ruoro's willing to follow Maiden back to the Serene Sect, Su Ruoro said resolutely. Just speak what is on your mind. I want to erase my past memories. She loved Qin Feng deeply. If she did not forget him, how could Su Ruoro carry on with her life? I can help you if you're prepared. Then please, maiden. Please obliviate my memories. The cold and piercing wind blew ferociously on the top of Coiled Snake Mountain and disheveled the trio's long hair and clothes. Su Ruoro kneeled on the ground with her hands clasped together and her eyes closed. Leader Jing Xian pulled out a jade bottle. Then, she waved her hasu and a pill in the jade bottle flew into Su Ruoro's mouth. After a minute, Su Ruoro opened her clear eyes that were bereft of any impurities and looked curiously at the world. From now on, you are Wu Xian. You are my closed apprentice and this is your senior sister, Hua Xianyu. Wu Xian. Because her heart had shattered in her past incarnation, she became heartless in this life. Su Ruoro murmured her own name. Then, she rose to her feet and curiously looked at Hua Xianyu and leader Jing Xian. After a good while, she wore an innocent smile on her face. Master Jing Xian, senior sister Xianyu. Fine, we should get going now. Leader Jing Xian smiled knowingly. She swung her hasu lightly above Su Ruoro's head, obliviating her memories and severing her connection with her past. As such, Su Ruoro was reborn as Wu Xian, the disciple of the Serene Sect. Chapter 393, A Swindler Who Sells Talisman. Chapter 393, A Swindler Who Sells Talisman. 3 months after the incident. Provincial capital, Yulin Street. The Yulin Street was located within the provincial capital, contained many antique shops, and had a long history. It was a heritage of the provincial capital. The street was ragged, surrounded by many red brick houses that would be demolished soon. However, despite its old and shabby appearance, the street was incredibly lively. It was bustling and filled with an endless stream of cars and people. Most of the people came to look for treasure and hoped to become rich overnight should they find some antiques worth several cities. All sorts of pain-relieving medicines and miracle pills that can cure all diseases. Many spiritual equipments, instruments, and talismans that can protect and free you from mishaps all your lives. Peddler cried out advertising wares in the street. All of the people who walked past him scorned him with a look of disdain. Nobody in this generation bursting with all sort of high-end technologies believed in this kind of superstition. The man draped a yellow Taoist robe over his body and had a Taoist cap on his head. He wore a walrus mustache on his face and held a peachwood sword in his hand. He ignored the onlookers' gazes and continued to cry out his wares with all his might. The clothing under his Taoist robe were real bargains. The whole set of clothes plus the shoes cost no more than $50. It was normal for people to ignore a miserable psychic like him. If one, however, paid more attention to him, they would have noticed that the man was tall and had a stocky build. Hidden underneath his clothing was a body of well-toned muscles, wisdom on his brows, eyes as sharp as an eagle, and the air of a king in his being. Those eyes were eyes owned by the Strong One and were evidence of him having gone through a life-or-death battle. 3 months ago, he was the first hedonist young master of Acropolis City, admired and revered by thousands. After 3 months, he had to earn his living selling talismans in the Yulin Street. The change was so drastic that Qin Feng felt heaven must be playing a cruel joke on him and he wanted to laugh at himself. Big Sister Ximen, someone is selling talismans. Let's go over there and take a look. A petite and charming little beauty accompanying a tall and alluring lady strolled down the street. Rao Ximen was studying a Maithreya jade pendant from an antique shop. She then turned to the little beauty and said, "Cuckoo, please go ahead of me. I'll follow you shortly after I purchase this jade pendant." Zhang Cuckoo and Rao Ximen were first-tier celebrities in China. Both of them were about the same age and they were classmates during their time at the university. They usually hung out together whenever they were free. Zhang Kukut skipped across the street to a stall that was selling talismans. She then peered curiously at the yellow talismans on the table that were marked with abstract runes using cinnabar. No matter how hard she tried to decipher them, she couldn't understand either one. Little beauty, I see a halo on the crown of your head. This is a sign that you're leaping into the limelight. If you allow me to read your palm, I'll show you a way to reach the pinnacle of your career, said Qin Feng in a low voice. Zhang Kuku raised her head and quickly glanced at Qin Feng. When she saw his lascivious look, she pouted her mouth and sulked, "Go away, you psychic. You aren't trying to read my palm. You just want to touch this princess' exquisite hand." Ahem, ahem. Qin Feng choked on his own saliva. He had not touched any women in the last 3 months and he was almost tormented to death by his burning desires, so he decided to flirt with Zhang Kuku when he saw that she agreed very well with his taste and standards. He never imagined that this young lady would see right through his intentions once he spoke. "TSK, I just wanted to read your palm, don't casually cream it for me. Do I look like a villain to you? Have you ever met a villain as handsome as me?" Qin Feng scornfully criticized Zhang Kuku for accusing him to be a pervert. Curling her mouth, Zhang Kuku declared firmly, "But you do look like a villain to me." Zhang Kuku ignored Qin Feng as he snorted and stared in anger. She simply grabbed 2 talismans and asked curiously, "Uncle, how much are you selling these talismans for?" "You have a good insight, little beauty." Qin Feng was soon to be torn by poverty. Seeing this naive young girl was interested in his talismans, he hastily changed his attitude and said smilingly, "This is the soul-cleansing talisman. It can cleanse your soul and relax your mind when you evoke it. Meanwhile, this is the fireball talisman. It is a powerful talisman, it can release fireball after you sing the incantation." "Tisk, do you think I'm so dumb as to believe you?" Zhang Kuku rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. However, Zhang Kuku had been quite interested in this kind of supernatural thing since she was young. At least on the surface of it, the talisman drawn by Qin Feng looked quite promising, so Zhang Kuku decided to buy 2 of them. "Stop talking nonsense. Just name the price." Qin Feng looked at Zhang Kuku with a devilish grin. She has swallowed the bait at last. As soon as Qin Feng was about to name the price, Zhang Kuku cut him short and said, "Don't try to scam me. I won't buy it if it is too expensive." Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Soon, he plastered a cheerful smile on his face and said, "All of my merchandises are sold at fair prices and it must be the act of God for us to meet with each other here today. Well then, 2 million yuan for these 2 talismans." Zhang Kuku's cherry lips dropped into a big O shape. She looked at Qin Feng as if she was looking at an idiot. She felt like such a dumb fool that she had the urge to destroy this swindler stall. "Go to hell. I'm not buying them," replied Zhang Kuku in a huff. "AI. Please don't go, little beauty. I'll slash the price then. 2 talismans for 1 million yuan. Please wait, little beauty. You can bargain over the price again. I'll accept 500,000 yuan for 2 pieces. How about you name your desired price?" Qin Feng was disheartened seeing Zhang Kuku leave without looking back. His talismans really worked. For example, the soul-cleansing talisman was injected with his pure inner qi and it could really cleanse and relax the wielder's soul and mind. Meanwhile, the fireball talisman was filled with Little Pig's spiritual essence, which Qin Feng had forced Little Pig to spurt into the talisman. Little Pig could breathe fire, so the talisman could conjure fireball once the wielder evoked the talisman. It's cheap to sell these 2 miraculous talismans at 2 million yuan, right? Seeing Zhang Kuku had vanished in the sea of people, Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. He used to be a big spender who would spend up to 100 million in an instant, so his concept of money greatly differed from that of ordinary people. City guard is here. Suddenly, somebody yelled desperately from the end of the street, arousing the crowd and causing a disturbance in the street. The stall owners and hawkers hastily put away their belongings and frantically ran away in all directions. Stay put, little brat. Qin Feng's stall was still a chaotic jumble as the team of city guards swiftly approached him. Seeing the city guard almost within his reach, Qin Feng clenched his teeth, abandoned his stall, and escaped with all his might. Cuckoo, where is the person you were talking about? Ximen came out of the antique shop with Zhang Kuku. Zhang Kuku pulled her to Qin Feng's stall. When Zhang Kuku saw the wrecked stall and Qin Feng was nowhere to be found, she raised her brows as she pondered, where did that swindler go? Ha! It must be the city guard. That swindler was scared away by the arrival of the city guard. Very soon, Zhang Kuku had a good grasp of the whole situation. She casually grabbed 10 or so talismans and handed them to Ximen. Suddenly, she stopped giggling and tightened her beautiful brows. The soul-cleansing pendant that Qin Feng gifted to her previously came to mind when Zhang Kuku told her that the soul-cleansing talisman. The soul-cleansing talisman had the same effect as the pendant, both of them could cleanse and relax the wielder's soul and mind. On top of that, it was the defensive mechanism of the soul-cleansing pendant that rescued her in a pinch when Zhou Kai almost violated Ximen during her stay in Acropolis City. A mix of feelings rushed into Ximen's heart when she thought about Qin Feng. He had been missing for 3 months and nobody knew whether was he still alive or was dead. Kuku. Where is the talisman seller? Ximen suddenly tightly grabbed Zhang Kuku's hand. Ximen, you're hurting me. Zhang Kuku's hands were bruised by Ximen. She struggled for a bit and then continued, I guess that swindler has been caught by the city guard. Phew. Qin Feng hid from the city guard in a small valley. He heaved a long sigh after he had successfully lost the city guards. The day was ebbing away and he had not sold any of his talismans. What disheartened him the most was that he had left all of his talismans in Yulin Street. 3 months ago, Ximen Chui brought him all the way down to the provincial capital after they escaped from the Amethyst Dragon Palace. The Yun province had been completely turned upside down within the last 3 months. First and foremost was the battle between the Feng group and the Flying Wyvern group. Longhair and his 2 brothers completely smoked the Flying Wyvern group without needing a single soldier and successfully united the underworld power, elevating the Feng group to the first group in Acropolis City. Then, greatly infuriated by the death of Sima II, the Sima family commenced a full-scale war against the Qin family in Acropolis City. The Wei family in the provincial capital and the William family in America focused fire on the Qin family as well while pouring all of their resources into searching for Qin Feng. At the same time, the Golden Assassin group joined in on the crusade against the Qin family. Qin Huang and Uncle Fu struggled hard against the oppression of so many forces and in the end, they failed and the Qin manor had fallen. In desperation, both of them then returned to the Qin family in the provincial capital and sought refuge from them. As such, 3 of the 4 largest families in Acropolis City had gone downhill and the Sima family spread its influence over the Acropolis City. They successfully took control over Acropolis City and became the first family. Concurrently, Jincheng City had undergone a huge change too. Riding the wave, Han Ying led the Han family and crushed all forces like a hot knife slicing butter, firmly standing their ground in both the government and the commercial world. They rose to be the first family in Jincheng City. Meanwhile, the Qin family that previously resided in the hands of Qin Ye slowly faded away from society, less and less news came from them. Similar to the Sima family, the Li family in Yunhai City was enraged by the death of Li Xiaojie. To relinquish their fury and lament over the death of their young master, the Li family toppled all of Yunhai City and eliminated all threatening forces that moved furtively in the background. With the powerful Verdant sect backing them, the Li family was successfully crowned the first family of Yunhai City. Sky City was rather calm compared to the other 3 cities in the Yun province. The Su family led all the other smaller family clans and brought the economy of Sky City soared to a whole new level. The battle that happened 3 months ago caused too many changes and shuffled the positions of all 4 cities in the Yun province, and the source of all these changes was Qin Feng. The sky has darkened. I've got to find another place to stay for the night. Qin Feng looked into the hazy sky and tucked his hands into his pocket. He only had 100 yuan left, and it was only sufficient for 1 night. He had to figure out a way to earn a living tomorrow. He found a 3-star hotel and reserved a single bedroom. He shed his Taoist robe and Taoist hat and tore the mustache off his face, revealing his handsome and fair complexion in the mirror. "I'm so handsome." Qin Feng shamelessly praised himself. After he finished tidying up, he threw himself on the bed. While he turned on the TV to check the news of Yun province, his glance caught a glimpse of a black bra and lace panties beside his bed. Holy shit! It's see-through. Qin Feng picked up the bra and took a look at it. He was aroused. He really had not touched a woman within the last 3 months. Thud. 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 At that very moment, somebody knocked on his door. Cautiously, Qin Feng leapt to the doorway. He noticed through the peephole that a tall and alluring beauty was standing behind the door. The woman was clad in a black uniform and she was drop-dead gorgeous. She wrapped her hand around her humongous breasts and her brows were furrowed. Somebody found me. Qin Feng did not fall into that woman's honey trap. In fact, he became even warier. Chapter 394, System Reboot. Chapter 394, System Reboot. 3 months ago, the massive war in the Amethyst Dragon Palace battered Qin Feng and the Hedonist system acted up. Qin Feng could not sense the system for the past 3 months he hid in the provincial capital. The system seemed to have vanished from his mind overnight. According to Little Pig, Qin Feng had suffered serious damage, so the system went into dormant state. Not even Little Pig knew exactly when the system would be reactivated. Hide! Qin Feng looked hard at the bed. Taking his cue, the laid-back Little Pig cast a contemptuous gaze at Qin Feng before he scurried underneath the bed. Little Pig had been out of the system ever since the system went dormant. Just like Qin Feng, he was now homeless. After securing Little Pig's safety, Qin Feng slowly opened the door. With sharp eyes, Qin Feng glared at the beauty and asked coldly without any sign of lasciviousness, "Anything I can help you with?" Chang Axian looked apprehensively at Qin Feng. Of course she had something, and it was a big thing. Chang Axian was a lecturer in the College of Medicine at Provincial Capital University. She was also the chief physician of the affiliated hospital for the College of Medicine. She had just checked out of this room, and by the time she left the hotel, she realized that she had left her undergarments in the room, so she went back to retrieve them. She never expected for the room to be rented by another guest only 10 minutes after she had checked out. Chang Axian was shocked to see a half-naked Qin Feng. Then, her face reddened slightly. This was the first time she had seen a half-naked, handsome young man in such close proximity. "See, can I go in?" asked Chang Axian. She felt awkward. Blocking at the door, Qin Feng ignored Chang Axian's request and did not give way for her to enter the room. Qin Feng had to be extra cautious now that he was considered MIA according to the outside world, and most of his enemies were looking for him. He was not sure if the young lady before him had been sent by his enemies to take his life. I'm going to bed soon. Go away if you do not have anything to do with me, Qin Feng coldly replied. Chang Axian was stunned by Qin Feng. She was quite confident with her good looks. It was hard for her to digest the fact that the young man before her was not spellbound by her body. Instead, he had an ill manner and treated her like a plague. Chang Axian could only crane her neck and look over at the bed. She remembered clearly that she had placed her intimates beside the bed. Why is it gone now? Let me in now. Suddenly, Chang Axian became edgy as a thought began crossed her mind. This man had taken away her undergarments. Don't move or else I'll remove all your clothes, said Qin Feng as he dragged Chang Axian into the room. He had seen that this woman was not a martial artist, so he planned to capture her and extract a confession through torture. Qin Feng threw Chang Axian on the bed once they entered the room. He examined her body with his hands, terrifying Chang Axian so much that she screamed non-stop. Speak. Who sent you here? Qin Feng was somewhat relieved after he confirmed that Chang Axian was not hiding any weapons or bugs on her body. Who sent me here? I don't know, what are you talking about? You dishonest rascal. How dare you tarnish my body? Chang Axian's face flushed in rage. She instantly threw herself on Qin Feng. Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Chang Axian's waist, pulling her into his arms and impeding her struggle. Beast! Release me this instant. I will report you to the police and have them arrest you. Chang Axian wiggled and cursed with all her might in Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng realized something was not right. She's not one of them. Immediately, a familiar sound that had been in deep slumber for 3 months suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding, rebooting Hedonist sovereign system. Ding. Hedonist sovereign system reboots successfully. Loading saved data. Ding. Saved data loaded. New mission from Hedonist sovereign system. Dissolve the conflict with Chang Axian and make Chang Axian fall in love with host Qin Feng. Time period, 3 months. System will reward host Qin Feng 5,000 hedonist points if the mission is completed. 10,000 hedonist points will be deducted if the mission is failed. Ding. Congratulations host Qin Feng in expanding Lu Wenjing's Wen Group, Feng Group, into the first influential group of Acropolis City. The system rewards host Qin Feng 3,000 hedonist points. Fast, a consecutive of system notifications beeped in Qin Feng's mind, giving him an acute headache. He slowly released Chang Axian, wore a puzzled look on his face and asked her, "Who are you? Why did you come to my room?" Qin Feng had a powerful, strong grip. He had bruised Chang Axian's towering breasts. After she struggled free from his arms, she then rubbed her breasts and stared at Qin Feng in a huff. I stayed in this room previously and I left some of my belongings here, so I returned to retrieve them. Are you nuts? Why did you have to get fresh with me? You won't be able to escape. I'm going to report you to the police and charge you for molesting me. Chang Axian had never had a boyfriend before, let alone hugged and fondled by a stranger. Qin Feng closed the distance between him and Chang Axian in 3 leaps and snatched her phone away. Then, he pulled her into his arms again and said, "Take it easy, beauty. It's just a misunderstanding." What misunderstanding? You see, you're now hugging me. You better release me fast, otherwise I'll bite you to death, you pervert. Chang Axian bit Qin Feng's arm hard. Pained, Qin Feng hastily released Chang Axian from his embrace. Something dropped from Qin Feng's pocket after their scrimmage. Chang Axian's face turned sour and she almost blew her top when she saw her bra and underwear drop from Qin Feng's pocket to the floor. Pervert. You're a pervert. How dare you keep my bra and my underwear? Why hasn't the heavens struck you with lightning and reduced you to nothing? Stomping her feet in rage, Chang Xian quickly picked up her bra and underwear and shoved them into her bag. Qin Feng was left speechless. Previously, he had been admiring her bra and underwear on the bed. Coincidentally, Chang Xian knocked on the door. Qin Feng then tucked her bra and underwear into his pocket. He never thought that she would bark up the wrong tree. He remembered the latest mission released by the system. The system wanted him to dissolve the conflict between Chang Xian and himself and make her fall in love with him in the process. Looking at this tear-inducing, miserable mission, Qin Feng couldn't help but heaved a long sigh. This system is still such a trolling master even though it has slept for 3 months. Hello. Chang Xian's phone rang. She gazed scornfully at Qin Feng before picking up the phone. Suddenly, her face became rather flustered after she had a few words with the person on the other end of the line. She anxiously replied into the phone, "Hurry up and get in touch with the cardiology experts overseas. Have them to start a 2-way video surgery. I'm heading back to the affiliated hospital right now. Please prepare for an operation. Consider today your lucky day, brat. Remember this, don't ever let me see you again in the provincial capital. If I ever come across you again, I swear I'll personally arrest you and lock you up in prison." Without further ado, Chang Xian retreated from the room. Qin Feng hastily went after her. He still had a mission that needed Chang Xian. The provincial capital has an estimated population of 20 million, and if he let Chang Xian slip away today, he thought he may never be able to find her ever again. Please wait for a moment. Qin Feng grabbed Chang Xian's exquisite hand. Enraged, Chang Xian shook off Qin Feng's hand and glowered, "Fuck off. Beggars can't be choosers. You better be satisfied that I've let you go." Both of them rode along the way and arrived at her parked car. Chang Xian went into a Chevrolet sedan and Qin Feng followed. "Get out of my car now!" Chang Xian shouted angrily. Qin Feng was like a sticky candy and she couldn't shake him off. "I'm not going. I don't have any place to stay now. You've got to keep me for the night." Qin Feng smirked as he looked at Chang Xian. Chang Xian was so choked with rage that she could not speak. Her breasts bounced up and down non-stop. Qin Feng could not resist and stole a few glances at her breasts. "Aw, aw, aw. You beast. Of all the men I've become acquainted with, you're the most shameless one." Chang Xian grabbed her hair and screamed uncontrollably. Qin Feng remained rather unaffected by her criticism. In fact, he replied to her proudly, "Thank you, I'll accept that as a compliment. You're not the only one who has said that. All of the women that I knew said that to me." Qin Feng put on a solemn expression after he had had enough fun and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to save a person's life." Chang Xian calmed herself down. Then, she looked seriously at Qin Feng. "I'm the chief physician of the Provincial Capital University's affiliated hospital. A patient was just sent to our hospital and he is having a heart attack and is in critical condition. So let's put aside our conflict and please get out of my car now. I'm rushing back to save a person's life. A human life was of greater value than anything." Chang Xian had put her conflict with Qin Feng on hold. The system beeped in Qin Feng's mind again. Ding! New mission from the Hedonist sovereign system. Assist Chang Xian in rescuing the patient with heart disease. Time period, 1 day. If host Qin Feng successfully clears the mission, the system will award host Qin Feng 1,000 hedonist points and a 5 elements acupuncture scroll. If the mission is failed, 2,000 hedonist points will be deducted and host Qin Feng will forever be abhorred by Chang Xian. Get out of the driver's seat. Qin Feng ordered Chang Xian after he received the new mission from the system. Chang Xian wished he would die. Her eyes were ablaze with anger. Do you know what are you doing? Someone's life is in my hands and you still want to take my car. Are you still human? Chang Axian mistook Qin Feng for wanting to sna her car. Qin Feng was slow to explain to her. Straight away, he pulled Chang Axian away from the driver's seat and positioned her on his lap. Chang Axian was startled by Qin Feng's prompt action. She struggled and yelled with all her strength in his arms as she thought Qin Feng wanted to sna her car and violate her in her car. Chang Axian struggled frantically in Qin Feng's arms, rubbing her delicate and soft body against Qin Feng's and causing him to burn with lustful desire. However, now was not the best time for Qin Feng to do other things. He hastily positioned Chang Axian on the passenger seat and crawled into the driver's seat. Show the way. I'll drive. What are you doing? Get out of my car. I'll drive myself. Chang Axian rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Looking at Qin Feng's cheap and poor quality clothing, Chang Axian did not believe that this brat could have any superb driving skill. Meanwhile, she had been juggling surgeries between cities. Chang Axian surmised that her driving skill was actually quite good. Rome. As soon as she finished speaking, the Chevrolet stormed away like a growling beast. Qin Feng ignored Chang Axian's contemptuous gaze and demanded again, show the way. I'll drive. The Chevrolet passed block after block like a phantom, getting faster and faster. Slow down. This was the first time Chang Axian realized her car could reach this speed. She blanched in fear. Do you still want to save people? Qin Feng ignored her pleas and pressed harder on the gas pedal, causing the Chevrolet to zoom at its top speed. Then please drive safely. Chang Axian slowly got used to Qin Feng's driving speed. However, she was still startled enough to scream when Qin Feng narrowly overtook another car. Qin Feng looked at Chang Axian's voluptuous breasts with a devilish look. Beauty, it's a blessing to have you as a girlfriend. Your yelling is very sexy, loud, and can melt a person's heart. Chang Axian rolled her eyes at Qin Feng's statement. When she was about to yell at Qin Feng cut her short and introduced himself to her. I'm Qin Feng, what's your name? Even though he already knew her name, he still had to pretend that he did not know. Chang Axian. She sent a gaze filled with mockery at Qin Feng before telling him her name. However, she did not take his hand. With an ear-splitting drift, the red Chevrolet stopped in front of the entrance of the medical college's affiliated hospital. Chang Axian then took a look at her and she was stunned. It should have taken a half an hour to arrive at their destination. She was amazed that Qin Feng made it in 15 minutes and what stunned that he did so during the peak hours. I already know your name. It's for the best if you could surrender yourself to the police now. Chapter 395, Performing an Operation with Talisman of Clairvoyance. Chapter 395, Performing an Operation with Talisman of Clairvoyance. Director Chang, you've arrived. Everybody is waiting for you. A few white-coated doctors walked out from the operating room. Chang Axian was running out of time. She brushed aside her astonishment, ignored Qin Feng's presence and asked the doctors, what is the situation? How is the patient? Chang Axian walked into the operating room with a few doctors clustered beside her. As she was discussing the patient's condition with the panel of doctors, a man suddenly appeared behind her. Don't go in, Chang Axian. The man was disgustingly obese and ugly. Chang Axian reluctantly shook the man's hand. Then she glowered, Xiaolei, please don't bother me right now. I have a patient waiting to be saved. Xiaolei was the chief physician of Department of Neurology in the affiliated hospital. He had his eye on Chang Axian and was always stalking her. His second uncle was the vice president of the affiliated hospital, and due to this relationship, Chang Xian could not do anything to him and kept enduring Xiao Lei's harassment. Xian. Don't perform an operation that guy yet. His family is not here yet and no one is paying for his operation fees nor has signed his consent form for him. How can we simply carry out a surgery on him? Xiao Lei talked with an irritating smile on his face. Chang Xian was slightly stunned. It was true that she could not perform an operation on the patient under such a circumstance. Moreover, the patient had a sudden heart attack this time, and what worried her the most was that heart surgery was extremely risky. They might end up in huge trouble if they failed to save the patient's life. Xian, let's just forget about the patient. He's asking for a free ride. Besides, the rules are there and you won't be accused of not saving him. I don't have anything to tend to tonight, why don't you join me for a movie? Xiao Lei kept on pressuring Chang Xian. Meanwhile, Chang Xian's expression was turning harder. As doctors, they were called to heal the wounded and rescue the dying. Now that a patient's life was in danger and in need of an emergency operation, not only did Xiao Lei sway away from his own duty, he still had the nerve to talk about a movie. If it wasn't for his identity, Chang Xian would have given him a few fine slaps. Slap. A slap sounded out as Chang Xian was thinking of slapping Xiao Lei. Qin Feng suddenly appeared in front of Chang Xian and slapped Xiao Lei's face, causing his jowls to jiggle chaotically. Qin Feng. What are you doing? Screamed Chang Xian. What the fuck? Do you know who am I? How dare you slap me? Xiao Lei covered his face and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Another slap landed on Xiao Lei's face, truncating his speech. I don't fucking care. Get lost now if you don't want to die. A domineering, dense aura erupted from Qin Feng's body, pressuring Xiao Lei. A sense of death pervaded the air, and he felt that he was at the Grim Reaper. It terrified him so much that he stepped back a few paces. Everything happened so sudden. Chang Xian remained dumbstruck and could not get a hold of herself. Then, Qin Feng pulled her into the operating room. Xian. Perform the operation, I'll guide you from the side. Chang Xian finally came to her senses once she arrived at the operating table. However, her lucidity was short-lived as she was once again thrown into confusion by Qin Feng's words. You're a doctor? Chang Xian questioned Qin Feng. No, I'm not. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. Anyway, just do what I said. Chang Xian was infuriated by Qin Feng's sloven behavior. Why do you have to put your nose into other people's affairs if you're not a doctor? Do you want to lecture me, an experienced cardiology specialist? Are you nuts or something? Qin Feng ignored Chang Xian's contemptuous expression and looked over at the patient. The patient was a 50-year-old or so elder. He required a respirator to help him breathe and his electrocardiogram was weak, as if he would die at any moment. Suddenly, a piece of Talisman of Clairvoyance appeared in Qin Feng's hand. He lowered his head and crooned to evoke the Talisman of Clairvoyance. Immediately, the patient started to become translucent and revealed his framework, blood vessels, and nerves clearly before Qin Feng's eyes. Even though Qin Feng was not equipped with the art of healing, he straightaway figured out the main problem of the patient's heart with the effect of Talisman of Clairvoyance. A main artery under the right ventricle was clogged. The right ventricle had to work harder to pump out the same amount of blood. Here, start from here. Qin Feng pointed to the right side of the patient's heart and demanded Chang Xian to start from there. Chang Xian's eyes bulged wide and she roared at him, "Get out of here right now. Stop bothering us. We've something very important to do." Seeing Chang Xian refuse to believe him, Qin Feng did not have much to say for himself. In order to finish his mission, Qin Feng ignored her grumbling and placed his hands around Chang Xian's waist from behind, guiding her hands toward the patient's body. Xian, I can't control my strength. It is better if you could do it on your own. As he was talking, he descended the sharp scalpel onto the patient's chest. Qin Feng had never performed an operation before, so he was afraid that he might puncture the patient's heart if he stabbed the scalpel too deeply. Plus, Chang Xian refused to believe him and he had no other way to prove his word, so he had to resort to this kind of extreme approach to force Chang Xian to submit to him. Chang Xian's body was trembling with rage. She wished to stomp Qin Feng to death, but she did not dare to act rashly. As such, she gestured at the doctors and nurses behind her to calm them down and followed Qin Feng's order, slowly stabbing the scalpel into the patient's body. As she slowly and carefully sliced through the patient's body, his heart condition began to be exposed before everybody. Chang Xian marveled when she saw the condition of the right ventricle. She had just arrived at the hospital, so she had not viewed the patient's X-ray yet. She never expected that Qin Feng would see the main problem with a single glance, whereas not even she, a cardiology expert, could. This greatly perplexed Chang Xian as she felt she had a wrong impression of Qin Feng. Seeing Chang Xian suddenly stopped her movement, Qin Feng blew hot air into Chang Xian's ear and said, Xian, quickly. Don't stand staring blankly at it. The wisp of hot air pulled Chang Xian out of her thoughts and back to reality, causing her ears to heat up as a sensation of pins and needles spread across her body. The feeling was so ecstatically great that Chang Xian almost moaned. Qin Feng, please go out first. I can finish this on my own. Chang Xian hastily calmed herself down and lightly wiggled free from Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng could only help until this point and he knew that the rest was up to Chang Xian, so he retreated and waited outside the operating room. Here he is. Security guards, lock him up. Qin Feng saw Xiao Lei with a worried look storming towards him once he exited the operating room. 4 security guards armed with batons trailed behind Xiao Lei. How dare you cause a ruckus in the hospital? You're under arrest. Put your hands up now. How can you bully Big Brother Lei? We're going to show you who is the boss here today. The 4 security guards shouted as they threw themselves at Qin Feng. All of them waved their batons in the air and thrusted them at Qin Feng's head. Bang! 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 Soon, a rattling noise and a few sounds of heartrending cries echoed in the hallway. Xiao Lei only saw a few silhouettes flash before his eyes, stunning him. Then, after he finally regained his senses, he realized the 4 security guards all had fallen to the floor, covered their stomachs and were rolling on the floor, yelping in pain. Don't you come over. And my second uncle is the vice president of this hospital. Xiao Lei was trembling in fear as Qin Feng approached him. Slap. Qin Feng closed the gap between them and slapped Xiao Lei's face. Then, he glared at Xiao Lei and yelled, Vice President of the hospital? I'm not afraid even if your second uncle is the vice mayor. They are having an emergency operation inside the room. You did not offer your help, instead you brought your men to find trouble with me. Can you still call yourself a doctor? Qin Feng instantly related Xiao Lei with Zhang Tianhua, who almost violated Lin Beibei. Both of them were the scumbags of the medical community. It was considered a light punishment to just give them a few punches. Riding on his momentum, Qin Feng couldn't stop and continued to slap Xiao Lei, causing him to yell out non-stop in pain. Within a few seconds, Xiao Lei's face was swollen like a pig head, greatly startling the 4 security guards and sending chills down their spines. Who is this young man? He even had the nerve to beat up Xiao Lei. Stop. This is a hospital. How can you beat up others in a hospital? Another group of people rushed toward them. The leader of the group was an elder about 60 years old. He had a head of silver hair and he possessed an imposing demeanor. "Who are you?" Qin Feng quickly glanced at the elder before asking. "I'm Zhang De, the president of this affiliated hospital." "Young man, can you give me a reason why are you beating them?" Zhang De questioned Qin Feng with a grave expression. Seeing Zhang De was a nobleman, Zhang De did not yell to arrest him as soon as he arrived. Instead, he questioned him about the reason behind his actions. As such, Qin Feng had a better impression of him. "President Zhang, this man is a savage. He simply beat other people without a reason. I say we should call the police and arrest him. Otherwise, who knows when will he go crazy again and cause even more damage to our hospital." A man emerged from the back of Zhang De. He was Xiao Shan, the second uncle of Xiao Lei. When he saw the brutally battered person who was lying on the floor was his nephew Xiao Lei, Xiao Shan was instantly consumed by rage and he wanted to shred Qin Feng to pieces. Xiao Lei became bold when he saw his second uncle and the president had arrived. Enduring the pain, Xiao Lei wobbled as he got up from the floor and slandered Qin Feng. "President Zhang, this man is a brute, an uneducated hoodlum. He has beaten me up without any reason. You must set things straight for me." Only now did Zhang De figure out the person was Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei was one of the chief physicians of the hospital and his second uncle, Xiao Shan, was also present. Plus, Xiao Shan held the position as the vice president of the affiliated hospital. Zhang De felt that he must view this affair seriously and attentively. "What is your name?" asked Zhang De as he turned to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng. You're aware that you're in a hospital, right? And a skirmish is strictly prohibited in a hospital. Do you know that? So now, do you concede that you've beaten up these people?" "You have my consent," Qin Feng admitted it squarely. A flit of doubt flashed across Zhang De's eyes. Although Qin Feng looked ordinary to him, Zhang De felt Qin Feng had blue blood in his veins. He could not get it through his head how a dignified person like Qin Feng could casually beat someone up. "Since we've your consent, then we should settle this incident by law and have the police to arrest you." Just when Zhang De pulled out his phone and began making a call to the police station, the door to the operating room was shoved open. Then, Chang Axian dragged herself out of the operating room. When she saw so many people had gathered outside of the room, even that President Zhang was here, she asked puzzledly, "President Zhang, Vice President Xiao, what is going on?" President Zhang hastily went up to Chang Axian and ignored Qin Feng. With a worried face, he asked, "How was it? Did you manage to save him?" "Yes, I did. The operation was a success." Chang Axian nodded. At the same time, she snuck a few glances at Qin Feng. If it wasn't for Qin Feng, Chang Axian felt that she could not have finished the operation so quickly. "Good. Very good." Zhang De yelled excitedly. "President Zhang, we still have not settled this brat yet." Xiao Shan hastily reminded Zhang De. Zhang De then looked at Qin Feng once again. The reason he came to the operating room post-haste was that his old friend had been sent to his hospital due to a sudden heart attack. Now that he knew his friend was safe, Zhang De was finally relieved. "President Zhang, what did he do?" Chang Axian became nervous when she realized everyone was targeting Qin Feng. Even though she disliked him and wanted to send him to the jail as well, she had always seen things in black and white and never took anything personally. "Do you know this person, Chang Axian?" Chang Axian hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Not very well. He beat up Xiao Lei a few minutes ago. I was going to report this to the police." Zhang De told her all the details he knew. Chang Axian frowned slightly after she heard the explanation from Zhang De. She saw Qin Feng slap Xiao Lei, but Chang Xian felt he was in the right. She believed that Xiao Lei deserved to be punched. President Zhang, can you let Qin Feng go this time? He has his own reasons for hitting Xiao Lei. How can you speak like that, Chang Xian? Do you need a reason to beat up a person? If I should go kill somebody on street now and declare that I killed him for reason, that means I'll get off scot-free? Xiao Shan was extremely angry and glowered at Chang Xian. He knew that his nephew was trying to woo Chang Xian, and he also knew that Chang Xian always gave Xiao Lei a cold shoulder. Xiao Shan was furious with Chang Xian. He was the vice president of the affiliated hospital and his nephew had boundless prospects. Meanwhile, Chang Xian was only a woman with a slightly better appearance and no any background. How could she not look up to his Xiao Lei? Chapter 396, Let's Go Home Together. Chapter 396, Let's Go Home Together. Vice President Xiao, please calm down. I said he must have a reason and I meant it, Chang Xian countered Xiao Shan while raising her brows as Xiao Shan's glowering irked her. He beat up somebody. This is a fact and nothing can get him off scot-free. Xiao Shan was exasperated with Chang Xian's attitude for not taking his side. Disappointed and annoyed by her attitude, Xiao Lei turned and looked squarely at Zhang De. President Zhang, Xiao Lei is one of our chief physicians and he was ambushed, beaten, and tyrannized by a savage. I hope President Zhang can set things straight for Xiao Lei and bring this barbarian to justice. Rage had been rising within Chang Xian from the moment she met Qin Feng in the hotel. Now, Xiao Shan had pressed her final button and she exploded. I say he has a reason and that means he has a reason. Why can't you wait for me to finish telling the whole story before babbling like a bubbling fool? Chang Xian went forward and stood in front of Qin Feng, guarding him like a hen protecting her own chick. Extending his hand and pushing Chang Xian, Xiao Shan glowered, "You betrayer. You're merely a doctor here and I'm the vice president of the affiliated hospital. You dare not respect me. You're a cunt and I say a low-bred woman like you is not qualified to be a doctor." Xiao Shan was a man so his strength was quite strong. After he pushed Chang Xian, she wobbled for a bit before she fell into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng hastily caught and held her tightly and stepped forward. His face turned cold. An incredibly dense and illustrious aura erupted from his body, putting so much pressure on Xiao Shan that he felt suffocated. Your name is Xiao Shan, that brat's name is Xiao Lei. Seems like both of you are related. Ha, so that's how it is. No wonder you keep breathing down my neck like a cat and a rat, so you're trying to avenge your nephew. But how can you be so hard-hearted and lay your filthy, grubby hands on a lady? I guess you don't want your hand anymore, do you? Qin Feng moved like a streak of lightning after he finished his speech. Before anybody could stop him, Qin Feng grasped Xiao Shan's arm tightly and with a little exerted force, Xiao Shan's face instantly clouded with pain, as if he had eaten some dung. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. Let go. Fucking let go of my arm right now. Qin Feng disregarded his demand and added more force to his grip. At the same time, he said, as an angel in white, you did not fulfill your responsibilities, speak of vulgarities, and can't tell black from white. You do not deserve to be a doctor. Xiao Shan's cries of pain echoed throughout the entire hallway, pulling Zhang De and Chang Xian back from their individual thoughts to reality. Qin Feng, please release him first. We can always talk this through. As the president of the hospital, Zhang De did not wish for something bad to happen under his watch. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang De, but did not release Xiao Shan's hand. Instead, he turned to Chang Xian and asked for her wish. Xian, I'll let you decide. How should this brat be punished? Chang Xian's cherry mouth dropped open in shock. She never expected Qin Feng to be this violent. He did not question his opponent's identity before firing his attack. She remained blank for some moments before saying, "Release him first." Only at her command did Qin Feng let go of Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan quickly retreated a few steps backward and kept his distance from Qin Feng. To him, Qin Feng was now like a demon who had crawled out of hell. "Chang Xian, tell me the whole story. What the heck is going on?" Zhang De sternly questioned Chang Xian. "President Zhang, Qin Feng came with me to the hospital to treat the patient. The patient had a sudden heart attack and we could not get through to his family in time, so no one was able to authorize payment to cover his operating fees nor sign the consent letter for him." Accurately relaying the truth, Chang Xian blurted it all out to Zhang De. Concurrently, Dr. Xiao kept blocking my way, barring me from entering the operating room to save the patient. Then, Qin Feng stepped forward and, out of desperation, he pushed Xiao Lei away and accidentally injured him in the scrimmage. Countless expressions flashed across Zhang Deyi's face as he listened to Chang Xian's explanation. He became a little excited and asked, "Was the patient named Wang Qingfe?" Chang Xian searched her memory for a moment before nodding. "Yes, he is Wang Qingfe." After getting confirmation from Chang Xian, Zhang De shed his usual demeanor and his attitude changed drastically. Wang Qingfe was his old friend. Zhang De rushed into the operating room with great haste as he was worried about Wang Qingfe's condition. "How is Wang Qingfe? Is he out of danger?" Zhang De no longer cared about Qin Feng's case. His mind was now preoccupied with the condition of his old friend. "Luckily, Qin Feng stopped Xiao Lei in time to give me enough time to save the patient. If I had waited another minute, I might not have been able to save him. Anyway, Wang Qingfe's condition has stabilized, he only needs rest for the time being." Chang Xian figured out that President Zhang had a deep relationship with Wang Qingfe. She subconsciously put in a good word for Qin Feng. After Chang Xian uncovered the real cause of the whole incident, Zhang De turned to Xiao Lei with a cold expression and roared loudly, You. As one of the chief physicians of our hospital, I won't blame you for turning a blind eye to a patient who's in mortal danger. But how could you interfere with Dr. Chang Xian attempting to save the patient's life? Go back to your office now and write a self-evaluation for me. If you fail to present your review to me, you'll be dismissed from your position. President Zhang, what about Xiao Lei being beaten by? Xiao Shan was incensed by Zhang De not for failing to arrest Qin Feng, but for punishing his nephew instead. He refused to drop the matter and pressured President Zhang. Vice President Xiao Lei is your nephew, but he failed to honor his duty as a doctor, turning his back from a patient, barring another doctor from saving the patient's life, and raising a disturbance in the hospital. Do you think you can run from the responsibility? I suggest you go back and teach him how to be a good doctor. As for the case, let's just forget about it, shall we? Zhang De had made his stand. His order was absolute, so even though Xiao Shan disagreed with the outcome, he had to drop the matter as he was one position lower than Zhang De. Xiao Shan then helped Xiao Lei walk away from the operating room with a malevolent expression on his face. Second uncle, we're just going to let that brat slip away so easily. Humph. I won't let the matter drop. That brat called himself Qin Feng, right? Fine. I'll ask somebody to find out who he was and I'll make sure he pays double for what he has done to us today. Now that by Chang Xian, how dare she look down on us when she does not possess any power and wealth? Don't you like her? Conquer her fast, said Xiao Shan as his eyes flickered with anger. But second uncle, that woman has always given me the cold shoulder. Xiao Lei's face turned sour as if he had been wronged. Xiao Shan smacked Xiao Lei's head hard and roared angrily, if she won't submit to you using the kid glove method, can't you claim her the hard way? Women are all the same, as long as you cast the die, there will be no turning back for her and she has no choice but to obey you. Can you stop following me? I'll call the police if you keep following me. Even though Chang Xian increased her speed, she still was unable to shake the young man behind her. She was the belle of the affiliated hospital and everyone knew it. All the doctors and nurses burst into discussion when they saw a tall, handsome young man followed closely behind her all the way to the main entrance of the hospital. Is somebody threatening you? Do you want to call the police? Don't worry. With me by your side, no one in the world would dare to lay a single finger on you. Qin Feng apparently did not take Chang Xian's words to heart and cheerfully grinned from ear to ear as he looked at her. Of course no one would dare to come near me with the most villainous person by my side. And that villain is you. Chang Xian stopped at her Chevrolet sedan and turned to Qin Feng. I'm going home now. Go wherever you want. Just as she finished her sentence, Chang Xian saw Qin Feng sneak into her car. Then, he rolled down the car window and grinned at her. Let's go home. Chang Xian would have stomped on the car out of fury and frustration if it wasn't hers. After she got into the car, she opened the passenger side door and yelled at Qin Feng, "Get out." Did you ever heard the story, The Farmer and the Snake? Qin Feng suddenly looked at Chang Xian seriously. Fuck off. Then you should be familiar with the story, The Hunter and the Wolf. Chang Xian pulled out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. I never thought your standard of literacy would be so low. Then, I assumed that you should know the phrase, dog bites Lu Dongbin. Qin Feng placed his hands behind his head and murmured to himself. Chang Xian forfeited her intention of calling the police, forcibly suppressed her anger, and glowered at Qin Feng. What are you trying to say? Are you telling me that I burned a bridge? Please get this straight, you just helped me buy some more time to carry out the operation and pointed out the main problem of the patient. I did put in a good word for you and save you from being jailed. Plus I did not to argue with the fact that you've stolen my undergarments. How can you still feel that you've been wronged? Seeing he had gotten on Chang Xian's nerves, Qin Feng pouted his mouth, positioned himself comfortably in the passenger seat, and said to Chang Xian, okay fine. We're even. Why don't you get out now? Qin Feng had a mission regarding Chang Xian, of course he would not leave now. And after the incident just now, Qin Feng felt that Chang Xian was an elegant lady with an outstanding mannerism and she agreed with his taste very well. Besides, Chang Xian could stand her ground and her act of healing the injured and saving the dying was commendable. Qin Feng had always been sweet on a kind-hearted woman like her, so he decided to stay in Chang Xian's house while he waited for the Qin family's competition. Aren't you interested in how I knew the right ventricle of Wang Qingfa had a problem? Qin Feng smugly looked at Chang Xian. Chang Xian was baffled. This question had been on her mind throughout the day. She could not resist her intense curiosity and asked, how? Because I can see through things. Qin Feng answered proudly. Get lost. Chang Xian really exploded this time. She kicked Qin Feng out of her car and drove off. Qin Feng was left alone by Chang Xian in the wind. He gave off the vibe of a handsome man who had gone through a significant change in circumstances as his long hair was blown about by the gentle breeze. His mouth curled into a grin as he watched the car slowly disappear from his view. After a minute, the red Chevrolet once again stopped beside Qin Feng. Rolling the car window down, Chang Xian's cold and exquisite face appeared in front of him. Then, she said, I'll give you one last chance. How did you know Wang Qingfa's condition? Because I can see through things. And I can even train you to be just like me. Chang Xian's face blackened. She forcibly suppressed the urge to plunge down on the gas pedal and asked, how can you prove your words? The Talisman of Clairvoyance could last for half an hour and the effects had not worn off yet. Letting his gaze fall on Chang Xian's body, Qin Feng could see through clearly the snow-white skin underneath her black uniform. The latest series of CK Autumn Red Lace Bra, D-Cup. I love your see-through flower underpants very much. It suits you very well and it is very sexy on you. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze as he answered her smiling. He was afraid that his nose would bleed if he continued. Chang Xian was extremely shocked. She suddenly shrunk back into the car and wrapped her hands around her body. After 10 seconds of silence, an earth-shattering and God-moving shriek sounded. The shriek lasted for 15 seconds before it finally ended. Chang Xian tidied her fluttered hair and looked at Qin Feng indifferently. Get on the car now. A Chevrolet sedan was zooming down the street. Within the car was a gorgeous young lady and a handsome young man. The young lady was Chang Xian and she could not calm her overactive mind. Tonight was an Arabian night for her. She had never come across something as peculiar as this before. She found a man that could see through things tonight. What stunned her the most was that she was actually bringing him back to her house. Chapter 397, Staying Together Under the Same Roof with Beauties. Chapter 397, Staying Together Under the Same Roof with Beauties. The Chevrolet sedan tore down the street and stopped in front of a high-end residential area. The luscious green neighborhood was spacious and equipped with many different convenience stores, restaurants, and banks. Chang Xian swiped the key card across the reader and opened the villa's anti-theft door. She entered the villa first. Then, she threw her Chanel purse on the shoe rack, bowed slightly and took off her high heels. She let her pretty feet breathe after taking off the high heels. Even though her feet were shrouded in black pantyhose, one could see that she indeed had beautiful otherworldly feet just from the shape. What are you looking at? After changing into a pair of bare cotton padded shoes, Chang Xian raised her head and realized Qin Feng's eyes were stuck on her legs. Your house's marble tiles are so classy. Qin Feng smiled. Rolling her eyes, Chang Xian threw a pair of disposable slippers to him. Then, she corrected him, I have wooden flooring in my parlor. Are you blind? Qin Feng felt awkward. He put on the slippers and snuggled into the sofa, enjoying the fruit on the table while weighing TV. Seeing Qin Feng make himself at home, Chang Xian stood on the side with a snappy attitude. She wrapped her arms around her body and looked emotionlessly at Qin Feng. She could not believe that this brat would be so thick-skinned as to ignore her. Suddenly, Qin Feng put down an apple that he had in his mouth, looked at Chang Xian and said, Xian, don't just standing there. Come here and watch TV with me. Please make yourself at home and don't be so courteous. Chang Xian was helpless at Qin Feng's shamelessness. He had once again changed her perception of him. I'm going to change my clothes upstairs and deal with you later. Stay on the sofa and don't move around. Chang Xian had a voluptuous but underneath her tight-fitting black skirt. Her bottom wiggled as she climbed up the flight of stairs. The sight was so aesthetically pleasing that Qin Feng's eyes almost popped out. He had not touched a single woman in the past 3 months and now he had to stay with a drop-dead gorgeous beauty under the same roof. Qin Feng felt as if he was on the verge of no longer being able to restrain his burning desire. Chang Xian came downstairs after 10 minutes. She removed her tight-fitted uniform and donned a loose white sleeping gown. As she sat beside Qin Feng, the 2 red shoulder straps on her mellow jade shoulders made a bid for freedom. She removed her black pantyhose as well, revealing her crystal white, well-defined shins. She even applied red nail polish to her 10 toenails. Qin Feng, I can let you stay in my place, but let's get this straight first. we must first establish a consensus on some points. Sure, I'm fine with that. Qin Feng agreed without listening to Chang Xian's conditions. Chang Xian rolled her eyes before she continued, First, your room is on the first floor. That room was originally prepared for our housekeeper, but since she is not working here anymore, I'll let you stay in that room. You can't go anywhere else in this house aside from the first floor. The second floor and third floor is absolutely forbidden. If you step onto either of the floors even once, I'll cast you out of this house. Second, don't ever bring any stranger into my villa. Third, keep away your crooked mind. Don't ever try to hook up with any one of us, otherwise, you'll face my wrath. Qin Feng's countenance changed slightly. He quickly asked, Us? Yes, us. I have another little girl staying with me who is a student at the provincial capital university. Even though we're not blood related, I treat her just like my own little sister. Don't you dare harass her or else I'll kill you. Qin Feng seemed unaffected by Chang Xian's threatening. He put on a smug smile and asked, Is your little sister beautiful? How does she fare compared to you? Qin Feng. You're looking for death. Qin Feng had pushed a button for Chang Xian. She was furious and she began to regret bringing him back to her house. I'm just joking. If you don't have anything else to say, then I'll go back to my room first. Qin Feng hastily retreated into his room from the war zone, leaving only a fuming Chang Xian alone in the parlor. The room was small. It was sufficient for a bed, a desk, and a cupboard. It was a far cry from Qin Feng's room in the Qin manor. However, for the moment, it was considered good enough for Qin Feng. He removed his upper shirt, threw himself on the bed, and initiated the Hedonist sovereign system. The system that had been in deep slumber for 3 months finally reactivated itself 3 hours ago. In addition, the system had released a couple of new missions and Qin Feng had to study every one of them now. The system notified him for finishing a mission once he opened the system. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for helping Chang Xian save the patient in the midst of a heart attack. The system rewards host Qin Feng 1,000 hedonist points and a 5-element acupuncture scroll. Ancient and obscure memories surged through Qin Feng's mind. After pieces of memories finally imprinted themselves on his mind, a lot of pieces of knowledge about Chinese medicine, herbs, and acupuncture suddenly appeared in his brain. They were the memories of 5-element acupuncture scroll. Ding! New mission from Hedonist Sovereign System, Yun Province Disturbance. Yun Province Disturbance main mission, unify the 4 cities in Yun Province. Time period, 1 year. If host Qin Feng successfully clears the mission, the system will reward 30,000 hedonist points and host Qin Feng will gain a chance to activate one of the mystery interfaces in the hedonist system. If the mission is failed, 60,000 hedonist points will be deducted and host Qin Feng will not be allowed to set foot in the Yun province for the rest of his life. First side mission of Yun Province Disturbance, destroy the Sima family in Acropolis City. A total of 20,000 hedonist points will be rewarded if the mission is cleared and host Qin Feng will get a random blue-grade spiritual equipment. If the mission is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Second side mission of Yun Province Disturbance, revive the Qin family in Acropolis City and raise it to the first family of Yun Province. A total of 20,000 hedonist points will be rewarded if the mission is cleared and host Qin Feng will get a random Earth-grade skill book. If the mission is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Third side mission of Yun Province, investigate the alliance of the Li family in Yunhai City and the Verdant sect. A total of 20,000 hedonist points will be rewarded if the mission is cleared and host Qin Feng will get a random high-grade magical pill. If the mission is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Ding! New chain mission from the Hedonist Sovereign System, Martial Competition Disturbance. Main mission of Martial Competition Disturbance, claim victory in the Qin family's competition and became the patriarch of the Qin family. Time period, half year. The system will reward 20,000 Hedonist points and a high-end battle armor if the mission is cleared. If the mission is failed, 40,000 Hedonist points will be deducted and the Qin family in the provincial capital will perish. First side mission of martial competition disturbance: investigate the prime mover behind Su Ruoro and defeat him. The system will reward 10,000 Hedonist points and a bottle of mutant gene potion if the mission is cleared. If the mission is failed, 20,000 Hedonist points will be deducted and host Qin Feng will never get to see Su Ruoro again. The quick succession of mission notifications blew Qin Feng's mind. Also, an excruciating pain pricked his heart when he saw there was a mission about Su Ruoro. Even though 3 months had passed, Qin Feng still remembered the stab Su Ruoro delivered at that night. Not only did she leave a physical scar on his back, but she also left a wound on his heart that could not heal. Qin Feng shook his head to shrug off those negative emotions as a smile slowly crawled up his face. Qin Feng had something that was worth rejoicing over. Ever since the system had become dormant, the time periods for the mission stopped as well. And after the system rebooted, all the time periods for the missions were initialized. For example, the mission, Train Lu Bingbing to be as gentle as lamb, had a time period of 3 months. This mission had only 10 days left when the system shut down. At the time, aside from this mission, there were a few more missions that would soon expire. Then, the system rebooted. Lu Bingbing's mission time period had reset and so did the other missions. One who survives a great disaster is destined to have good fortune forever. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth arched into a devilish grin. It was time for his revenge. Thawed. 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 Somebody knocked on his door once he finished checking the missions. Chang Axian came into the room and looked at Qin Feng indifferently. You say you can see through things, and you promised me that you would train me to be like you. When can we start the training? The only reason Chang Axian brought Qin Feng back was that of his ability to see through things. As a doctor, she had to save people's lives on the operating table. As such, Chang Axian had been imagining how great it would be if she had a pair of eyes that could see through things so she that could save more people. Whenever you like. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. He never expected her to believe his words. Chang Axian walked over to Qin Feng and took a seat beside him. Suddenly, she sprang up, tightly covered her breasts and looked warily at Qin Feng. Don't you ever use your ability to see my body? Or else, I'll kill you. I've seen enough of it. Your body is no different from the others. Qin Feng pursed his mouth. Rest assured. I won't even bat an eye at you even if you removed all your clothes in front of me. You. Chang Axian took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to shove Qin Feng out of her house. She was kind of confident with her looks and her body, as others had said she the face of an angel and the body of a devil. However, it became a worthless saying when it came to Qin Feng. TSK, he must be blind. Then hurry up and teach me. I want to master it in a month, otherwise, get out of my house. Hearing Chang Axian said it with a stern expression, Qin Feng became serious as well. He suddenly came behind Chang Axian and extended his arms, wrapping them around her waist. Without letting her to flew his face, Qin Feng hastily added, if you want to learn how to see through things, it's better to stay quiet. Chang Axian was going to slap Qin Feng. She resisted her urge and sat beside the bed without putting up a fight after she heard what had Qin Feng said. Qin Feng slowly placed his hands on Chang Axian's belly. Her lower abdomen was smooth and flat without any excess fat. Touching her flat tummy with his hands felt great even though it was veiled by her sleeping gown. Qin Feng then moved his hands down further. When he almost reached her thigh, Chang Axian instantly turned chilly. Ahem. Ahem. We're just getting started. Qin Feng hastily withdrew his hands and returned to Chang Xian's stomach. Then, he circulated his inner qi and transferred it into Chang Xian's body. Chang Xian was shocked. She realized that a gush of cold inner qi was intermittently surging into her stomach and the feeling was very peculiar. It felt like dozens of earthworms wriggling and crawling in her stomach. After a short time, the cold inner qi slowly turned hot and Chang Xian's body heated up. The inner qi went up her body from her stomach and finally arrived at her eyes. The process so very comfortable that Chang Xian enjoyed it very much. Open your eyes now, and look at the night outside. Qin Feng's voice sounded beside her ear, reddening it. She pushed down her burning desire and glanced at the view outside. Boom! Chang Xian's mind exploded, she could not believe it. She suddenly realized her eyesight was better and she could see the view 10 meters away. She could even count the number of flower petals that had fallen on the grass field. Is this see-through? Exclaimed Chang Xian. No, it isn't. This is the first step of the training, clearing your eyesight. To put it bluntly, I restored your eyesight and made it as clear as a newborn baby's. You can see the view for thousands of miles and get a glimpse of it during the night, said Qin Feng as he put on a masterful look. However, he could not resist and laughed inwardly. He merely transferred some inner qi into Chang Xian's body and directed it to her eyes, facilitating the flow of blood around her eyes. As a result, her eyesight became much clearer than usual and this was child's play for Qin Feng. Then quickly teach me how to see through things. She had tasted blood and she was excited. She even ignored the fact that Qin Feng held her waist and touched her belly. Not now. We need to do it slowly, bit by bit. It's impossible to learn it overnight. Let's call it a night. I'm tired and I want to sleep now. Qin Feng had had enough fun with her so he decided to stop now. He wanted to slowly pull her into his trap, tasting her bit by bit and finally devouring her whole. Chang Xian felt Qin Feng was right. It was impossible to learn such a wonderful skill overnight. After she retreated from Qin Feng's room, she pulled out her cell phone and made a call. Big sister Xian, what made you call me this late at night? A voice that was as melodious as an oriole wafted from the other end of the line. Yen, I've found a male tenant to join us in renting our house. I'm telling you this so that you're prepared. Hua Yen could not calm herself down after she hung up the phone. She then thought inwardly. How could big sister Chang Xian find a man to be our housemate? I won't pay for the ride if you don't drive faster. Qin Feng searched his pocket and realized did not have any money. I'm driving top speed, kid. Can't you see that I've overtaken 20 cars or so? I dare you not to pay for the ride. The driver rolled his eyes at Qin Feng in the rearview mirror. He quickly glanced at Qin Feng and realized his clothes were off the rack. He was afraid that this young man was a rogue taking a free ride. You call this fast? I can run even faster than your speed now. The driver looked over at the speedometer. They were now traveling at 129 kilometers per hour. After listening to Qin Feng's boastful words, he had the urge to pull the car off to the side and treat him to a feast of punches. TSK. Pull aside and let me drive. At the rate which we are driving, the patient will already be dead by the time I arrive at the hospital. Qin Feng grabbed the driver and swayed seats with him. The driver wanted to glower at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng stepped hard on the gas pedal and with a low growl, the car shot out like a beast awakened from slumber. Vroom! Vroom! The engine roared as loud and powerful as a Ferrari. The car accelerated from 129 kilometers per hour to 193 kilometers per hour after Qin Feng shifted the gears and pumped the gas pedal a couple times. Big brother. Please slow down. The aged driver was frightened by Qin Feng. He held onto the car door tightly as if this was the first time he had ever ridden in a car. They reached the most crowded zone of the provincial capital and most of the roads were jammed. However, this did not hinder Qin Feng. At times he drove the car on two back wheels while performing a beautiful drift on the road. Onlookers pulled out their cell phones and cameras to take photos of it. Roam. The elder driver's words flitted by Qin Feng's ear like a breeze. He did not slow down, but further increased the speed of the car. Before the elder driver realized it, Qin Feng performed another stylish drift and perfectly parked in between two cars. Phew, we finally arrived. The elder driver heaved a long sigh of relief. 200 yuan. Qin Feng extended his arm toward the elder driver. The driver was still in the midst of shock. He did not think much and handed 200 yuan to Qin Feng. Master, you indeed have a godly driving skill, but you drive too fast. It's too terrifying. I won't ride in your car again. There will be no next time. With a smile on his face, Qin Feng alighted from the car after getting the money. The driver came to his senses only after Qin Feng alighted from the car and vanished before his eyes. He was seething with anger and he yelled, "Fuck. This is my car. Why do I have to pay to him?" After he entered the hospital, Qin Feng made a beeline for the operating room. He saw the operating room was crowded with many doctors in white coats and a few of the patient's family members seated beside a chair. All of them wore long faces and had knitted eyebrows. Here is the operating room. Unauthorized personnel is not allowed to enter. Qin Feng was blocked by two doctors. Dr. Chang Xian asked me to come. She needs my help. Ha! You're so full of air, brat. Your way of hooking up with a girl is too basic and low. Get lost now. The two doctors judged Qin Feng with a contemptuous expression. Chang Xian was the belle of the hospital and too many flies wandered around her every day, including the two doctors who halted Qin Feng bore the same thought as well. Hence, it was natural for them to give Qin Feng sour looks when they saw another contender join in the fight to vie for the heart of the belle. Who will pick up a girl inside an operating room? I stay with Xian and I've plenty of time to flirt with her outside of the hospital. I'm in a rush. Step out of my way now, said Qin Feng impatiently. The two doctors were tickled pink by Qin Feng and broke into a fit of laughter, ignoring the fact that they were at a hospital which prohibited any loud noises. Liar. Brat. Do you think you're worthy enough to be Chang Xian's housemate with that virtue of yours? She wouldn't even hire you as her housekeeper. You don't believe me. Qin Feng was serious. He inwardly thought. Why does everyone prefer to believe a lie than the truth? Ha! Do you think we're as foolish as you? Your lie is low, you pathetic loser. Looking at Lu Feng who was at his last breath, numerous thoughts ran through Zhang Deyi's brain before he finally settled down on a plan. He gnashed his teeth and looked at Chang Xian as he said, Dr. Chang, what percentage of success do we stand if Qin Feng assists you in carrying out the operation? Chang Xian fell silent for a moment. She then said resolutely, 70%. She fabricated the number as she was afraid that Zhang Deyi would decline her offer. At this moment, Qin Feng broke into a scornful laugh which stunned everybody in the operating room. Xian, stay out of this. Your skill is not required in treating this kind of small illness. Just leave it to me. I promise you, I have 90% confidence in fully healing this elder. Rumbles. Qin Feng's daring words raised a lively discussion across the operating room. Not only did Xiao Shan shoot a disdainful and mocking look at Qin Feng, all the other experts and nurses' faces clouded with puzzling expressions. The illness Lu Feng had was an acute heart attack. Even Chang Xian, who was an expert in cardiology, only had a 70% rate of success in this operation. Who on the earth would believe the words of Qin Feng boasting that he had a 90% of success rate? Before the discussion settled down, Qin Feng opened his mouth again and added, "Oh yeah, before I finish talking, I do not need any surgical tools nor need to perform a surgery. I can restore him to full health just by giving him an acupuncture treatment." Said Qin Feng as he pointed his finger at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan's face turned red in anger. Meanwhile, Chang Xian and the others could not suppress themselves and giggled. Xiao Shan was a bully in the hospital and utilized his powerful connections to intimidate the lower-ranked staffers in the hospital. Kicking people around in the hospital was his daily activity, and he was the hospital's top executive's lapdog, agreeing with whatever their decision. Most of the staff members held grudge against him, so everybody was tickled pink by Qin Feng's description of Xiao Shan as a dog, since it was scrupulous, vivid, lifelike, and was a perfect description of his character. "I'm not joking," Qin Feng added after he saw Zhang De did not move an inch. "Please go out first, Xiao Shan," Zhang De sighed. "President Zhang," Xiao Shan was exasperated. "Get out." President Zhang's voice became cold, exuding an imposing aura from his body to the surrounding. "Humph." Xiao Shan turned and exited the operating room after he sent a vicious glare to Qin Feng. "The rest of you, please remain quiet throughout the therapy. If you can't promise that, you may as well leave now." Qin Feng turned into another person after Xiao Shan left, and an intimidating aura erupted, frightening everybody. He held Lu Feng's wrist and placed his right hand on his. Qin Feng's index finger and middle finger felt Lu Feng's pulse diagnostically like an experienced Chinese physician. On the surface, he looked quite promising. After he finished feeling Lu Feng's pulse, Qin Feng moved to check Lu Feng's eyes and examined his complexion. Then, he used 10 hedonist points and purchased a box of silver needles from the system. The silver needles appeared in his hands out of thin air, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. There are no pockets on either his clothes or his pants, so where did this box of silver needles come from? Qin Feng calmed himself down without paying attention to the things happening around him. He wore a serious expression and focused his mind. Then, he laid out the silver needles with a variety of lengths in front of him. He inhaled deeply and finally made his first move. Shroom. Qin Feng was fast. He followed with a second move like a bolt of lightning after he finished the first one. In the blink of an eye, 5 silver needles were firmly stuck on Lu Feng's body. Some of the doctors presents new acupuncture and were quite familiar with the acupoints of a human. As such, they were greatly taken aback after they realized the major acupoints Qin Feng stuck into were lethal points. Is he saving or killing people? Shroom. 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 Closing his eyes, he simultaneously flourished both his hands wildly in the air, sticking one needle after another needle in Lu Feng's body. Indescribably strong aura erupted like waves from his body, granting him a dignified noble-like aspect and making the people around him perspire in fear. Qin Feng had stuck 28 silver needles of varying sizes and lengths in Lu Feng's body within 10 minutes. All these silver needles stood firmly on Lu Feng's body, forming a rune with an ancient and obscure aura. Move! The last silver needle fell after he gave a loud roar. This was the finishing touch. It completed and perfected Qin Feng's therapy. As the last silver needle fell, something very peculiar happened. The last needle vibrated and the other 28 did likewise. Everybody's breath was taken away by the intriguing sight and their jaws dropped to the floor. The 29 silver needles were still vibrating, releasing a fine buzzing. Chang Axian was awestruck by the sight before her. She had heard from Hua Yan about this kind of acupuncture technique. It was the needle manipulation technique that had been lost to the ages. According to Hua Yan, only a person who knew how to manipulate inner qi could perform this technique. Instead, the depths of their eyes were imbued with a surge of astonishment and admiration. Please wait patiently for another 10 minutes. This was the first time Qin Feng had executed an acupuncture treatment. It was merely a 10-minute therapy, but it was an extremely hard, taxing process and it exhausted Qin Feng a lot. He felt tired and beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead. Are you okay, Qin Feng? Chang Axian was worried about Lu Feng. However, she could not resist and asked about Qin Feng's condition instead when she saw him pale. Qin Feng forced a smile on his face and replied, I'm not dead yet. Let's go have a seat over there. Chang Axian helped Qin Feng take a break at an unoccupied bed next to them. 10 minutes flew past like a breeze. Lu Feng's eyelids moved slightly before he opened his eyes. His complexion was great, roxy and full of energy. He sat straight up after he awakened and glanced around bewildered. What's wrong with me? How come I'm in the hospital? You've woken up, Dean Liu. Zhang De and the other doctors crowded Lu Feng. The joy and excitement flashed across everyone's face. You're here too, little Zhang. Am I doing it again? Lu Feng gave a hard laugh and mocked himself, I'm too old. Those illnesses always relapse even though I cured them. Don't worry, Dean Liu, you're fine. See, aren't you awake already? Don't worry about it, Zhang De comforted Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng did not believe Zhang De as he knew his body well. Every time his illness relapsed, he would wriggle and writhe in agony. He felt extremely tired every time he woke up from his unconscious state. However, that was not the case this time. He did not feel the excruciating pain inflicted upon him by his illness. Instead, he felt his body was even healthier than before. This is not supposed to be. Something is really weird. Little Zhang, why do I feel so wrong? What's wrong, Dean Liu? Are you not feeling well? Zhang De and the other doctors were taken aback by his words. They were afraid that Qin Feng had accidentally caused more harm. No, I'm fine, Lu Feng chirped with a cheerful grin on his face. It is just that I feel strange. I feel an overflowing energy is surging through my body and I can breathe smoother than ever. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at Qin Feng in awe. Qin Feng proved himself and showed his worthiness in the past 20 minutes. He had pulled Lu Feng from death's door with just a few silver needles. What shocked them the most was that he fully healed Lu Feng without any assistance from the medical devices. There was no need for injections nor a prescription. Lu Feng was even healthier than before and had a better, rosy complexion after he woke up. Qin Feng's remarkable feat could be considered an act of God. Please don't move. Let me remove the silver needles first. Qin Feng suddenly appeared at Lu Feng's side. Lu Feng suddenly realized his body was full of silver needles. Looking at those vibrating needles, Lu Feng's eyes widened so much that they almost popped out. He then yelled excitedly, "Is this your doing, young man?" With both hands working at the same time, Qin Feng seamlessly removed all the silver needles. Then, the silver needles vanished after Qin Feng waved his hand, shocking the doctors and nurses. They were wondered, is this young man a magician? It's you. You know the needle manipulation technique. Lu Feng tightly grasped Qin Feng's wrist. Qin Feng only retained the memories of the decree of 5-element acupuncture. He had no idea what the needle manipulation technique was. I don't know what are you talking about. Since you've woken up, I think I should excuse myself. Qin Feng shook off Lu Feng's grip and exited the operating room with Chang Xin. Xiao Shan had been waiting outside the operating room. He was filled with rage and wanted to fight Qin Feng when he saw him. However, he had to forego his desire and only hideously glared at him after seeing how large Qin Feng's muscles were. He was certain that he wouldn't stand a chance against him in a fight. He learned how to use the needle manipulation technique at such a young age. Lu Feng still remained astonished and murmured to himself in high spirits. Needle manipulation was a collective term for manipulating needles with inner qi. To put it more bluntly, in order to use the needle manipulation technique, one must be a martial artist, otherwise, without inner qi, how could the silver needles vibrate on their own? People who practiced the art of healing did not practice the martial arts. As a result, there were only a few people in the world of Chinese medicine who knew how to use the needle manipulation technique. That was the reason why Lu Feng was so excited when he saw Qin Feng today. Chapter 400, Reunited with Hua Yan. Chapter 400, Reunited with Hua Yan. Zhang De was on pins and needles until he saw a lively and vigorous Dean Lu Feng. He retreated from the operating room and headed to admissions to arrange for Lu Feng to be admitted for observation for at least 3 days. President Zhang. How is Dean Lu Feng? Is he dead? I saw that brat Qin Feng run away with Chang Xin. Is it possible that he and Chang Xin ran away because he failed to save Dean Lu Feng and accidentally killed him? Do you need me to call the police and arrest them? Xiao Shan cornered Zhang De and bombarded him with questions the instant he came out of the operating room. He was even more excited than Lu Feng's family, judging from his keyed-up look. Hey! Do you know what are you saying, you geezer? How can you curse my dad? Do you believe me when I say that I'll now send you off to heaven? What kind of person are you? How can you curse your patient while you yourself are supposed to be a doctor? Where is your code of conduct? Can you still call yourself a doctor with your attitude? Lu Feng's family had gathered around Zhang De to ask about Lu Feng's condition, so they clearly heard all of Xiao Shan's words. As such, they cornered him and their relentless comments showered down on him. Calm down. Everybody, please calm down. Zhang De didn't want anything bad to happen at the hospital, so he quickly yelled, Dean Lu Feng has awakened and he is now safe. I'm preparing to admit him. You can all visit him after I've arranged a room for him. Lu Feng's restless kinsfolk finally calmed down after receiving the news that Lu Feng was fine. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan was dazed. A soulless puppet. This was how people would describe him now if they saw his current expression. Xiao Shan was in disbelief that Qin Feng had truly succeeded in rescuing Lu Feng with just acupuncture. Qin Feng and Chang Xin arrived at Chang Xin's villa. Chang Xin went upstairs and changed out of her black-fitted uniform and into a flimsy gown. Qin Feng, why didn't you tell me that you knew acupuncture? Chang Xin sat beside Qin Feng, ignoring his perverted gazes. I know many things. I can't tell you everything. I'm particularly at my best in bed. Do you want to try it out? Qin Feng laughed, flashing a wickedly seductive grin. Chang Xin slapped Qin Feng's thigh, rolled her eyes and said, Please be more serious with our conversation or get out of my house. Oh yeah, before I forget, you used inner qi to save Dean Lu Feng just now, right? Are you a martial artist? Chang Xin added. You know about martial artists? Qin Feng instantly tensed. He stared warily at Chang Xin. I've heard of the needle manipulation technique before, and I'm told that only a martial artist who possesses inner qi can master it. However, I'm unfamiliar with the world of martial arts. In fact, I've never seen a martial artist before. Chang Xan replied nonchalantly. Sorry, but I'm not a martial artist. Qin Feng lied as he did not want to disclose too much of his identity. Chang Xan was not an extremely observant person and couldn't tell that Qin Feng was hiding something from her. She looked delighted and grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve tightly. That means that an ordinary person can master the needle manipulation technique too. Can you teach me? It was rare for Chang Xan to be so excited. Qin Feng opened his arms and engulfed a chirping Chang Xan in his embrace. He hugged her lightly and asked, "Do you have any basic knowledge about acupuncture? Do you know the exact locations of 36 major acupoints in a human's body?" Saddened, Chang Xan shook her head. She majored in Western medicine during her days at the university and she had no knowledge about holistic Chinese medicine such as acupuncture. In that case, I think it's better if I teach you how to see through things. As he was talking, he placed both of his hands on Chang Xan's face. Chang Xan instinctively pulled away, but Qin Feng pulled her back into position. There is no point in me teaching you if you do not believe in me. Once again, Qin Feng placed both his hands on Chang Xan's flawless face. With his 10 fingers, he lightly patted Chang Xan's face. Her face was soft and supple. A pink blush washed over Chang Xan's face after a few pats, making her even more alluring and eccentric than before. Qin Feng moved his hands down her snow-white neck and stopped at her mellow jade shoulders. Her loose and flimsy gown allowed her red lingerie straps to make a bid for freedom, stirring Qin Feng as he felt the urge to strip her down. Chang Xan opened her eyes and immediately looked outward. Qin Feng massaged her face and improved the blood circulation around her eyes. Chang Xan's view was extremely clear now. She could see as far as 1,000 miles. Qin Feng, it's so amazing. I used to be slightly short-sighted, but now my eyesight is as good as a newborn babe. Chang Xan exclaimed excitedly. Qin Feng withdrew his hands after Chang Xan's eyes reached his desired level of clarity. Xan, this is the first step of mastering the see-through ability, clearing your eyesight. I'll clear your eyesight 2 more times and then I'll start training you how to see through things, Qin Feng said seriously. Chang Xan was happy and her attitude towards Qin Feng softened. Qin Feng's decree of 5-element acupuncture had broadened Chang Xan's horizon and she now fully believed in Qin Feng. She nodded vigorously and said, "Thank you." "Oh yeah, Qin Feng, won't you feel bored staying in my house and remaining idle every day? Do you want me to find you a job?" "What kind of job?" Qin Feng casually asked as he peered at Chang Xan's neckline. "You are well versed in Chinese medicine. You can be a part-time doctor in the affiliated hospital or be a lecturer at the provincial capital's medical college," suggested Chang Xan. She was a doctor and worked part-time as a lecturer in the provincial capital's medical college. Qin Feng's art of healing was miles above her skill, so she was certain that he would fit in just fine either as a lecturer or doctor. "Does your hospital have many nurses?" Qin Feng suddenly asked. Puzzled by his question, Chang Xan shook her head and answered, "Not that many." "Are they all beautiful? Or are they more beautiful than you?" Chang Xan finally grasped his real question. She rolled her eyes and said, "None of them are more beautiful than I am, as I'm the belle of the hospital." A bit of disappointment glistened in his eyes. Qin Feng said dejectedly, "Then I'm not going to the hospital." He soon became excited again and asked, "How about the provincial capital university's medical college? Are there many female students in the university? Are they prettier than you?" Chang Xan pushed down the urge to kick Qin Feng. She pulled her face and said, "Yes, there are many beautiful female students in the provincial capital university's medical college. There are 3 university belles and I've met all 3 of them before. Yes, they are far prettier than me. Ahem. Ahem." Well then, I'll go teach at the medical college. TSK. Pervert. Chang Xin scoffed. Please don't get me wrong, Chang Xin. I'm offering myself for the good of our country. I'm going to wholly pledge and contribute my time and lifetime knowledge to nurture the next generation. I should be praised for having such a brave and utterly fearless spirit. The best contribution you can give is if you stay in the house and do not tarnish the purity of our younger generations. Chang Xin was not swayed by Qin Feng's nonsense and heavily criticized him. As the duo was chattering, Chang Xin's cell phone rang. It was Dean Lu Feng. Lu Feng was held in high esteem by all the students, including the alumni in the provincial capital university's medical college. Chang Xin was delighted to accept his phone call. Chang Xin went upstairs to answer the call. She came downstairs again 10 minutes later. She returned to Qin Feng's side and rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Brat, I've settled everything for you. However, in reality, he had gotten caught up in the whirlpool of massive carnage, one blood-filled battle after another. This was his first day teaching at the university. He even borrowed some money from Chang Xin to buy himself a new suit. He was now striding over to the medical college. Qin Feng arrived at the lecture hall after 5 minutes. There were very few students present and all of them clustered in groups of 3 to 5. Some of the students were playing with their cell phones while others cuddled with their counterparts, indulging themselves in some intimate activities. Seeing the idling university students, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth slowly curled into a grin. It's good to be young. I.O. Qin Feng was deeply moved by the ambience of the classroom when a clumsy female student rammed into his arms. Her soft and delicate body was one of the most perfect forms Qin Feng had encountered. A sudden urge to reach out and run his hands over the student's towering breasts overwhelmed Qin Feng. He gave in to his desire and pinched the twin peaks. What are you doing? The female student yelled angrily. Raising her pure and delicate face, the female student peered straight into Qin Feng's eyes. Her eyes were filled with astonishment once she saw who he was. Likewise, Qin Feng was dumbstruck. He knew this beautiful female student. Is it you, bastard? Yen. Qin Feng and Hua Yan called one another simultaneously. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked vigorously when he heard the word bastard. The beautiful female student in a white shirt and dark vest with tight-fitting black leather pants was the hostess Qin Feng met at Fun City in Jincheng City. At the time, Qin Feng flirted with her and gave her tons of tips. After that, Little Pig figured out that it was Hua Yan who planted the goo love poison in Qin Feng. He never dreamed that he would reunite with her in the provincial capital university. Yen, this brother still remembers your name and I gave you tons of tips. How can you call me a bastard during our destined reunion? You hurt this brother so much. Covering his chest with his hands, Qin Feng adopted an inconsolable look, sickening Hua Yan. Fuck off. You disgust me, freak. Hua Yan pushed Qin Feng away. She had a very bad impression of him. Hua Yan still remembered that Qin Feng had touched and groped her breasts and behind during their first meeting at Fengyun Fun City. She was certain that this young man must be a pervert with an unsavory reputation. Yen, you see, even God feels sorry for us for missing each other last time and has given us another chance to confess our love to one another today. How can you leave just like that? Qin Feng spoke with a glimmer of smile in his eyes. However, his body constantly released an icy cold aura, sending chills up Hua Yan's spine. He was not going to flirt with Hua Yan. This woman had a heart as malicious as a snake and scorpion. If Little Pig's notification to Qin Feng that he had been poisoned by the goo love poison hadn't come in the nick of time, then he might have been long dead. Why would Qin Feng possibly let this kind of woman slip away so easily? Qin Feng pulled Hua Yan's wrist and led her to a corner outside the door. Release me now. What are you going to do? Don't you dare to do anything to me. We're at the university compound now. I swear I won't be easy on you if you lay even a single one of your filthy paws on my body. Touch you. Oh, silly little girl, you're wrong, so wrong. This young master has no interest in your body after all. I had a good taste of it last time. Now, should we start to talk about the fact that you planted a goo love poison in my body? Qin Feng's face completely darkened, sending a chill through the air, caressing Hua Yan's body and chilled her to the bone. She had almost forgotten about the goo love poison. Hua Yin was quite surprised to see that Qin Feng actually survived the curse of the goo love poison, as no other man had survived, especially not those with gross sexual appetites like Qin Feng. This pervert hasn't touched a woman in the past 4 months. How is that even possible?